б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC. Неважливо, які будуть зміни. Якщо я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
But 7-7 Olo finds the dirtiest of angles. But he's got more. He looks for the final. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏印象最深刻的时候，就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火，然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面去偷偷的玩，然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛，所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想一点一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就很多大小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻，也有压力也有动力吧。保持自信的根源就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是两种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队，我相信明年的17一定能够重回巅峰。
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here, so rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
As Hackatory will get that knock on the shell. Once, and with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді, мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобався. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hackatory aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hackatory.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», «молодець». Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже в основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я ніколи не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC, неважливо, які будуть зміни. Якщо я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
Finds the dirtiest of angles. Body's got more. He looks for the final. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏印象最深刻的时候，就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火，然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面 去偷偷的玩，然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛，所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想证明一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就很多大小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻，也有压力也有动力吧。保持自信的根源就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是两种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队。我相信明年的17一定能够重回巅峰。
Tên thật của mình là Lão Phước Tín Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Himat. PUBG mang nghĩa em rất là xuất sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền đó. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu PUBG thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giao đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ lúc đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ, trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên của em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu PUBG năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club Newbie cũng như là Team Sonic. Đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Thì lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mình được. Em cảm thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau chức vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Cúp này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ như là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực A Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TP rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng á. Mình muốn thử xem là TP này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của mình.
Now it's just going to be seeing if they can step in a new angle. Pio on top, finds one, Park Pro finds the other. Gold all by himself, up on top.
안녕하십니까. 저는 피오 차승훈입니다. 제가 펍지를 처음 접하게 된 계기는 2017년도에 친구 때문에 PC방에서 같이 진행을 했었고 치킨을 먹었던 게 너무 기억에 많이 남아서 지금까지 쭉 해오고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 제대로 시작해봐야겠다라고 생각했던 시기는 막 나가다 보니까 그게 너무 재밌어가지고 프로팀을 들어가면은 대회를 임하기 편하겠다 싶어가지고 들어오게 된 것 같습니다. 합숙 생활이나 단체 생활을 별로 안 좋아했었는데 그냥 하다 보니까 그런 게 좋아진 것 같고 그러다 보니까 규칙적인 생활을 좀 하게 된 것 같아서 그런 게 제일 변한 것 같아요. 제가 제일 기억에 남았던 경기는 2019년도에 있었던 PKL 페이지 2에서 우승했던 경기가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 세계대회 우승했던 거를 꼽을 수도 있긴 하겠지만 처음 우승을 할 때 그 힘들게 노력했던 순간들이 다 기억이 났었어가지고
자, 아직 한 발 더 왔다. 잡았다.
변하려고 하는 모습은 사실 도전하는 거라 보니까 도전하는 모습이 좋은 것 같아요. 원래 제가 TPP를 하는 사람이라 그냥 뭐 TPP의 변화에 대해서는 그렇게 별로 크게 신경 쓰지 않고요. 변하지 않는다라는 건 잘 모르겠고 제가 원래 TPP를 주로 개인 방송에서 하기 때문에 뭐 그 부분에 있어서는 다른 선수들보다는 자신감이 더 넘치는 것 같습니다. 티글튼 선수랑의 라이벌이라 하기에는 제가 지금은 많이 부족한 것 같고요. 티글튼 선수가 조금 더 훨씬 더 저보다 연습도 많이 하고 실력이 더 좋기 때문에 라이벌이라고 생각하진 않습니다. 이제 뭐 승부욕이 넘쳤었을 때랑 다른 것보다는 지금은 제가 연습을 많이 못했기도 했고 실력적으로 많이 내려왔기 때문에 다시 올라가면 또 대답이 달라질 것 같아요. 배틀그라운드라는 게임의 의미는 저를 180도 변하게 해준 게임이라고 생각합니다. 제 인생에서 펍지란 그냥 전부인 것 같아요. 저를 여기까지 만들어준 것도 펍지고 그렇기 때문에 좀 더 애정이 깊게 더 담겨있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 펍지 안 했으면 그냥 게임하면서 일하면서 그냥 평범하게 살았을 것 같아요. 팬분들에게는 사실 우승하는 모습을 보여드리고 싶고요. 그래도 3인칭이니만큼 저희가 또 3인칭을 잘하기 때문에 우승을 하고 싶지만 그래도 최선을 다하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 2026년에는 정말 열심히 할 거기 때문에 2026년 PGC에서는 한국팀의 선봉으로서 제가 우승으로 이끌고 가고 싶습니다.
Look at this Posa with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Posa. My name is Francisco Posamay dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I have the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Posa has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
Where you win this? Tig sent the C4 in. Immediate peek and spray from Tig.
Hi, my name is James Gazen, aka Tigleton. I think for the last 7 years, PUBG kind of has been my life. I moved away from my family. We travel a lot, play it every day with my teammates. I think you would be hard pressed to find a group of people that have spent more time together over the last 7 years than me and my teammates. The first time I ever played PUBG was expecting it to be very realistic, and in my very first match, this naked guy landed on a roof next to me, and I got a pistol, and I was like, he's dead. And he ran and jumped off the roof, and it fell 3 stories, landed on the ground, and kept running, and I was like, it's Superman. He just fell 3 stories off a building and his legs are fine, what? I ended up falling in love with it after that. For me, PUBG always gave me the most adrenaline. My very first couple games, I felt like I was gonna die in real life if I died in the game. At the very end of the game, I'd be shaking, my heart rate would be I guess I've just been chasing that feeling my entire career. I finished my high school and I got into a university course and I was pretty happy with where I was, but I didn't take a gap year. And I felt like my whole life I'd just been kind of going with the flow. And then I got the opportunity to fly to California for this tournament called NPL Royale because I got picked up by an American team. And that was good fun, but I still wasn't taking it too seriously. But I met this guy there, Bizzle, and he basically said to me after watching me play a little bit, he was like, I'll get you a visa and you can come to the US. And I was like, really? So I just full sent it at 18. I went to the US. I took a gap year off university and then never ended up going back. Well, I want to start by saying that I think anyone can be a pro player. That's the beauty of it. For me, being a pro player is about discipline, practicing with a purpose. When you boot up the game, you kind of have to switch your mentality from being, okay, I'm here to have fun to how can I improve the best? And you need to be very mindful of the way that you're putting in the hours. The word change to me obviously brings a little bit of fear and a little bit of excitement because with changes, there's always a bit of uncertainty. No one likes uncertainty, but in a way, it kind of feels like an advantage because I know that I'm willing to adapt, and if someone else isn't, then I have an edge on them. One thing that's not going to change, I think for the most part, it'll be the positional play. Teams will still play for the good positions. If anything, it's going to become more important, and PUBG's always kind of been like that. It's all about teamwork. It's all about position. So I'm expecting that the good teams will still be good. To the fans watching in 2026, we love and appreciate every single one of you guys. It's really important to me that you guys feel happy. I don't think anything matters more than the fan sentiment. Obviously, there's some big changes on the horizon, but hopefully we can all just trust the process. It's people at Crafton, it's their job to think about what they can do to make our lives better. So just gonna trust them and see where it goes. I think that you guys will still enjoy watching. The esport was in TPP initially, and we saw a PGI 2018 that is still fun to watch. It might be a little goofy, there might be some chaotic moments, but I think it'll still be fun. It's still PUBG. In 2026 at PNC and PDC, I hope my team name will be called, and I hope my name will be called. Even when the battlefield changes, I want my wins and my hard work to speak for itself. I hope it'll be my year.
Oh, example! Going absolutely huge right now! Some big kills! Can he find another?
Всем привет, меня зовут Артем, мой игровой никнейм Example. PUBG для меня занимает очень важную часть жизни. Без нее бы я не стал просто профессионалом. Мое первое воспоминание было это, когда я увидел стрим по этой игре, и для меня тогда был режим Battle Royale в новинку. Я ни разу такого не видел, и начал играть. Меня просто затянуло, и я проводил весь день в этой игре. На самом деле у меня не было какой-то конкретной цели. Я просто играл, знакомился с новыми людьми. Мне это нравилось. Ну и тогда познакомился с моим нынешним тиммейтом, Tigleton. Мы просто с ним списались. Го поиграем. Ну и так вышло, что пришел инвайт в команду. Самый запоминающийся момент в моей карьере был на турнире PGC 2022. Тогда был матч на Мирамаре. Мы раскинули стенку смоков. Это дало начальную точку камбэка, так скажем, в этом турнире, и в конце мы его уже выиграли.
Now it's just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down. And whoa! Navi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. That's great. It's no problem. But wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Navi.
Я на самом деле не помню, каковы были тогда эмоции, потому что не придавал этому значения. Когда уже выиграли турнир, и ты потом осознаешь, что вот этот матч был один из важнейших. Ну, конечно же, изменения это всегда к лучшему, потому что одно и то же просто надоедает, и нужны в любом случае какие-то изменения. Переходом игры с первого лица в третье, безусловно, в моем понимании, замедлит очень сильно игру, потому что, есть просмотр, грубо говоря, из-за стены. Несмотря на эти изменения, я все равно остаюсь уверенным в своей игре. Я буду просто продолжать играть, становиться сильнее, развиваться. После того, как мы проигрываем, я не особо тильтую, потому что это уже произошло, и я особо не могу что-то изменить, и поэтому, да, я к этому проще отношусь. Но бывают, и моменты, когда, если бы ты мог как-то повлиять на ситуацию уже случившуюся, то немножко тильт есть, но быстро проходит. Фанаты для меня много значат. Я постоянно вижу там хорошие сообщения на трансляциях и так далее. Всем спасибо, кто следит. В 2026 году я хочу выиграть PGC. Несмотря на все изменения, я смогу достичь этой цели.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day grand final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the grand final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the grand final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the grand final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the grand final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the grand final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway.
Day 2, and it's the winner stage here for PGS4. We have got ourselves the 16 cream of the crop teams to be able to try and vie for 8 spots in the final stage here for PGS4, the first stage in all of this circuit too. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, joining you here as all of the players and all the production joining you from Seoul, South Korea. We got Toffees, we got Poro, we got Blank to discuss everything that's going to be going down in the next couple of games. And it's a toughie because it's only 5 games to be able to get you all the way to that final stage here. And Toffees, it has been, we've watched as all of these teams have had a grueling time in these best of 5s. Anything goes. Oh, the gloves are off for these teams to try and make it to the top.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw that yesterday, that, you know, teams that we expected like Davi to sort of bop off and just be big business weren't. And so some of the teams that are in this group, I think, are surprising to me. Crazy Raccoons coming in so strong is going to be exciting to watch. So I think it's going to be a chaotic winner's lobby, and I'm excited about it. I just hope nobody, tries to duck anything or gooses their opponents.
No, absolutely. Porosaurus, speaking of, looking at that lovely stuff going on. He's quacking. He's ready to go. Who do you think's going to have to dodge out of the way here for today?
I gotta say, I'm really impressed with Full Sense. I mean, PGC champion, we saw him at the start of the year. It was a little bit of a slow start, it seemed like, but it seems like they are kind of running full steam. I mean, they came in red hot off of their regional series, and it does not appear that they've slowed down at all. But I agree with Toffees. Like, there's some pretty big names that aren't in this one, but this lobby is still pretty stacked.
And our golden goose of the desk, of course, Blank on the far side of things. Look at his disgusted face. I love it.
Don't make them notice me.
What do you think about the teams coming in? Of course, we watched as 16 teams were able to make it through. There were a few surprises here and there. I think S2G especially actually being able to take one of the spots compared to what I thought was going to be some of those EMEA teams like a Na'Vi, for example, like Vitality. S2G actually performed pretty darn well, especially at the start of the day.
Yeah, they kind of cruise through, right? It was interesting listening to the interviews yesterday where they were saying that the pickaxe has been able to really help them make some more tactical moves, is what they said. For your beautiful translation skills, obviously, Kalara. So we've got to thank you for that. But yeah, I mean, it has been working. I think they've been able to get themselves towards spots on the map that maybe they wouldn't be able to get to in the past. And generally, this does feel like a little bit more of a tactical team. I think for me also Petrichor Road was a really cool one with Ixlef coming back in. Looked insane, looked absolutely insane, did that team. There were some fights that just looked so smooth and natural to them. I mean, Everest yesterday, where they took down basically 5 separate teams and DN Supers was basically an afterthought in their one. They're pretty much just instant wipe of them. Very fun, very fun day yesterday.
Of course, as we turn our attention to the West, of course, we got ourselves Nixie and Cowboy. Now, for Virtus Pro, I want to talk about them a little bit later because Nixie, of course, you know, somehow, some way, Virtus Pro popped off towards the very end. I want to talk about the Americas, Poro, because Cowboy, Team Liquid, able to take the top spot for the Americas, but in general, you guys were able to send all of your teams into this first winner's stage.
We were, and very proud right now of our region that they were able to pull it up. Now, you can't look through rose-colored glasses though. Like Liquid did pretty well, but a lot of it was off the strength of that 14 kill win. Like they had 30, I think it was like 30 something of their, or 38 of their points were in the first 3 games, and then they only managed to do like 6 or 7 points in the last 3. So it's kind of a question of like which one is the real Liquid. Now a lot of we could have said they were just coasting, right? Like they didn't have to fight anything or play for anything in the second half of the day. So maybe it was just a little bit of just kind of relaxing on a long day, but. Yeah, I mean, I think all in all, the Americas looked pretty strong. They did what they needed to do to get into the winners stage.
Is that a concern for you, Toffees, or do you feel like the strength of their PAS performance as well as that start here for Team Liquid is enough to be able to get you in a good position here for PGS4? What do you think?
I mean, I think our team started strong, especially Liquid, right? They came out in those first 3, I think, a lot better. I was a little bit worrisome because I think on the counter that EMEA, if we're taking a direct comparison, was stronger on the second half. They came out and your guys ended up with Virtus Pro in 3rd place overall, Twisted Minds in 6th place overall. So everyone had a banger of a game. You know what I mean? And I think that that's fine. But it doesn't worry me because if you have that big game in the first 3 of a 6-game series with a break in between, theoretically, like, I don't expect you to come back just as strong because you know, hey, we're there. And kind of as Poro said, we're just going to play careful. We're going to play passive. We're not going to have a big blow-up game. Whereas VP was like, I have to have a banger, right? I have to go out and do something crazy. And so they kind of will climb up on those big games a little faster. So it's not as worrisome, but it is saying I don't think we're as strong as we thought we were going into that at the end of day yesterday.
Yeah. I'm a little bit bedazzled as we take a look at the schedule as well as the points and the teams that are going to be playing today. I'm a little bit bedazzled by Virtus Pro and their performance. It was like they were like some strange like distraction ventriloquist dummy in the first couple of games. It was like, hey, look over there, guys, and then sock you in the face with a puppet because it was just where did that come? How did they get to 3rd place? Considering what I thought, Blank, was a bit of a terrible day for Virtus Pro to then just be like, yeah, by the way, we're really good, guys.
To be fair, it was sort of a terrible day yesterday up until those last 2 matches. I think Toffees was saying this yesterday. It was a good point in the sense that for the guys over at EMEA, they're slow starters. They're definitely slow starters. It took them a little while to get into things, but by the time it happened, Virtus Pro was able to get a big jump up. But we talked about cannibalization yesterday, and it was a struggle for Na'Vi because I think that turn up happened right at the end of their 5 or 6 matches. But by that point, Virtus Pro was on fire, and they were in a very similar area to them. So that was kind of a frustrating thing for the EMEA teams where they couldn't all pop off at once. I mean, Twisted Minds were able to squeeze in some good points, but they'd had like some semi-decent games up until that point, which were able to get them into that top 16. But yeah, very, very interesting day. I hope the Virtus Pro can kind of build that momentum going into today, though.
I think this is exactly why EMEA wins later tournaments because we just need a little bit of traction. We need to gain some traction, and then we can kind of show up a little later on. But let's turn our attention elsewhere. Obviously, Korea has been able to take 4 over the 4 slots from their region into this winner's stage, and Full Sense, our current defending champions, world champions, Poro, were able to take #1, which is, to me, a little bit of a pleasant surprise, I would say, because I wasn't expecting them quite to be able to take that spot. But hey, #1, nothing to sniff at alongside Petrichor Road.
Yeah, and it's really the way they did it too, right? Like Full Sense didn't get a win yesterday. They got a third, a second, a third, a second, and then 11th. Yeah, I mean they had the BRDM incidents towards the end, but yeah, no, I mean it was just consistency across the board and just being able to get to late game, keeping guys up. Like it was just really impressive stuff for them. On the other side of that coin, you had Petrichor Road that had 2 wins, one with 14 kills, one with 17, and they just looked absolutely in control in both of those matches. So, you know, it's going to be interesting. We saw Petrichor Road come out on top of winner stage last time around, so they don't look like they've slowed down much.
Yeah, of course, we sent our scout out on the floor in Bella to be able to find out what was going on with the Chinese teams, right? Ike's left in for Pero due to visa issues for, no doubt, 0-4. X-Circle in for CTG because they wanted to test out new players, which tracks, I think. I think that CTG needed to make some changes in regards to what they were doing. And then Akuma in... Get ready.
Okay.
Akuma in for 17 Gaming because Tian Tian is prepping for the Esports World Cup.
He's getting ready. Okay. You got 2 months of preparation, ice baths, meditation.
Yeah.
Where is he? He's on top of a mountain?
So kind of just meditating. I don't know. Like our theory is that it might not actually be game related, right? Like it could be something else that he wants to do before he travels somewhere far. Of course, Paris is now confirmed, so maybe that is the case. However, if it was just game related, that's crazy because this is the best prep that you could possibly be going for. But it's good to get those kind of insights, right, Toffees? Because we were a little bit confused as to where all those subs were coming in. Seemingly some were extremely successful, as Ixleft is now in MVP spot #1, which is crazy.
I mean, you know, Tian Tian means daily in Chinese, and it's the idea of like he believes in always like grinding for what's next. So maybe there is this idea of he's like EWC is the biggest prize. I'm going to sit there and I want to focus on what we're going to meet there. I don't buy it. I think it's, you know, obviously covering maybe for something going internally. We'll find out because that to me is a much higher likelihood that something's happening within the team and they're just kind of dealing with it. Whether it's a contract, I don't know, but it's something that doesn't make sense to me. The subs, however, as you brought up, have been phenomenal. Poro said this earlier, right? The top 2 teams were a tale of different tape, right? We had a Bombers and Petrichor with 2 wins, and then we had the guys at the top with Full Sense who never got one. The reason for that is Ike's left. This is the best substitution I have ever seen in a hot spot. Besides maybe, and it was a substitution, it was like Molodok was coming in as a fill-in, and he was really good. Ike's left is the coach / owner / streamer for the team. And then you're like, it's all this conversation, right? It's like, where's all the streamers? Why don't they play pro? And Ike's left is like, I do both. And I do it well. And he showed up yesterday and I think carried Petrichor to a totally new place that I haven't seen them really stepping up to in the last 4 events.
It's been a interesting couple of weeks for Petrichor Road, right? And I think Chewy has bore the brunt of a little bit of that and also stepped up alongside Ike's left as well, Poro. We watched as Chewy in multiple of these games got man of the match and then was able to do a lot of damage along the way with it. So, like, if Petrichor can keep that up, keep that mentality, they could be winning the first of both of these PGS circuits.
Yeah, I mean, Chewy looked fantastic and Ike's left looked fantastic. My only question is, okay, everything's great when things are going well. What happens when things start going not so well? And what happens if Ike's left is just kind of sitting there and is like, you know what? Now I'm getting kind of bored with this again. Like it's just kind of like, you know, like that grind mentality is a full-time job, right? You can't just kind of slip in and out at will. So we'll see. Hopefully Petrichor Road can keep it going.
Imagine being so good at the game, you can just exert yourself wherever you please, come and go if you want to. Just, it is kind of wild here.
Well, that's how you host, right?
I mean, these people exist though, right? Like we have Snakers in the Americas who just plays when he feels like it and dominates. Like this is apparently a normality that there's 1 or 2 of these savants in each region, and Ike's left just happens to be that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Snake is a great example because he's also just a very intelligent guy and got offered an amazing job. As we take a look across the trophy, as well as the winners from the previous circuit, all of those names etched upon plaques here. And once again, we will have even more joining them in the next couple of weeks here for PGS4. And our winners stage is looking feisty. The 16 teams that have been able to get themselves to this spot are looking phenomenal. The question is, who is going to be able to get through into that grand final here? We are just awaiting the arrival of the Bella in the Bella Dome.
The Bella Dome, it returns.
Bella.
The crowd goes wild, the cheering begins, and the Bella Dome. Let's listen in with Bella.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans, it's Bella, and welcome to PGS. After a insane group stage yesterday, we saw some massive upsets and some pleasant surprises, right? The high stakes winner stage is here today, and the teams, 16 of them that are playing today, have definitely earned their spot. Well, the reason why this tournament is so relentless is because this is the definitive gateway of the biggest tournaments of the year, EWC and PGC. And based on the final PGS points that are accumulated from here on out to PGS 6, only the top 9 teams will punch their tickets directly to EWC. That's happening in less than 2 months. Well, so far we've already seen some incredible storylines. Full Sense definitely shook off their past and dominated the lobby, while Genji also came to signal a massive resurgence. And now these elite squads are back and ready to play in the lobby. But of course, today at the winner stage, no seat is safe just yet. Today, the top 8 teams will be securing their direct tickets to the grand finals, while the bottom 8 will be dropped into the harsh reality of the survival stage. 8 golden spots are up for grabs today, and it's all gonna begin now. Winner stage, here we go.
Navi, it's a complete fight for Navi. 16 kills to Hackathon. He has to take down multiple areas. Getting multiple 1v1 between them. Navi takes it! There's no way!
Ми були в шокі спочатку. Ми думали, що ми взагалі топ-2.
Так як ми виконали все, що хотіли в перші 2 тижні, ми без задніх думок готові вриватися в цей гранд-фінал.
Với em thì em hơi buồn một chút vì hơi đáng tiếc một chút là vì tụi em không vô địch được, nhưng mà em cũng vui vì đã được top 2. Tại vì tụi em vừa mới chen với nhau được có vài tháng thôi. BG3 bọn mình sẽ trở lại thật mạnh mẽ để đạt được mục tiêu cao nhất và mục tiêu cá nhân của mình, đó là chức vô địch.
Final haftamıza giriyoruz. O yüzden daha sıkı çalışıp antrenmanlarımıza devam edeceğiz. Finalde üst sıralarda bitirmeye çalışacağız.
I'm able to enjoy being nervous and play at my full potential. I think it's the best. Our team is definitely ready for the next round, and we're going to give it all we got.
Dạ, hiện tại thì em đang rất tin tưởng vào các đồng đội và các anh em của em. Nên đây là vòng chung kết cuối, chung kết tổng rồi, nên em sẽ thể hiện hết sức khả năng của mình để cho mọi người thấy được.
无论最终的结果怎么样，我们肯定会努力接受。就是我们会打好每一场比赛，然后拿出更好的态度。
Первое – это немножечко мандража, а дальше уже боевая готовность забрать турнир. Мы думаем только о победе в гранд-финале, поэтому постараемся показать хороший результат. Ребята, остерегайтесь нас!
원투 때 시행착오를 좀 많이 겪었기 때문에 좀 성장을 많이 했다고 생각을 해서 PGS 3 때 뭐 다 죽여야죠 뭐.
ครับก็หลายปีแล้ว
Мы будем побеждать.
我们队伍现在的磨合情况和状态已经达到了最好的效果。如果说在第2轮系列赛里面，我们如果有运气加成的话，我们一定会拿到冠军。
We want to reach a level that we haven't reached yet. That is to compete for the title.
Tại vì giải đấu với cái lần này bọn mình rất là tự tin và mục tiêu bọn mình tại giải đấu là sẽ vô địch, nhiều nhất là sẽ là 2 giải. Trình độ về cá nhân của mình thì các team đều biết hết rồi, vì mình là MVP BG cũng như là BNC.
Circuit 2'de çok güçlü takımlar olduğunu biliyoruz ama biz de bir onlar kadar güçlüyüz. Biz de şampiyon olabiliriz çünkü biliyorsunuz ki PUBG bazen şaşırtıcı olabiliyor.
อยากขึ้นไปอยู่บนจุดสูงสุดในการแข่งขันระดับโลกพร้อมกับทีมเอียนาครับ
We want to start the tournament off strong so we can build confidence to win the grand finals.
저희가 교전력이 안 좋다는 얘기들이 많은데 운영과 교전 둘 다 제일 잘하는 팀으로 거듭나고 싶어요. 아직 저희 말고는 대한민국에서 우승할 수 있는 팀이 없지 않나요? PGS 서킷2 다시 시작해봐야죠.
Вдача може бути у всіх, а скіл є лише у нас. Так як ми вже перемагали, для нас нічого крім перемоги нічого не значить. І цю перемогу ми не збираємося віддати іншому регіону. Обережно їдуть Наві.
All right, we have got ourselves the opportunity here for all of these 16 teams to try and get themselves through into that final already in a best of 5. Of course, the final doesn't get any easier really itself. A best of 10 just there here to be able to claim yourself PGS4 as all of the players arise in the Bella Dome. Whether Bella or not will give them the thumbs up or the thumbs down is about to occur. And for this team, Petrichor Road, they got a different thumbs up yesterday, Blank. They got Lucy's thumbs up, so good for them.
Yeah, it's a different type of thumbs up, but it's a thumbs up nonetheless, right? It's like Gladys, you telling me there's like a small spot in the middle of the room where they're going to fight off against one another, these two teams?
Yes.
Like in real life. Right, okay.
And Bella
gotcha.
draped in like Roman dress is going to be like on a balcony.
So we'll like have a last chance 16, 17 thing, you know, maybe you get in, maybe you don't, you go in a little bit bruised.
And they unleash the lions and it's like, oh no!
Survival stage is going to look real different tomorrow.
So, geez Louise, guys. Okay. All right, let's talk about all the other teams as well here, Poro, because you got DN Supers as well, who also look pretty darn good. Rex, as always, kind of a phenom coming into this team, really gelled with them very quickly, very rapidly.
He did, and he looked good yesterday as well. And you're talking about all the Korean teams that have made it in, and they are sitting right at the top of that group, as we see Full Sense. Never usually look this stressed. They usually look pretty laid back and chill, but they look like they might be feeling a little bit of pressure here today.
Yeah, I think you're right, looking at across the faces there to try and get this going, but it looks like we are almost ready to get into game number 1 here, the winners stage. Again, it being only 5 games, these teams have got an opportunity to try and strike on out here and get themselves on through. Virtus Pro Toffees, though.
Like
somehow,
the
and the pillow meta. Look at that. That's crazy.
I know. Well, so also, this is worth Bears mentioning as we get into this game. A bunch of these players are showing their perspective today. So when you talk about Virtus Pro, you can go watch Luca, you can go watch Kurexi play this game and talk it out in like live. That's awesome to me.
Absolutely. All right, gentlemen, Poro Toffees, take it away here for game number 1 of the winners stage. It's big time, baby.
Well, I'm ready to get in this plane, Toffees. I'm ready to get on Angle. I'm ready to get this thing started. They've got 5 games to make their presence felt and make their way into the final here for PGS1. A lot of question marks, a lot of up and down for these teams. But, once everybody gets on the ground, though, I think all those nerves start to go away and they just get down to what they do best.
It was a slow start for me because I was processing James saying "Geez Louise" and it's big time, baby. Like he's summoning Dick Vitale live on broadcast, and I don't know when he became an American. I think that's awesome. Probably backing the Americas, because wouldn't you, based on what we saw from those guys in the early game? Now we got a potential drop going here. I don't know about this, Poro. This doesn't seem like the kind of place where you're like, I want to mix it up. So I have to assume we're just fighting for a car and maybe a little bit of prio. I don't expect this to get wild, but maybe.
I mean, this is 2 squads that should know each other very well, right? Like Twisted Minds and S2G coming from the same region. And it looks like Twisted is just going to pull off to the side as S2G has landed first, but it doesn't look like there'll be any harm, any foul there. Team Liquid just on the other side of the river as well. Kind of saw all that going down. T1 already on the move on the north side as our circle going back to Everest once again, Toffees.
So they grab the car, they move out. Everest was interesting yesterday. Early moves to get there seems to be the name of the game. And just to remind you guys that if you do want to get a little bit of an inside perspective, get that multi-stream up and running, Tigleton, Shrimzy, Kurexi, a lot of our Western players are live. Purdy Curdy and Luke 12 and Cowboy also. So lots of options to hear how these players think, which to me Poro is one of my favorite things in the game. I love watching it with us, but also having that third perspective to know what is making them make these choices is always fascinating. And we see that right now. As these teams show up, they get into their positions, they start to decide, do I go to Everest early? How fast do I get up there? There's obviously no loot, so I've got to try to loot a spot, which not only am I getting geared, but I'm watching to see who gets up there first. And Purdy will be the first arriver. He grabs the bike, he goes straight up, and I assume the team will be looting for him. He's only got 42 bullets, but he's got a great spot.
He does indeed. And James actually bringing up a good point. I'm wondering if Twisted Mind's pulling away from their normal drop spot over there in School Apps because Petrichor Road was not going to give it up. I'm sure they got all that sorted and figured out during scrims. And maybe Twisted Minds, they just don't want to have to deal with it. And you can't say I blame them, but that is going to cause them to have a little bit of a different early game coming in, but they are dead center. Meanwhile, you got top of Everest. As you said, Purdy Curdy got up here early. He's going to run across, but no! Purdy Curdy gets absolutely roasted in the 1v1, and Clories comes out ahead.
The glories of Clories from the high ground, the altar of the Expendables, Gam. They make a great play. They push up there. Purdy was camping, man. He had the spot. He was licking that mountain, and Clories pivoted on him. That was crazy.
He's going to be mad about that one. Had first shots, had him basically dead to rights out in the middle of the open, and Clories just pulls off an amazing individual play there. And now we see Heather getting a little bit close to Perfectix. Now, this is kind of that butterfly flaps its wings. T1 probably not expecting anybody to be up here, but because Twisted Minds had to leave their normal drop spot, Heather is going to run into Perfectix in a spot where he was not expecting him, and that will be T1 losing one early.
Yeah, we see that new optic there as Perfectix gets himself a nice little kill on Heather. And so far, it seems that a plane path that took away the entire right side of the map has actually put us in a tough position. Alt drops, players kind of having to go solo on scouts they're not used to, and has thrown people into a little bit of disarray. And in a 5-game series, that's really rough, I think, for a start, Poro, because this is your one chance on the grassy pastures to sort of follow your plan, and that plane shook it up. Now, the good news is it's not groups today. It's the same 16 teams for all 5 games, so everyone has to deal with the same craziness to start off.
We'll see if any of those blue chips get picked up this early on. I mean, T1 has the opportunity to do that. Team Liquid maybe a little bit more dangerous, unfortunately, is now the Expendables have sent 2 up to the top. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, late bloomers yesterday, but they bloomed nonetheless, and they found themselves in this winner's lobby. We'll see if they can get a quick start going here today, as they will take up residence just off to the east of Chopsticks.
All right, Luca Rux doing a little scouty pouty, 17. Also, a lot of high pride. So here's the problem. There is a lot of interest in a very few locations when you talk about this circle in phase 1, right? You want to get here, you want to lock up these spots early, but everyone's crashing each other. Cowboy was sent for a secondary defense. Kurt was supposed to be covering him from above. He's not here. Cowboy has to do it alone. He gets 2. Can he go for 3? Twisted Minds is inside the house. Molly to slow it down, but from above, it can't be stopped. Cowboy does ultimately get dropped, but Alo still putting in work as he slides around the left side. Luke there trying to make a front push. He gets the flush. Now he's facing off against the building. Blue zone slowing him down, but is it going to be enough? Twisted Minds is eliminated. The blue grenade was powerful. Perfectix flush. Alo finishes example. Twisted Minds dropped, bopped, lost in game 1.
Just a massive hold on the part of Team Liquid there. Cowboy with the explosive entry will put Twisted Minds back to the lobby. After getting that initial knock and flush onto T1, things were looking good, but they end up running into a buzzsaw in the form of Team Liquid, who are now at the top of the leaderboard, and they will get Cowboy back on his feet as Tanvu just watches from a distance. Not really much he can do from range here.
Oh, Furia. This is dirty. Up on the top of the bridge. Like, if there's any questions about is this meant to be a bridge camp, it is answered by BL Mount Bridge Camper as he sits up there and waits. That's you know, it makes sense, but it's just he feels mean. Plus, what's the chances, man? There's no way Crazy Raccoons comes across this bridge, right?
I mean, we saw this happen yesterday, and it wasn't Furia that was camping, and it wasn't the East Bridge. Instead, it was T1 camping the West Bridge. But after watching or scouting it out, Crazy Raccoon didn't take the West Bridge. Instead, they ate the blue. They came in a little bit slower. They took that East Bridge, and maybe Furia and their coaches saw that and are thinking maybe that they might be able to catch Crazy Raccoon out here. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it, but Crazy Raccoon, for their part, are definitely taking their sweet, sweet time looting up on Sosnovka before making their way across.
Sweet. I mean, but this is the Crazy Raccoon way. They take a little extra time looting in a spot where nobody really cares, and then once they have the kit and they go, all right, I've got at least 2 med packs, I've got at least 4 or 5 boosts, and I've got the ammunition to go crazy on an early fight, then they hard send. And that's what I expect to see now, Crazy Raccoons. They'll come across this bridge, they'll probably gather up, they're expecting a fight on the bridge potentially, and if not, watch them just arrowhead straight towards somewhere like Everest or a prio building south of that, willing to take the fight, because that's what they do. Some teams, you saw Liquid do that. They're more interested in prioing and then like fortifying their loot, if you will. Whereas I think Crazy Raccoons has the opposite style of strategy.
Let's see, we got Falcons in a lovely shade of mint green today. Not the blue that they were yesterday.
Ryan Reynolds is proud.
Gonna have to get used to seeing that one. But they are also taking their time coming in from that northern side. But they've got plenty of room. Nobody even on the north at this point except for Myth, who's kind of hold down in that cube compound. They've got 3 on that compound and then 1 on the other side of the river in Jacob. I don't think anybody anticipating this to cut north. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, we'll see a rotating Gen G off in the distance. They'll take a few shots just to let them know, don't come too close.
I wonder how they feel about losing that dark green to Furia, right? Like, it seems like a small thing, but there's teams that, like, have always been. Oh, what? No, there's somebody who's waiting. Lucarux!
Oh, and Nixie tries to come across and gets taken down. Now Corexi has to come and drive in, try to salvage something here. He will get the seat swap, but Soul is still on his feet. But Gen G does get eliminated in the end. Virtus Pro will lose Lucarux. I'm looking at the map. It does not look like anybody is going to be in a position to capitalize off of this, so Virtus Pro should be able to reset.
Yo, okay, listen. They lost Lucarux, but the passion, precision, and crazy brain space. The push from Beamy, like they were like, in the car, we gotta go.
Oh no!
Where?
Tanvu hits that? Are you insane?
That is bananas.
I mean, he's not gonna get the flush, is he? There's no way.
It's with the Dragunov too, so he's lobbing. Like there's no. This is just like you're just throwing things in the air and hoping you get the drop trajectory right, and it worked. That's crazy.
My goodness. Anybody who's played PUBG knows how far of a shot that is.
And with that gun, right? Like, you're lobbing a BB gun in the air, basically, and just hoping it comes down in the right spot. That was baller. With the 4X. That was a 4X, wasn't it?
With the 4X, yeah. I mean, credit where it's due. I want to say he was just sending shots down range and hoping for the best, and the best just happened to happen. Virtus Pro will get them back on his feet, and they'll go ahead and reset, and they're going to move around now that the new circle has popped, and it is going to center up on top of Everest, but it was still Cool Toffees, and we are not going to take his flowers away from him just for the fact that they are able to reset off of that.
Right? I mean, it happens. I'll never forget the Choco Taco Car 98 shot into the air. They got a kill at some insane distance, and you still get props. Nothing more than a fun kill in PUBG. All right, top of the hill, though. Clories, Gam the Expendables, really was smart. Got up here, took the spot away from Liquid, and have been able to play very comfortably out of there. Now we got the return of Ike's left. Baron, not as accurate from short range as he was from yeah, that's embarrassing to watch what we just saw someone do with the same gun at a much longer distance, you know?
That just goes to show you how tough those shots are to hit in any situation. So we'll see if Clories and the rest of the Expendables boys can defend their high ground here. Kings of the Mountain, and they've got pretty much the whole thing. Looks like Supers have managed to get Rex in on the very far western edge, and then you see Myth hovering around in the periphery. They'll be able to survive for the time being. It looks like they might be posting up there. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, making their way through the fields. They've got to be careful because they've got a full sense split going on around them, and now the addition of Crazy Raccoon coming in from the south side as well.
Did 4AM lost someone coming into this compound because they had this hard crash? 17 was watching from a distance. Wenbo got that flush. They sort of just managed to take someone out of the car as they entered. So 4AM okay now. An unfortunate loss unexpectedly. Kurek's going to come in, gets Luka Rux back. Should be no issue here. That's a committed teammate.
Absolutely.
I like that he faked it. Did you see him try to fake it, then turn around just in case somebody was being a jerk?
Just in case. Well, I mean, it goes to, like, you want to hold on to your smokes as long as you can, I think. And if you can, this feels like it's pretty safe, right? So they'll go ahead and get him back. And they've got a lot of real estate on that south side to play around with right now and wait for the next zone to pop. Fury, meanwhile, trying to find somewhere. You can see them scouting by vehicle on this eastern edge. They found a compound or the building to work in here, but they will most likely have to move again, so they're going to have to keep those tires safe.
And as we talk about VP trying to make their position and get something recovered, we just saw getting a teammate back. Let's hear about their options for movement out of a tough south position.
Okay, be on me on pop, because we need to fucking drive.
But make find a good bet. I don't know if orange. Watch out so you don't flip.
It will be.
You know what? Like
Green pop TP, green pop TP.
Yeah, I think you have to do yellow line. In like this. I mean, Gatka, it's all 17, I think, green, no? Gatka.
No, green is 4. I'm pretty sure green is 4.
Zone in 10, boys.
Guys,
Yeah.
fuck.
I have pickaxe.
Guys, intercom, come. Green is pre-driving, which is good. We should go. Yes, we should go.
I think. Okay, just go. But this fucking, you're gonna die there like dogs.
No.
So it was exactly what we expected to hear. Was there, how do we transition out of this tough spot? We can jump to 17 as they try to do a backfill here and take a location. But what you heard the colors, right? It means each player is independently marking a possible transition spot. Nixie was calling out who was it, what of those color marks. And when green transitioned, they backfilled. It was a really nice play. It was great to hear how they communicate those transitions, those movements, and how each of them is involved in the planning phase. That's something I think we can take away as casual players, even from watching this. Have everyone marking, have everyone connected, and make those calls based on multiple marks.
And they're going to get Luka Rux back eventually, but we'll see if they can stay alive that long, as 4AM is going to find a little bit of trouble here as they make their drop right around T1, but they do find a dip and somehow get everybody onto the ground. After losing Winda early, as you said, they managed to get everybody here, so not a bad E pickup for them here in Circle 3.
Yeah, no one's shooting at the skies. Here we go. What? The crazy raccoons have arrived, and Thadadol finds it out the hard way. It's what we expected. They come in like a spear. They landed on top of the man's car, and now they push over. They go, oh, Belmoth is in this building. Let's get him too.
Belmoth's going to get the opening knock on He's going to get another one onto Anonix as that Groza is singing for him right now. Full sense. They've got 2 off to the north. Flash and Tigger are rushing down here to try to provide some support. The whole thing is being overseen by Virtus Pro. You can see they are now making that push here with that Panzerfaust. They would love to be able to take care of Belmoth before the rest of the team arrives. But you see on the minimap, Tigger and Flash, they are pushing it in.
The cavalry has arrived. Glad's got to make a move. He's going to make a move. He's got to make it now. He's going to get that grenade popped up, tries to throw it in. It bounces out and gets very close. Hurts him. Belmoth is low. Glad's going to try to get a heal up as he jumps inside, but they've showed. Goes for the flush, but the rest have arrived. Tigger jumps out of the BRDM, goes for the peek in the hallway. He knows they're there. He's going to try to get the blue zone to force him out. Saw the counter peek, goes for the pre-spray. Now he's got to figure out, how do I get my players up? How do I survive this? Pio goes down to the blue zone.
And Crazy Raccoon gonna steal the BRDM away. Will hop in and he will go through the blue zone just in time. Glass will get taken down. So Guyon, the last player left alive in full sense. Well, they've got the BRDM and they're having to do a boatload of damage to it as Flash has that bullet hose, but Guyon will go down in the end as full sense again toffees with a BRDM.
Yeah, VP didn't want to overcommit that. I like what they're working with over here with the holes they dug. They had a little bit of trouble.
Correctly.
They picked that really, really nicely. And honestly, the fact that Guyon before he died was like, well, I'm taking your BRDM with me, seemed a little bit cruel, but made sense.
And you see the circle will shift back over towards Everest. Worth noting that Myth also have a BRDM as they are hanging on that western low side of Everest. Virtus Pro Now that the circle has left, they know that they had Full Sense kind of pinned down. Team Liquid also started to kind of make a rotation down in this direction. And you can see just how much vision VP has over everything. They would love to be able to take a shot at that spot that 17 is in. That is looking really juicy.
And I have it on good advisory that Twisted Minds was off their jump. They went to an off location. They were really frustrated by the fact they were contested and by the fact that Liquid was already in that compound. And I wonder how that's going to affect them the rest of the day because this is a team that I really expected game one for them to come out super strong. On the other hand, team that has come out super strong right here, game one, Gam the Expendables. Only one kill, but such a dominating position if they can hold this against the now push from Furia.
Taking that high ground early, but unfortunately they haven't been able to hold off any other comers as Furia has now joined them on that eastern side. You see shots being taken down towards Falcons. It looks like Gustav may have gotten knocked in that rotation process. Meanwhile, Team Liquid trying to find someone to play. It looks like they'll find a ditch. Virtus Pro will take a ditch just a little bit further down the road, or no, they're going to keep on going, Toffees. We'll see where they decide to end up. They could push right into Myth.
They're going to come on up here, try to hit that high ground. The problem is if Myth is waiting, it could be trouble. VP is just sending up the hill. They should be just below Tam the Expendables here. I think we saw a couple of teams. Falcons tried to make this exact same play yesterday and got dismantled up on the top of those rocks, unfortunately. So we'll see how VP handles if they just lock in or if they try to push up as this round advances.
Expendables kind of getting pulled in a couple of different directions here as Jacob will find the nade onto Nixie. Nicely done by him, and you see that BRDM at play once again. Jacob going to be the one that's driving it. He's going to go ahead and flush that kill out, but Furia was pulling out utility. Oh, Luca Rux, though. He's got the Panzerfaust. He'll take down Jacob, but he's going to go down as well. Now, Clory's getting shot in the back by DraftKings. He's got to retreat.
All right, so Fury going to have to fall backwards. Made in Thailand down on the bottom. This is just a spot nobody really wants to play. I really dislike being down here. It feels like you're really overexposed. Baron does manage to get that shot on Luca Rux up on the high ground. Fury decides it's time to go after Tam the Expendables, Poro.
They had utility pulled out, and they were ready to make that push. They pulled down a little bit lower. The grenades are going to fall. They're going to find Tanvu with the first one. Another one will get down Dutchu's very low. He's going to get taken down by Posa as Furia make their way across the top of the mountain.
Posa takes a great move, moves around the right side, looking to try to get that flank. They've got the double knock. They know they have the prio, but there are shots coming from the low ground. They got to stay in the middle, ride the ridge, right down the center. Posa opens fire. Pop, pop, baby. And Jund goes down. Only one player left as they continue to move forward. And Gam, the Expendables, getting dismantled.
Very, very clean work here by Furia as they do not even take a knock, and they are sweeping the rest of this mountaintop looking for that last player from the Expendables. The circle is pulled far west. Hard shifts coming into play late game once again as you see a number of teams starting to scrap here, but the fight for the mountain might be the biggest one as Cloris gets a nice knock on a Corexy to start things off, gets the flush, but Xiao Wu will take him down in the end.
They just weren't prepared for Cloris to fall back so quickly as DNS now will collapse onto that same position where VP was, just below Myth as well. You can see them coming in very, very aggressively. Rex gets the flush on Beamy. Beamy did get a knock on DL, so this fight is going to come out as both these teams looking. This is a good checkpoint to move into the circle. Furia from the high ground, though, can be a real problem as they come up over the top. That shift was rough to move away from Everest after so many teams worked hard to get here.
We'll see what Furia decides to do next from that high ground. They have to leave it at some point. Supers, though, they're taking a lot of damage. They've gotten deal knocked. Now Guman will get knocked by Ike's left as Petrichor Road from the complete opposite side of the circle over by Hospital Hill are finding angles right now, and that's opening a door here for Furia to make a push down. They have been keeping track of the kill feed. They're going to try to see if they can maybe take this spot away from Supers. You've got that one player from Full Sense on the low side in Tigger that's looking up here that could be a wild card factor, though.
Yeah, and he's got nowhere to go. I mean, honestly, it's in his best scenario to sit here and try to get some picks as these fights break out because the rotation inside is almost impossible for a solo player. This shift is absolutely brutal. 4 a.m. is in the middle of it. They're going to be able to watch and laugh as this comes off here on the top of the hill. VP got a bad run because of that push by Clories. It opened the door for Supers to come in and just jam the knife into their back. Furia, though, has to move. They got to come down this ridge, and it's just a really tough push down.
I mean, the best news for Supers right now is that these shots, these knocks that they're taking were from Petrichor, who's so far away that they weren't able to get any flushes. So the reset has been able to come through for the Supers, and now they're going to try to escape before Furia can arrive. So Kraken will get some shots in, gets them low, but does not get the knock on a deal. He's going to spot him out in the open, though, and that's Tigger and Flash will start to strike from the blue zone. Full Sense will come alive in the late game.
That's what Full Sense wanted. They knew they were just here to try to get some points. Flash is going to duck behind the bit of hay bale. He's going to let himself go down. So not only do they steal some points, they deny some as well. That's all Full Sense could really want out of that situation they were placed in. Now we jump over to the Supers. They're back to fighting from the high ground. Furia assaulting them. From the opposite side, 17 assaulting them. Furia taking hits from 17 as well. This three-way fight is brutal.
Massive game to start off the day here from Furia, but they've still got work left to do, and Posa is eating a lot of damage out in that blue zone. It looked like he wanted to see if he could maybe peek something up. I mean, this is basically the only path they had that was out of line of sight, and they're going to end up going down, but not before they collect 5 kills for themselves. And we'll open up the south side here. 17 now looking over towards Supers, as Supers again are able to get at least Human and Rex to the very edge of the circle, but now Falcons has arrived. Another party coming in to take the Supers by surprise.
It's just never ending up here on the edge of the... And that's because everyone thought it was going to go to Everest, so a lot of teams just tucked in around this. Lynx comes out from Shilla as he gets a knock on Cowboy. Gustav takes out Rex, and the Falcons are like, well, what do we do now? We're on the edge here, but there's just no push possible outside of just open field.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good-looking stuff there. And Petrichor Road, for their part, over on that western side, they have been staying on that hospital hill as long as they can, and they have still just been raining ADR down. Falcons still have 4 alive. They've spotted out Kwepa, and he's going to have to go ahead and retreat. Looks like S2G will have to completely leave their compound. Petrichor Road now starting to make moves as well. 4 a.m. playing that ditch as the bullets will fly over their heads.
Now, as we watch Falcons here, I assigned our good friend Nedrick to watch their stream for me and give me some feedback. He said he's impressed with how much Gustav is talking today, way more than he has in the past, even helping a little bit more with making calls in this really tough situation. So the fact that Gustav is getting even more comfortable with the Falcons, I think speaks volumes to their potential. Alo with the double nade, baby!
Beautiful grenade from Alo will open up a door here for S2G, or for Team Liquid rather, to push across the road into S2G. You see the smoke wall has been laid down. They need to have that wall as 17 is staring daggers over in this direction, but Team Liquid have to make moves. Cowboy getting knocked low. Baron has a great angle, and he will get the trailing man as Alo and Luke 12 try to make the rush in, but Little Ghost is right on time.
Nice little move from Baron here as he gets that flush from Alo. S2G had to hold tight. The nade was strong, but the defense was stronger as Luke 12 tries to get some salvage. The last man standing, Baron knows it. Nades, push, anger, rage. This is what S2G brings to it, and they still got to be dodging Lil Ghost lead.
What a hold from S2G. They're able to get everybody back on their feet after that initial double knock, and Team Liquid will go down in the end as S2G turns their attention over towards 17, who is pushing aggressively here. Little Ghost will lead things off with the Panzerfaust, gets the knock on Alaza, and now the rest of 17 will try to make that push as Petrichor Road is trying to dispatch with 4 a.m. and T1 at the same time.
All these teams trying to use everyone else's fights as distractions. 17 backfilling on the Liquid. S2G was very, very smart. Meanwhile, T1 is eliminated. A bunch of those kills taken away by the Falcons. I think Falcons ultimately got the knock, and Gustav got 2 of them. So very, very nice from their position. Myth locked in just below him as you see that fight still going. Wenbo getting that Molotov off. S2G has rezzed so many times they can't really take more knocks.
This is insane. The grenades from Wemwa just not falling where they need to. This one shack keeping S2G in this game as you see the utility just falling around, and now he's got nothing left. Well, he's got 1 left, but he's getting called back here by Xiao Wu because I think Supers might be looking over in that direction, and S2G gets to reset once again, Toffees.
S2G survives because 17 says the soup is hot. We got to turn around. We got to face them. So S2G will chase 17 back away. Meanwhile, Falcons can be able to backstab Soup essentially as they go for the fight. Shilla gets the knock on Wenbo and says, that's what you get for fighting us. Soup is eliminated. 17 knocks them down, and everyone gets a chance to breathe and reset. Let's check in with the Falcons, though, as they're watching this push. S2G trying to finish 17, and Falcons in a really good spot.
Careful.
I'm nading the cars.
The guy got flushed on the car. I don't think he's there.
It could be the BRDM guy, by the way.
Yo, careful, green hole. There's a fucking huge hole. Let's go back, Trim. Let's just pull up.
No, we can just run it down.
I can bait the car. Green exact.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't know if he's there, but there's holes. And he's in a hole, 100%. Grab this fucking car, guys. The Dossie. We need cover here. Okay.
Okay, let's kill this guy in green now. Can we wingman? Can someone get in the group with me? I'm gonna
Do we have
people on orange track?
Okay, nice.
We're not going to kill him. We're just driving into the zone. Listen to me. Get in the cars, boys. Double wingman. We're driving into the smokes. We have a pickaxe. Get in.
Okay.
I'm getting him a kick.
17 is peeking us,
or smokes.
He has a nade hole on blue.
There's a guy at the broken shack on orange, right? Just get out and fucking...
He's running above us on orange. He's peeking orange, guys. I'm smoking our side again.
Can we get nades down or start digging? I'm just digging.
I'm digging down.
Myth is gonna peek us soon, guys. We need to be fucking fighting here.
Someone peek, but I'm digging. We don't have...
Trying to get rid of that last player from Myth, Kiss. They know exactly where he is, but that's a good grenade. Oh, he's going to get away, but Kiss will find the spray and get the knock on a Shrimsy. Ike's left is going to get the knock on a kickstart, and another grenade from Kiss will take down Gustav. Everything's falling apart here for Falcons at the end, but Kiss has been taken down by Xiao Wu. They might have an opportunity to reset.
Oh, 17 just went down too. That actually means they may get the full reset. They were 3 thick behind that car, but no one else is in range to truly get them unless Petrichor can sneak a quick bullet past their defenses. Meanwhile, S2G is mining as quickly as they can. The car blows up. That was the defense they were using. They've got to pick which one matters more to you. Who do you try to save, boys? You got to get them up.
Gonna go for the res immediately while the smokes get recycled. So good work there on the part of Falcons, but they've got to get to work quickly. S2G, they have just managed to survive, and now Petrichor Road is putting their full attention over towards them as Ike's left continues his reign of terror from day one. He's almost up to 700 damage after getting another knock on Aquepa.
Right? I love this Ike's left's reign of terror. Robespierre, beware, because this man knows how to take down an opponent. Ike's left gonna go ahead and duck here to the left side. He jumps around the tree. Ming Ming does get Shilla, who was assaulting Ike's left. Defend the captain, they yell, as Laza says, I'm good. I've got a tree. That's all I need. Tree in a ditch.
Gets Shilla. Got Shilla before he was able to stick the res on Akepa too, so now Laza all by himself. But we saw what he is capable of doing from these holes on the side of trees. Like, he's still very active, looking down range over towards Falcons, who were able to fully reset. But you see the line that Petrichor Road has. Chewy, though, has been knocked, and it looks like he is going to go down, and that will go over to S2G. As Falcons, you got to wonder, how much utility do they have left in the bag?
Not much, but they're back to 4. They have a box that's not been looted yet, so there's got to be some tier 3 replacements sitting in there waiting for them, and they have a decent spot. Petrichor had to re-rotate, right, so they only have one person now covering the Falcons' approach vector as they can get underground. Ice Left does get another knock on Laza, so the hole was not deep enough as Ice Left got to the high ground. Look at that spray. Nope, no transition to the right for you.
Oh, the trade, though, from Gustav as Tig will go down, but that is a big trade, and now more shots being taken. Falcons taking over territory here in game number 1. They got him pinned behind trees, behind crates, and another shot from Gustav as the Dane is going nuclear in game number 1.
Oh, EMEA meets Americas, and it's so beautiful as they make a nice little play. 4 strong, 1 left on Petrichor. Ming Ming is not going to go down without a fight as he's moved to the box and is kitted up, but here comes the entire Falcon squadron looking to come to roost. Grenade bounces past, but at this point, it's just saving as Falcons has so much advantage.
Just a little bit undercooked there. And but they've got him absolutely pinned down. Ike's left back on his feet. We'll see if Falcons can get another grenade right on time. It looks like Petrichor Road has a couple of turn in return. Ming Ming, though, he's going to get knocked on Ike's left, and that's going to be Falcons making the run. They don't even need to. They get the win with 5 kills here in match number 1.
Nice play, great start. Falcon steps up and dominates. From watching the stream, Gustav looks proud, and the reason for that is he spoke up. He made a call. He put his team that he just joined on the edge of that hill, and it was the right spot, the right play, and walks away with the way you want it to end. A chicken dinner for the birds on game number 1. James, can't be better than that.
What a win. What an explosive start here to the winner's stage. And I was convinced that this was going to be a Petrichor Road win. And then all of a sudden, Falcon somehow weathers the storm over on this east side. And Gustav gives us a little demonstration of his maneuvers towards the end of that win as well there. As we also bring Blank on in after watching this win go down. Blank, what do you make of it? Falcons, what a victory.
Yeah, it was a crazy win, honestly. And I mean, Bendy Gustav over there was looking very good. And he certainly gave Petrichor Road the bends because they did not know how to come up for air in that final moment. I was very, very impressed. I liked the way Falcons played it out. They picked a really good spot of Everest to play where they could kind of isolate a lot of those fights. They realized it was going to be a really tough game for them. So they just slow it down. Honestly, though, I don't think they had the rights to that game. It just comes off the back of some bad peaks coming through from Petrichor Road, followed up by some very good aim from Gustav.
Yeah, as soon as that circle shifted to the west and Petrichor Road is basically the only team in with S2G on the south side there, Poro, I thought that it was just done and Falcons wouldn't have any sniff at it whatsoever, but their transitions were good. They managed to survive the KISS situation of all things and then keep going. I'm very impressed.
I'm actually kind of shocked that they managed to survive the KISS situation. If I'm Petrichor Road and I see Falcons down to one player, I'm not pushing south to go take down S2G. I'm pushing over there to take down Falcons, but I don't think that Petrichor Road had vehicles there at the end, so there was no real way for them to make that push over. So they pretty much had to do the only thing that was available to them, and that was going to be S2G, who, in fairness to them, had a really good game. I mean, surviving so long there on that southern side.
Well, and
15 points, Toughies.
I think that's the key. That's the key. All right. The reason that Falcons won was because of 17. S2G had a prio good position. That initial, it was sort of the stab by Liquid and the follow by 17 put S2G on multiple knocks per person. Absolutely no utility remaining, and they had to dig in. The fact that they were ticks in the middle of the field who couldn't do anything and risk peeking meant Petrichor couldn't run across, and Falcons was able to get reses after dealing with KISS. Petrichor had to deal with S2G because, like you said, no cars, no cross. You can't do anything to the Falcons.
Yes.
So S2G's survival ability to act like these roaches that could not be stopped and kept coming back meant Petrichor had to invest everything they had to get them out before even thinking about the Falcons.
Yeah, I think we're all actually collectively hitting the nail on the head, because when we were watching that game go down, of course, one of the most important things for Petrichor Road there, as we take a look at the numbers coming in, is the fact that they went for that E pickup Blank. And doing that, going into those locations, yeah, you're going to have no vehicles. So it's kind of like the knock-on effects of a PUBG game as a whole.
Yeah, it was honestly a very good E-pickup, though. I think they obviously done their research. They understood that that left side of the map was totally open. You see that 611 damage coming through from Gustav, just absolutely game towards the end of this game. But they hit up Hospital and then slowly worked their way over towards that eastern side. But it was a good leapfrog. It was a really, really nice leapfrog usage of the E-pickup to get into a better position, because without that, Petrichor goes down way, way earlier in that match.
Yeah, definitely 5 from Gustav here. Do you feel like this edition is going to be able to breathe new life into Falcons, Toffees? Obviously, they are a team that was always aiming to become basically world champion, right? That is what they want. Do you think that this is the roster to do it down the line? What do you think?
Yeah, okay, so first off, a praise for Gustav is not a dock for Hman, right? I think both of them were very strong on this team. Gustav is a breath of fresh air. He brings, and this is, I think, important, an EMEA style of play to this America's team that has been struggling with how to deal with that at these international events, right? So he kind of bridges this gap and brings a new perspective. He's not the caller, for those of you in chat. Kickstart is our IGL, but he helps with the end game, and that was an example of where he steps up. Now, the man of the match, as much as we love Gustav and what he did, comes to Xiao Wu.
Damn.
This guy got 8 kills and 730 damage because they were forced to fight nonstop. These were hungry lads who tried to third party multiple times, who went for S2G, who backstabbed Liquid, who turned around and came after KISS and his friends. Like, these guys were not afraid to take fights, which is not how I'm used to seeing 17, if I'm being completely honest. I expect to see them lying in a house somewhere catching circles, not throwing grenades and catching them and tossing them back.
You feel very passionate about this, I can tell.
I like when 17 plays good.
I appreciate that. That's great. What's also interesting is
Welcome
the
to the
fact that
Americas.
we got so many circles towards these Everest locations on our Erangel so far here, Poro, and it's definitely creating some problems, right? I mean, over on the west side of the Everest here, it's very open, so it's not exactly the easiest spot to be playing.
And you saw, I mean, just the amount of problems that hard west shift caused. I think it was C3 or C4 that kind of set up Petrichor really nicely because they were able to just kind of hang out on that hospital hill and just farm. I mean, they were looking at everybody. I think they kind of they dispatched with 4AM, they dispatched with T1, and Xiao Wu on the south side dispatched of everybody else until he eventually went down. But yeah, I mean, you saw the fight coming down from Everest. I mean, this is one of the few game ones that I think I've seen where every single team got at least one kill. Like nobody ended up with 0 points. Even Twisted Minds, who had a very regrettable early game, still got that first kill onto T1. So.
Yeah, that was I was reading that very differently. And then realizing that they're playing so far away from the Povka, they just couldn't stretch it. You know, that would be normally their
you set me up. It's fine.
I know, I did you a bit dirty there. But anyway, we are gonna go and have a little bit of a Gustav interview here as Falcons win the first game of the day.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Falcons. Gustav, congrats. Maybe today is a different day for you. Well, you guys managed to get the rest of the team up and you took that last fight with Pero. It seems like you guys are having like a pretty calm communication. So can you tell us what the talks were like?
I don't know if it was calm. We were actually completely lost in the end game there. We were like 4 guys in the smoke resing. We got out of the smoke. We had no clue what was around us. So nothing was calm. We were all lost.
Yeah, and we need a little bit more detail about the dance that you did. It seems like you were kind of gonna do it and then you went full on board. You gotta explain.
It was that dance is too cooked. It's because I lost in media earlier to Tick. We did some media and he told me I had to do that dance. We won a game, and of course we win the first game. It's over.
Yeah, maybe more dancing from Gustav is gonna get a trophy for you. All right, thank you for that, and wave with me.
All right, bye, Gustav. I can't make any jokes about his brain being low sense anymore, apparently, after he's able to carry like that. That's ridiculous stuff. And again, every time I make jokes about Gustav, he just turns around and goes to me, Klaus is a really nice guy. And I'm like, God damn it, please, just roast me back, please. But he will be the 5 going his way. Team Liquid as well. Being able to weather anything that Twisted Minds threw at them in the early game here, Poro, and as I say, like for Twisted Minds, we got the information as well. Obviously, they were very unhappy in comms with their situation. It's just a very uncomfortable spot for them to have been in, and for Team Liquid to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see it, but it happens to every team, and it happens all the time. So it's not really a question of like, does it happen? It's how do you rebound from it? How do you reset, shake it off, don't get tilted, go into game 2 knowing that you're okay at this point. We're basically playing a best of 4. Like, we've got to do something. So it'll be interesting to see what they come out with in the next game, if they decide to play a little bit more aggressively, or hopefully at least they'll be able to get their normal drop spot and not have to kind of make ends meet, rather.
What was the stipulation for Blank eating his sock yesterday? Does anyone recall? What was that?
Blank?
Well, you know, if 2 of them made through, I didn't have to do it, obviously. Why 2 of them got through?
So you are sock eating later.
We're moving the goalposts here a little bit, I feel like.
I was trying to remember it, and
if we get some marinara sauce and I can shred the sock, then absolutely fine, I'll go for it. Yeah.
Why marinara? There's so
Hey,
many better things you could dip it in.
Like, if you send me your address right now, I will DoorDash marinara to you. So that you have a nice fresh marinara. You just have to shred a sock.
All right, gotcha.
Yep, sock spaghetti. Let's do it.
Nice.
This is awful. I hate all of this.
All right. You know what wasn't awful? I just want to say this real quick because we saw that Cowboy comparison at the end of that game. Liquid had 5 kills and almost as much total damage as the Falcons, who won after losing Kurt at the opening of the game. They did that with 3 off the back of sort of Cowboy and Alo coming in very aggressively and leading that charge. So to me, that was one of my bigger takeaway from that game, is that Liquid, who last year kept us shaking our heads and frustrated, without their leader alive and losing their prio spot, still came out and put up a really strong salvage game, because they were salvaging from minute 6, I think it was, and still managed to put up a good, strong start.
Multiple teams salvaging, right, as well. I think Blank, when we checked in with Virtus Pro down on the south side, that was even just the first words out of Nixie's mouth felt so much more dejected than the usual energy he's bringing, right? So even just losing 1 in this lobby early, even though they got him up later on, you know, it really does hinder their opportunities in this winner stage.
For sure. And I mean, I feel for the boys there as well, because I mean, all yesterday up until those final matches, they were chasing circles the entire time, and lo and behold, behold, you get to the first match of the day, you're doing the exact same thing again. Surprisingly, they were able to get towards Radio Tower, which I didn't think they were going to be able to grab at all, but no one was playing there, and the circle moves again. And at that point, you just know it's over for them. So I just felt bad for Virtus Pro, honestly. Again, there's not much you could do about that game, but it doesn't bode well when you come into the match and you're sounding a little bit dejected, like you say. I hope they can pick themselves back up again.
Toughies, have you eaten the bottom part of your trousers? What's going on over there?
No, the audience needed to see something for a discussion they were having, and I think it was important to show. We're all business.
Right.
Our broadcast is the equivalent of a mullet, right? We're business on top and comfort on the bottom, which I think was how that game went. That top of Everest was business for all of these teams that entire match, and I think that's what it came down to. When that shift moved away, it became an absolute party on the bottom. Down in the valley, it was chaos, it was unrelenting, and it was battlefield. And I look forward to seeing if that carries over to the Dusty Dunes.
Yeah, definitely some attempts at salvage, multiple areas. Of course, Myth as well. Kiss, you don't... Of any solos you want to be around, it's not someone like him, and it almost put the boots into Team Falcons. But anyway, gentlemen, Poro, Toffees, you go and have a nice little break, as we will get things done here on the Dusty Dunes. It's going to be me and Blank here to bring you game number 2 of the winner's stage, and so far, America's looking good at the top here, Blank.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the boys they're absolutely correct, but Alo as well as Cowboy, incredible numbers they were putting up even just through the group stage yesterday. And I think that they're bouncing off one another very well. I mean, Purdy Curdy, a huge amount of experience in the game. It's a recipe for success at the moment. And if they can continue to keep it going, I think the confidence is absolutely there right now as well. Super useful, especially coming to the winner stage. This is your best chance to get in over towards those final 2 days. And if you can get it done right now, it does take a lot of the pressure off.
Well, if we had our EU observers for this one, I guarantee you they'd be zooming straight in on the islands for a playing path like this. And then no doubt El Diablo afterwards, you know what I mean? Like, they're cheeky boys. They like to do those kinds of things. Unfortunately, we do not, as we are have the Korean observers over in South Korea for this one. And I don't think they'll be showing us any El Diablo. I don't think they know about El Diablo, Blank.
No, El Diablo came up on the screen yesterday when they were wrestling, and they looked away from it. It upset me.
No.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
It was like it didn't even matter to them.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so up towards the northeast side of the map-ish, okay? I mean, for Falcons, I think they played that last game very well. I mean, for them, getting out of that smoke, 3 players down, that is rough. But managing to work from there is crazy. Yeah. I mean, that's nixy, though.
75 damage. Yes.
I mean, that's nixy for you. It's nixy for you.
Yeah. I'm terrified and a little bit scared. We're seeing some big long-range shots coming in throughout our first 2 games, apparently. He's lying down for more stability for a shot. I'm not sure what he's up to there. We'll see. Maybe hiding away as well, realizing that maybe there are some threats a little bit closer than he would like them to be. Obviously, Los Leones, their normal drop spot, and technically Full Sense just dropping alongside them. Meanwhile, Furia on the north side of this circle. It's a good circle for them, right? And for Americas in general, a game like that previous one, it's, as Poro said, with like every single team getting at least 1 kill, it's very rare you're going to get a really big pop-off game from any particular team as we take a look back and see how that all unfolded, right? With it being such open terrain and the teams coming in from the directions that they are doing, it's just going to be a lot of damage here, there, and everywhere. And it's very difficult to account for some of the angles that you're going to have to try and traverse past or thread the needle past and then take some damage yourself. So yeah, that's why it was kind of in inverted commas, smaller game for people. I used to say Sandhawk numbers, Blank, because that's what it kind of looked like.
Oh, don't talk to me about Sandhawk. So sad.
I don't know why you like it so much. You're crazy.
I really do like that off. I don't know why. But yeah, I think that for Falcons here, you're right. It was never going to be a massive game, but I think they set themselves up very nicely to at least attempt for that chicken dinner. I think the position they took was great. Obviously, you don't want to run into this situation too much, but versus Kiss. But they managed to reassemble themselves. Same cannot be said for Petrichor Road, though, and I don't know how you feel about this, but I sort of felt like they left Chewy to the wayside. I think there was an opportunity during the midst of that to get the res off, but Ike's left instead just was holding that angle on the high ground, which I somewhat understand. You don't want Falcons getting a free and easy push out, but if they were a 4, maybe that fight's a lot easier, where when they lost Ike's left, they still had another angle in Chewy, so it wasn't down to just 2 players behind the loot.
Maybe. I think as soon as Falcons had gotten into the later circles, and then that next circle after the hard shift west was a bit more neutral of a circle, I think Falcons had better area to be able to play it from, right? Better off angles and stuff like that. Let's focus on what we got here, though. Full Sense obviously being caught off by one there from Virtus.pro. They were keeping an eye on them for a long time, and now more and more Panzerfaust coming in against Falcons, the previous winners of the last game. Oftentimes we get a first to 16th scenario here in PUBG Esports, though, so hopefully for Falcons it doesn't work out that way. As Hacienda del Patron, it's one of the most common spots of all time for people to actually have to take some of these early engagements in when it comes to Miramar. So let's see who's most practiced on it.
Yeah, it's the place that you tend to avoid in the pugs, but here, gotta make your way through it. 400 men actually just opting to move out HS, along with the rest of the team just gonna dip. I mean, they can get further towards the north side, further towards the center of the circle. I think that's a totally respectable move, because everyone knows that if you get hunkered down in Hacienda, you start getting players on the rooftops, you're here for a while. And I think for 4AM, what matters more to them right now is maneuverability.
I 100% agree. You can get bogged down in this fight for way too long, and what's the point? If you feel like you're going to take casualties as well, technically, yeah, you've got res stations kind of close, but anyway, man of the match of the previous one, of course, Zhao Wu, an international legend, multiple times second places in world championships, PGS titles abound. Not too much of a surprise that he was able to put 8 on the board, 730 damage. Always great to see. Because 17 Gaming is no secret, right? They went through many changes, be it losing Xiao Bei, be it losing Shu, be it losing 770 as well. Like, very different reality that they're facing here in 2026. But they've rolled with the punches, right? I mean, as much as we got Tian Tian, and I really wish we did, that would make a world of difference, maybe. But it's going to be an interesting campaign here for 17.
Yeah, Tian Tian on the mountain at the moment, you know, doing his meditation. It is odd. And I don't.
What if he comes back and he just frags out at EWC?
And he's
just
bald.
Insane. I have seen the ways. I'm like, whoa, he's mystical now.
Got 4 arms. Yeah, it'd be unreal. But yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I think I'm on board with you that is a reason, but I don't know if it's the real one. You would love to have him here. This is great practice. This is such a stacked lobby. It's well worth getting the reps in here. So we don't know, but I think 17 Gaming would be doing a whole lot more.
You can go further than that from like just saying internationals are the best practice for internationals. Internationals are the best practice for regionals as well. You go back after playing the 3 weeks worth of this, you go back to your regionals, for example, and the teams that have played at internationals dunk on the lobbies. They dominate the lobbies in comparison, right, relatively speaking. So there's no better practice than these lobbies. No better at all for this tournament, for future tournaments.
Yeah, and with that, we can wrap a little tidy bow on that one and, you know, slap Tian Tian on the wrist. For SCG, though, it has been a really good journey for them. I'm actually really pleased because it was a sorry sight in their regionals, but here looks a whole lot better, and it's a crazy thing to step up the performance going into PGS, but some good shots from I26 from Petrichor Road here. They have managed to get themselves all the way towards that northern side of the map, just towards the southwest of Cruz de Valle. Not a bad position to play, and they do have a lot of options going forward off the back of this one. Falcons, actually with 4AM moving up towards that northeast side, are forced to pretty much just sit on the outskirts of Hacienda. But they're pretty much waiting for this next circle shift. Could change a lot, but there's a massive amount of high ground in this area of the map. There's likely going to be 1 or 2 teams that are going to be very favored, Zone 2.
Yeah, Circle 1, once you've committed to your spots, what do you do other than wait for the circle and then pre-drive just like 10 seconds before maybe actually popping and stuff like that? As we take a look at the experts' picks for this one, a lot favoring towards Petrichor Road, who admittedly, you know, had a really good shot of winning the previous one. So maybe you're 1 game too late. We'll see. We'll see, experts, pundits, for this one. And also 17 Gaming. I wonder how many of our experts are from the China region. with Petrogorod and 17 being number 1 and 2?
You'd probably say 39%.
Actually, yes, I'm going to go with that. No. Here on the EM broadcast, we do not discriminate, and as such, you know, I love watching all of the teams from all of the regions play out. That's why I get to watch all of the regionals in between these internationals, right? Like the fact that you get to watch as all of these little metas develop. And what was really interesting when you were watching them, Blank, was seeing how everyone incorporated the pickaxe as well as the terrain manipulation, because some regions were slow and it was very weird to watch.
Yeah, because it's new, right? It's a very big change of pace where suddenly unplayable areas become very playable areas. So it is weird. I think you quickly have to catch up with the meta as soon as one team starts doing it, though, because then there is a little bit unbeatable, which happened a lot of in our regions. Yeah, it is game changing. I do think that Crazy Raccoons are also game changing for many teams inside this lobby, and game changing not in the greatest way. These guys have been doing a lot of crashing, pretty much no regard for their own safety. I am a little salty because they pretty much crashed Na'Vi 3 times in a row over the first 3 matches they had yesterday, which I don't know, might have changed things, but arguably Na'Vi lost every single fight handedly, so you got to just give the thumbs up to Crazy Raccoons and be like, you guys are definitely crazy.
That's true. I mean, who was it? Toffees or Poro yesterday calling them basically the ultimate pub team. And it makes a lot of sense because they really are. For a long time, as we get the circle shift, it goes completely center for this one. Like when it comes to Pio and his teams prior, ever since he was like left Gen G and stuff like that, as quick as it goes down, it was just Pio and friends. That's what it was. Pio wants to play. He wants to play with his friends, and that's how it all worked out. Now, I guess things got a little bit more serious. Bringing Inonix on, of all people, an absolute legend of the game as well. And for Team Liquid, they also start things off with a kill on S2G. So, I mean, S2G, again, has really impressed me here, Blank.
Yeah, I think the thing is that I don't mind that they lose a player there as much as I would in the past, because it does feel like they're playing for a position. They're playing for a space in the map these days. In the past, it kind of looked like S2G was just floating on the edge a lot of times. So I think this is...
losing people.
Yeah, this bodes well. This does bode well, even if it's like you started the game off as 3. But then again, Team Liquid, that they started the game off as 3 last time, still were able to get a pretty good result off the back of it. Falcons, though, looking to commit another good game to the old Bucks here. And they have a great spot to do it from. You know, this actually might be a good old back-to-back, and we might get a lovely little, dance from Gustav again, as it was so delicately put by Bella.
I'll have to message him and see if we can get a different dance. See how far we can really take it. But at the same time, I mean, the thing is about these best of 5s where it's just this and then top 8 will move through. It used to be the case that we would be saying initially, hey, well, probably a win is just going to get you through, right? And I think that's actually not necessarily the case, and even the players kind of feel that way, where, like, if you think about Falcons, right? Okay, yeah, you got to win, but it's not really a big win. And if for some reason you just bow out in every single next one of these games, you're probably not going through. Like, it gets really, really tricky in a lobby like this. So, yeah, definitely a little bit more required, even though it is top 8. And now everybody's taking up Hacienda Del Patron. Okay, we got 17. We got the Expendables coming on in and sharing the load.
Okay, I mean, the old BRDM makes an appearance as well, which is being peppered right now, and fair enough. You don't want that thing lingering around. I think Falcons are actually taking shots down this way too. Team Liquid looking over towards Crazy Raccoons. You do not want them being in your purview. Get them out of the way as soon as possible. Pio's already up close to the wall. It has gone back and forth here between 17 as well as the GAM, the Expendables. 2 down on both sides. You got Clories. Needs to be picked up, but I think it's a Kuma down as well.
You got to be very careful about taking these roofs, especially when it's more of a focus as Hacienda Del Patron. You could have taken those roofs when it was the 4AM versus Falcons fight, but doing that now, there's going to be other teams around you looking this way, like Falcons, of course, as you were mentioning just before. So for Jund, of course, here for the Expendables, coming on in. Big shoes to fill here on what is technically the majority of a World Championship roster. And can they get rid of 17? They've done all right so far with 1 down.
I think 17 is extremely worried, and they should be. There is a lot of angles looking over towards here, and it wasn't as quite as efficient they wanted to. They tried to get Akuma into the building to create a little bit of a foothold, but the GAM, the Expendables, they just weren't having it at all. Instantly took him down, and for 17 now, you're in this weird predicament on the edge.
Yeah, we got S2G's comms. Let's listen in whilst this circle shift does go down and see if they want to make any moves.
Gelin beyler sarı yapalım. Yeşil line yani.
Yanımız çıkarsa gelelim acele olabilir.
Bakacağım. Hala içeride çıkmıyor.
This looks dangerous.
Gördün mü? Okey. Ölme ihtimalim çok yüksek.
Biraz 2. Tamam. Sarı markıma araba girdiğini gördüm beyler.
Devam edin, ben öyle geleceğim.
Çukura dur da kit bas. Burada ufak kafa geldi. Bir numaram dolu.
Kırmızıdan pik yok
ha. Resetlenin.
Beyler arkaya girsene, gelin buraya. Dön.
Gel evet dön. Hangara dön.
Doğru, devam et.
Dolu mu? Tamam. Burada takım var.
Semih abi ben de gelsene.
Geleceğim ölmezsem eğer.
Sağın arkadaşıyla sorun tek.
Burası dolu B'ye gel. Tamam ayrıldık. Tamam.
Well, that was a very clear, very much all or nothing attempt there by S2G as we checked in with them. Also, Petrograd Road got taken out whilst that was going on. Now we have Nixie here taking down Scappy as they were going for an emergency pickup was made in Thailand as from water treatment and the sawn off, but it will be Baron coming in here to get that trade against Nixie, shut him down as well. The rest of Virtus Pro a little bit disconnected from that fight.
Yeah, this is a bit all over the place right now. I mean, Virtus Pro, that was a good chance for them. Need to move over as quick as possible to help Nixie potentially, but they're also looking for a position to play. Man, I mean, it almost had the second on the sawn-off as well. He was playing out of his mind, was Nixie just there. The rest of VP just don't want anything to do. I think it was DN Supers that took down Petrograd Road, by the way.
Deal and the boys, yeah.
Pretty a ridiculously fast cleanup as well over on this eastern side. So very well played to them. Again, DN Supers have been fairly impressive so far overall. I mean, they've gone on the radar under teams which have had like some bigger games or more consistent games like Full Sense, but they have always been playing like quite well, even through the group stages yesterday.
Definitely. I assume, looking at the DN Super's position, that they were probably just coming across those fields and blasting them out of control. But at the same time, Posa here, double against ALO as well as Luke 12. Gustav takes perfect courtesy, so there's only one left there for Team Liquid to be able to make something happen. As they went for a bit of a mad dash, leaving Cowboy all the way back at the garage by the looks of things, who is completely away from the rest of them. Yep, okay, so Cowboy, it's up to you for some salvage points here, mate. What can you get done for Team Liquid? Because now technically you've fallen out of top 8 for the moment. But again, early days here on day number 2.
Gorgeous little nade out the front door there from Posa as well. Yeah, really well played. Hard to time those as well, honestly. A lot of teams going a little bit stuttery, but take the bit easy there for Posa. So nicely done. Virtus Pro, though, they move a little bit further in. They're going to just have to leave Nixie behind. We get our next circle shift. Where's it heading? Over towards the northwest side. And Falcons are living life to the maximum right now. Up on the hillside, too, with a gorgeous compound. It might be a back-to-back. They might just qualify off the back of 2 games. Oh, Flash.
They may. Crazy Raccoons is also once again going crazy, trying to make a little bit of a send through against some of these teams, trying to thread the needle, but it's not going to be helping at all if Panzerfaust as well as these barrels are looking your way. Now trying to find another angle of approach. You're totally right. And what I was saying, a win's not enough in some of these 5-game series here for Falcons, but with a compound like that, even if they don't get a win, I think they should be able to get enough kills from this kind of spot to confirm them in top 8.
Yeah, the wild off the back of 2 matches, but Shrimsy already finding Calmo. Doesn't quite get the flush, though. This does put Fury in a bit of an awkward position, trying to get out to actually assist him. They're going to have to invest a lot of smokes there.
Yeah, it gets scary because like you can actually hit long-range panzers on those kind of buildings as well and hit them basically through into the window or against the wall and shut them down. So they've got to be very careful of Fury.
Hello, 4am. Just staring off into the distance. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, from this position, Falcons just have they've got the observatory position, right? They're swinging the telescope. They're looking for players. Especially when you confirm a lot of kills off the back of this. It's not necessarily a win, like you say. I mean, this could easily drop down towards back Hacienda, even though towards the fields, which is going to be awkward, but still keep them in a long while.
Okay, so Deal was able to do a lot, and actually they rocked up on one of the locations, but the backup on this split from shots is absolutely spectacular. I'm really glad we got this replay, because, of course, we would miss this during the S2G fight, but the lines of sight they had across multiple compounds there from DN Supers, super well executed.
Oh man, I think he hit like 5 headshots in the midst of all of that. It's crazy. Barely got into the front door before they fell down asleep, kind of like a drunkard getting home at 2 a.m. You got Gen G now, sending some nades on the top. It would have been a decent airburst, just cooked a little bit longer.
Yeah, just to get that exactly right.
My Salute gets it.
He is a former world champion, so you know it's pretty good at the video game. Ooh.
No kiss.
Salute, gamer.
Happy coming back in. Kiss
Can't
looking
all
to
be
hold
on
out.
Kiss though. They can't all be on Kiss.
Every time it does feel like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's been moments. Admittedly, Jacob had some great plays as well. He had even some like very good highlights throughout the group stage, so we really can't take too much away. There's moments where Myth looks phenomenal across the entire roster, and then there's some times where they're just kind of bleeding out. And these first 2 games do feel like a bit of a slow bleed out. We get the shift now. Hacienda, Del Patron, still very much a fixture, but so is the Falcons compound, as now all of these teams are going to try and exist underneath some of these compounds, in some of these dips, to try and make headway.
Yeah, at least we do move away from the fields, which I think most teams probably actually happy about. DN Super's made a quick switch out over towards the western side, then leapfrogged a little bit further in. They saw 4 AM coming in from that north side, so we'll keep an eye on them for the time being. Crazy Raccoon's going to send over towards a small shack towards the center, but I believe Falcons have found them. D does get the nade through the window over towards Kiss, and it's done and dusted.
Yeah, that was really good by D, because the thing is that there's a reason those buildings are called unpushables. And to be able to get rid of them with just util and then get moving, because the blue is going to be on their backs, and they know that they need to get rid of this as fast as possible. So pushing up, it being unpushable, yeah, maybe you get knocked here or there, but getting rid of with the utility is the optimum scenario.
And Verse Pro being their next contenders, it's not actually terrible because they are down a player at the moment. So for Verse Pro, a little bit maybe of an easier push here for Gen G, but looks like they're going to ride the road over towards that western side, potentially try and perch themselves around the small rolling hills in that area. You got 17 a little bit further ahead of them too. Falcons pretty much just want to keep an eye on down towards San Martin, right? That's kind of where you want to look over towards. Lazar finding Fanadol from Full Sense, drops a little nade out the window. It'll be hard to get out.
I think Lazar as a whole for S2G, they've not really got much from this game, but he has been hungry, right, to be able to get back in. Of course, towards the end of PEC, did swap out from CC and X to Lazar to be able to make it work, and maybe that's exactly what they need. Jeez Louise, hits some shots against Belmoth. And does he get a little bit more? Gets the heal off, waiting for maybe that push on around there. He's actually very exposed. He could get another one here. Could Lazar? Is he going to be able to take it? He lies down just slightly out of his line of sight there. Oh, and does get shut away. Claw is on the other side of things with the mortar against DN Supers. Lazar made a good meal of that, man, but it was all for naught in the end.
Yeah, no, there's just a couple more shots to hit, but to be honest, under the pressure that he was in, that's actually a very, very good play from him. Sort of ruins the day for Full Sense there. Maybe push their way out towards that eastern edge. They still have to deal with Twisted Minds, who honestly we don't really talk too much about during this tournament so far. They are playing over towards this western side. They had a nice turn up over towards the ending of the group stages. Now I want to see a little bit more from these guys.
Well, they got themselves a kill. You kind of willed it into existence, that one there just then. But yeah, coming in from San Martin, right, the focus point has definitely not been on San Martin this game. So they've got some transitions they're going to need to think about. They've got vehicles on board as well, as they were just kind of holding this position. If blank, they find themselves transitions into this later circle, they can be assured that there will be nobody on their western side. So that's a little bit of a stronger defensive mentality they could have, but the circle shifts away from them. I won't be surprised if they try to go towards Crazy Raccoon and maybe exist underneath Falcons, but they've definitely got a bit of a rougher time ahead of them.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how they're going to go about this, honestly. I mean, Falcons have spotted them already as well, which is super unideal. Twisted Mind is going to have to figure out what their next maneuver is. If they knew that Crazy Raccoons were down to 2 and they were in this spot, likely they would want to try and go for this one, but they just don't have the information, right? That's the big problem for them right now.
So they may. They may because of the match log, right? And also, like, when the knocks happened near them, they were actually within range for the kill feed to be able to show up that it was Crazy Raccoon's members. So they may blank. We'll see what they want to do. Because it looks like right now they're going south, which is completely against what I think that they might play for.
Yeah, again, I mean that's the safe play, right? Is to move down towards that south side. But Gen G's around here, 17's in that location. They're just trying to clear out some of those more obvious spots. And if they can do that, maybe they can get themselves in. Kickstart looks over towards Twisted Minds as they can tell they're about to make a push.
Yeah, I think they believe. Yeah.
Let's split that up.
Okay, yeah, too. I think they believe that the lines of sight that Falcons has is just too oppressive. So going north is always going to be difficult. So they're trying to like skirt around south and then move on in. But it is just going to be so hard. Like, this is just an absolute death run. What are you supposed to do here? Knocked even before they come out of the blue. As the blue's pushing them, they don't have the vehicles. They get their tires popped. Yeah, it's not a good time for Twisted Minds.
It really isn't. I mean, again, this is sort of that methodical approach we were talking about before. If that was Crazy Raccoons down there, you can bet that they would be crashing over towards where they're currently playing.
Screaming, shooting.
And that might have been a play that worked out, but I think the Twisted Minds, they always look for the high EV play, right? The one that's probably going to benefit them the most in the long run. And although, yeah, they get shredded, that was a play that had a better chance of getting them towards that late game. VP moves up. They've got the BRDM. They're moving over towards 17 Gaming. It's all a bit blocked in right now.
You can't park there, mate. Please, I need to reverse that. What is going on? This is congestion. This is ridiculous.
Sorry,
okay, so Bean.
Sorry.
Yeah, I guess we'll go park elsewhere. This is.
What the
Never
hell?
seen that. You see something new in PUBG every day, and that's one of them.
Is that the BRDM barn door battering ram? I guess that's how it works.
It's Grond from Minas Tirith trying to...
Literally dropping the drawbridge. I like that a lot. That's fantastic. That's a new maneuver. I'll steal that one in future. Bean from Gen G walks directly into a nade. It's not good news for 17 Gaming, though. Creative maneuvers. Love to see it. This thing is on its last legs, though.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What an odd scenario we have. And now coming out northwest of Hacienda del Patron, those teams in there, aside from T1, are going to need to get a little bit of a move on. 17 already came out onto the west side there and is actually prioritizing what would be a pretty decent transition position if it wasn't for Virtus Pro being over the ridge and maybe going to be sending some nades their way soon if they've got a few more in tow. And now, Falcons does finally have to move, Black.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot. I mean, they've probably made a lot of enemies in the meantime. You'd imagine that. There's definitely wanted posters out for them. Little Ghost looking over towards the boys on VP. A little underhander. It is nice, but Curexis is better. Kickstart, unfortunately, does spot that location. Little Ghost going down there is not ideal. But out. Little Ghost very low.
Would have been the perfect transition position for 17 if it wasn't for VP moving in underneath them. This is a really tough time now for 17 to make this work. They really need the assistance of the rest of the lobby. Please, somehow, rest of the lobby, shoot at Virtus Pro for 17 Gaming. But Little Ghost is now down to Tamvu. They're going to be backfilling that position as well. So maybe they just moved there a little bit too early for the rest of the lobby to have their way.
All right, so how do we play this for Falcons? I mean, they know they've got to get rid of Crazy Raccoons. They're going to be a big issue. Crazy Raccoons, I don't know how much they have to move here or if it pushes them out. It might be just barely. Falcons need to get rid of them. They have good eyes over towards Furious. They can move towards them, but do they even have vehicles?
Do they indeed? That is a lot of damage going their way here. And oh no, Tigleton's car completely runs over some of the positions here. This Panzerfaust, does take down Tigleton, but Glasgow's down in the process as well. It's all going to be on Inonix now for Crazy Raccoon, who are doing some genuinely crazy plays as they try and deal with what is going on. For Falcons, 4 kills going their way and then being forced out of this circle. It is a bit difficult now for them to do something about it. A big airbus. I'm surprised that didn't do more damage there from Shrimsy. Is that enough? No, bounces too far.
Nice shot though over towards Inonix. Shrimsy still making it work, but the shot's back towards them. Bit of vengeance from the other side of the map. Shrimsy goes down to Curexi. But Crazy Raccoons are alive. They are alive. 4am in the meantime made their push over towards Furia now, trying to take over a pretty critical location on the map. Calmo in the smoke finds one, but is it too late for him? It seems like it is, as 4am stays alive and Spaceman will put him down. Overall, though, good spot for 4am. Good push in. DN Supers on the backside. It's Rex.
4am was quiet in the north, and now they have really turned up the dial. See if they can get a little bit further into this, deal with some of these solos, deal with the remaining members of these teams, because everybody's been wounded heavily. And now 4am also wounded as well by Rex. There's a big reason DN Supers were able to pick him up to try and replace Salute of all people. FM Pochon here, Rex really was their ace in the hole. And being able to take away from FM Pochon and find such a star player, it's a great pickup for Supers towards the tail end of what was 2025 into 2026. Can Rex deal with 4-man of 4am? That would be unbelievable.
Good name for Spaceman back over towards Rex, but that one just doesn't go far enough. Just posted a little bit underneath the sill there, sadly. For Rex, it's looking like his ammo count's not great.
Could do it.
35 bullets, 21 in reserves.
He could do this. He actually... Oh, into the window! Lovely. That's 3! Can Rex continue this? I don't think he knows on the right-hand side. He's in the smokes at the moment. He may have just seen him with that jump peek across those smokes. Yes, he did. So now he could potentially react to this as well. This could be Rex going absolutely ballistic here at the moment. And he does! Oh, Winder! Oh my god, no! Winder gets him at the very end. The perspective change there for a second fooled me. Oh, but Rex, what an effort. What an effort.
A little bit. I mean, yeah, for Rex, with the limited ammo he had a lot of nades, right? It looked like he'd sacrificed all those bullets for a whole bag full of little grenades down there, pulling the apples alongside of him. T1, after their interesting 2v4, they managed to get them into a qualification spot yesterday. Now looking to put another chicken dinner underneath their belts. They're looking down towards the rest of VP with Type on side. Legend just making sure VP can't push over the hill, and they've got Heather in the backside here with the M249 on the assist.
Oh, calm down for a second there. That was crazy stuff. Winder, almost a 1v4 from Rex, but in the end, Winder shuts it down. 2 in the pocket here for Winder at the moment. Got Spaceman back up. What can happen a little bit more now? T1 has been sat on the northwest side of Hacienda del Patron for so long here. Not too many kills on the board for them, but enough to be able to get themselves in a position where maybe they can control some of this space. But they saw still the duos very, very deadly here, Blank.
Yeah, it's scary. Winder as well as Spaceman, Kerexi on the side alongside with Lukarux. These are very difficult players to deal with. Type is yet to make an appearance there towards VP, and right now T1 is kind of crushed between both these squads. Type steps up, but it's a little bit all over the place, and he will go down. Lukarux able to finish him.
Bit of a shame for T1, because I thought maybe they would have this in the bag if they were able to keep things going control when they're moving out of that northwest side of Hacienda del Patron despite all of the circles. Heather, though, M249 against Kerexi. Lukarux, they don't realize he's on the same rock and actually completely exposed, but he's missing the shots, trying to be very sneaky about the peek-ups, and he's got nothing. There's nothing there. It's the blue takes him.
Oh, he's spitting air at them. Doesn't happen. Winder now versus Heather and 4am. They play a good game. They allow VP to do that damage in. It should be the chicken dinner for them as they send the Molotovs over the top, preventing his push forward. Spaceman's on the emergency cover here. It should be a free game for them.
Should be. There it goes. 4am from the north side. Hacienda del Patron be damned because they didn't need it, as all of these other teams tried to do something from that south as well as west side. But 4 angry men comes out swinging. Let's bring on Poro and Toffees back on in to talk about this one. This was a bit of a wild one, Poro, to get things a-rolling, and 4am does capitalize.
Say the least. I mean, it was all about survival in this one. It's just making the best out of a bad situation, and 4am survived to get to the very end there. Virtus Pro, I thought that they were going to be dead well before they ended up doing, and they actually ended up getting a nice little sack of kills for themselves. So great salvage game from a lot of teams in the lobby this time around.
Toffee?
Imagine a world where VP ends up in Survivor lost 2 points because if Luca had more bullets, he would have had the flush and knock on Heather and the placement point as well for getting it. So, but he was out, and it was like poor watching the gears like, oh my God, he's out of bullets, and it was like, it would be crazy to me if those 2 points made the difference in the end.
A crazy hold here as well by DN Supers with the reinforcing shots coming in as we watch this all go down. And again, you know, I almost lost my mind. It was almost a Rex 1v4 towards the very end. I didn't quite, like the tail end of that fight was a little bit chaotic, a little bit messy, but in the end, DN Supers got themselves plenty of points there, Blank, to be able to get themselves nicely up the table a little bit more.
Yeah, not a bad game. I mean, take that Petrichor Road. DL was just some unbelievably nasty shots. I love that end game though. I mean, you don't often see like the tag team, right? You don't often see the tag team between two squads on the squad that has more players, right? And I think that's exactly what you see. 4AM doesn't really get too much in with the action on the side of VP, and they just let that fight play out, which was the correct move, and it gives 4AM that chicken dinner.
Yeah, definitely. And take a look at that a little bit further on as well. Tough times, really, Toffees for Falcons, who had a compound for such a long time there, but then the transitions off of it. What are you supposed to do there, man? I'm not sure.
Transitions were impossible. There were no buildings, and the ones that did have buildings, it was like gridlock at the barn, right? The fact that there's just BRDMs bumping into each other in a parking lot. So if you're the Falcons or anyone else outside that circle, you're like, how do I even, like, yeah, what do I do? Which is why we saw so much action. It was salvage game for so many of these teams, but not for 4AM. The fact that they walk out with 10 kills and 20 points after a less than stellar first game that only resulted in 1 point will now move them to the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, 21 points for 4 Angry Men, finding themselves a strong spot, of course, in PGS1. They were trying and vying so closely for that championship, but it was just shy of their reach. Falcons with 20 points to be able to put themselves forwards. Poro, what do you think in terms of our 5 overall? Where is a cutoff here? Do you think Falcons and 4AM are pretty much going to be okay here for a top 8 already, or what do you think?
It's tough to say, right? Like, it really kind of depends on if any of these teams that are at the top kind of put a couple more games together. And but you feel like Falcons are probably sitting pretty nice, right? Like, you look at what yesterday's cut line was for 16, and then you subtract a game, and let's see. Let's look at, you know what? Now that you asked me that question, let's look at what it was last time. 28 points is what it was last time. So about around the same. So I think yeah, the way that they've been playing in that game, obviously they get a good compound, but they have to push away from. They still end up with 5 points overall. So as long as you just keep on adding to your total, right? You just don't end up with that 0 point game. As again, Rex, look at the old man. He went into the hyperbaric chain. He busted his hand up that one tournament, and ever since then it's just been unstoppable.
He's got a cyborg hand, Toffees. We know. We watched it as it all unfolded at EWC, couldn't play, and then
that's what it was. EWC.
Yep. EWC, and this is how he prepares for EWC. He comes out here and makes hero plays by himself. And honestly, I thought for a second he was going to drop those lads, and he got hit from behind. I forgot who it was that popped up in that car, but took him out. I think it was a wild game, and I want to follow up on Poro's thing about where the cutoff is. I think those teams are safe, and here's why. We're going to game 3, and Twisted Minds is still at the bottom of the leaderboard. That's not something I expect to continue. They tend to thrive once we get off of those first 2 maps, and I think teams like Twisted making big pushes, and probably Gen G is going to pop off at some point here. That should secure those top teams, because one big Twisted Minds means that a whole bunch of points for the chase pack is now off the table, right, with only 3 games left to play. So I expect those teams who kind of drop the ball in the first couple of games to have a big one, which should lock up those first 2 teams and make them pretty comfortable.
Do you agree with that, Blank, or which teams do we have to dangle the gummy worm in front of? Which ones need the bait?
I think I'd agree with that, man. I think there's a lot of our teams that are going to start to work their way back up again. I mean, Twisted Minds is definitely one of them. But I do worry slightly. I do worry slightly for Twisted Minds. It is feeling a little. I think once we've looked through group stage, right, and it didn't look great at the start. It did not look great at the start. We've got the dark toffees over here. Okay, I like to see it. But then I feel like I'm saying something wrong as Toffees pulls up the hood.
No, he just does things.
Hey,
you got to get used to it.
Don't let him distract you.
Dude,
don't let him knock you off your game. All right?
I feel like I'm the council. I'm like the council is watching me. But yeah, no, I don't know. I just feel like for Twisted Minds, it hasn't looked amazing. It hasn't looked super convincing either. I mean, yes, they made it into winner's stage, but I want to see more from this squad.
So do I. So do I. All right, we're going to go to that break, and when we return here, we are going to see if Toffees can throw Blank off a little bit more. But we've still got 3 games to go. He's got the hot sauce. It's the hot sauce. We can fill Blank in the break. We'll see you in a few.
It just won't go down!
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show. Be advised, suspect is armed and extremely dangerous.
All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Under assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5.
Pop off, King.
All right, we have got ourselves 3 more games here in the winners stage as we are live from Seoul, South Korea. And for some of our Korean teams here, they've been able to pop up in terms of man of the matches, in terms of some of the late game kills and all that has been going on. For T1, they found themselves in a spot here on northwest of Hacienda del Patron, and not doing too bad, but not quite converting into a win, Toffees.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, one of the things that I keep noticing over again is we're not converting to wins with T1, but we are converting to Heather plays, right? This idea of he keeps making these big come-up moments where he's getting doubles and triples, maybe saving someone for a salvage at the end. And so while T1 is not closing the deal like I expected them to at the release of TPP, I think Heather is the key to them still staying where they need to stay and make some big plays. Yeah, Type, EN, these guys are exciting, but Heather for me has always been a staple and continues to be even with this roster.
Yeah, actually, good point you brought up Heather now, as we can head over to an interview from him and T1 and see what Bella has found out.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with T1's Heather. Well, that last bit against VPN 4am and T1 was intense. So I want to ask you, before your unexpected loss, what were you guys thinking? 안녕하세요, 헤더 선수. 이제 BP와 4am과 T1이 남았을 때 마지막에 조금 예상치 못한 손실을 입으셨잖아요. 그 마지막 부분에 어떤 뭔가 작전을 원래 염두에 두고 계셨을까요?
원래는 VP를 잡고 이제 저희는 4am을 마지막에 싸울 생각이었는데 좀 VP를 잡을 때 인원 손실이 난 게 아쉬운 것 같습니다.
Well, we were planning to take VP first and then move on to 4am, but you know we had to lose a couple of men early on, rather than unlike the things that we were expecting. Yeah, so you know it was only you left. So what was the change in mindset then? 이제 헤더 선수가 혼자 남았을 때 어떤 식으로 작전을 좀 다르게 고쳐보셨을까요?
원래 작전이 아까 말했던 거였다면은 좀 그게 작전이 좀 안 되고 이제 저 혼자 남았을 때 VP를 잡고 그냥 2등이라도 할 생각을 했습니다.
You know what? All slate wiped clean. I was like, maybe I should just hang until they fight it out so that we can come in second. All right. Thank you, Heather, and best of luck to you. 감사합니다. 안녕.
And an annyeong to you too, Bella. That's right. She tries the waves. We've got the double waves. We've got the single waves. And it's, yeah, that's exactly Toffees. That's a good way to describe it. It's adorable.
It is adorable.
Anyway, we are getting into our next match here for some of these teams. I will say, it is closer than it normally is after just 2 games, right, Poro? Considering that normally you would get a team coming out and they get themselves a 25-point game or get themselves, anything beyond all of that, or 2 good games in a row. The fact that our top is only 21 after 2 games shows that this lobby is very close to one another.
Yeah, and we knew to expect this, right? Only 5 games. You saw 4 Angry Men take a 13-spot jump off of that victory last time. Yep. Twisted Minds is your team in dead last right now, but they've got 4 points, 1 good game. We'll put them right back in the mix, and the same goes to be said for everybody on that bottom 8 side. We'll have to keep an eye on that cut line as the day goes on.
All right, gents, time to take it away. Mr. Toffees as well as Mr. Poro here for game number 3.
Number 3. Tego, Poro, we get to do something a little bit different now. I think this is that game. Twisted Minds needs to come up. First game, they got knocked off their drop. It went badly for them. Last game, things fell apart as well. We're 3 games left to play. You got to make your move now, and this is a map where I think Twisted Minds has a good spot and can make the moves.
Got to make that terminal spot for them. They've obviously seen a lot of success playing out of that. Obviously going to depend a lot on how the circles play out, but it feels like we're really kind of dead center. So I don't know if we'll see another one of the circles like we saw yesterday, where it's just hugging that right side, at least on our game, when it was like all the way over there to the east, all the way up to the very late game. It kind of made for a very, very wild and woolly early game where there was a lot of scrapping, a lot of fighting, a lot of violence that kind of impacted the rest of the game. So it looks like we'll avoid that for the time being.
If I know anything about our players, is they don't care for hugging, whether it's circles or just greetings in general, which is great because the amount of sickness at these events is shocking. All right, so let's talk about this plane right down the middle. We're waiting for that circle to pop. No contest early on. Liquid doing a nice little move here to sort of keep an eye on the crazy raccoons as they come down. They grab a car, and the shift chunks south. This is actually way more shocking. Like, this is a huge swing for this plane. I mean, the fact that it's a middle plane with a massive player spread and only 2 essentially and 3 teams are even in circle pop, that's pretty wild as far as circles go.
It's because I said something, right? Like I said that, the dead center play, we're probably not going to see a crazy circle where they're going to force all these teams to fight. Well, okay, this is going to be a crazy circle that's going to force a lot of these teams to fight, especially the ones that are up on the north side. All these teams that are going to have to make their way across bridges. You already see Nixie going to take to the friendly skies and start scouting out what things are looking like on the other side of that river, because there is going to be a lot of teams that are making their way in from the north, and there's not a way. You can't do any long wraps here, Toffees. You can't go all the way to the other side coming from the east or coming from the south, because that's either unplayable terrain or it's water.
Yeah, so we talk about in these maps, especially with tough circles, unlocking sort of your slice of the pie or your pizza, coming in with a, angled vector, right? You start wide, you work your way into a point, and that's going to be your new hold spot. You're absolutely right. Because this circle has knocked out easily, let's say, 60% of the approach vectors.
Uh-oh.
What? Oh, Cowboy, you're too close. You guys knew they were here. You slow dropped to watch them land here. That's okay. Cowboy gets away. He rides off into the sunset, and the crazy raccoons, they save Pio, because Cowboy, that was it. Cowboy was being a pest and attacking Pio, so that makes more sense. Anyway, the approach vectors here are going to be very difficult. You only have about 40% of your actual entry into the map available, which means quick moves or super late moves are the only real options here.
You get to see some quick highlights of that 4 a.m. victory that we saw last time around. Obviously getting a nice spot out there on the north early on led to some late game successes. But again, it was one of those games where it felt like all these teams that were finding themselves in the late game, they had to fight their way in to where they ended up. And 4 a.m. just happens to be the one that comes out on top as utility usage, kind of reigning the day and keeping 4 alive, especially when that hard shift away, pretty huge. And that's a massive Panzer, wasn't it?
It really was. I'm still getting used to this replay from the last game map stream, but I do find it fascinating. 4 a.m. Holden came out with the win. I was able to stop that super stab, which opened the door for them to be able to play this out in this sort of 1v1v or 1v1v2 situation. Heather survives simply because they're out of bullets over on the VP side, and then 4 Argument's able to capitalize off the back of that. But can you imagine if Rex had pulled off that 4-piece that he almost managed? That would have been a completely different endgame.
So close. And I know James got baited a little bit there, but I think we were all really rooting for Rex to pull it off. But in the end, Winda kind of keeping his team alive, and as a result, they get that massive win for themselves. So we'll see what they can do in the next game after. We've seen it's a tale as old as time, Toffees. You have a really good game, and you come in the next game, and you go out early. But they are making a run now towards the center, and they're coming in on Team Liquid territory.
They are. So you say, I was speaking of the devil, and he was summoned as we got to watch Rex with a little bit of loot. Nice slow game for DNS so far, as they haven't had to take their fight. For Argument, again, like you said, trying to find something. Team Liquid has been here in the mix very, very early. They had a drop very close. They got to a center spot. You saw them mix it up with Crazy Raccoons a little bit. They're going to try to scare off 4 a.m. And what we now enter is the safari phase, where everyone's going to travel around and just try to find somewhere that no one else is. It's the opposite of hunting. It's trying to figure out where no one's located, and it's tough to do. Meanwhile, we get to go back. We get to watch the Supers and how they played this. Rex coming up over the top of the hill. This guy has been exciting since EWC last year. That injury, if it hadn't happened, I think it would have been a very different performance for his team at EWC. So he has been building this year and is only getting stronger.
And absolutely. And you almost saw him. We talked about it. Almost pulled off the amazing 1v3, but he still ends up getting the man of the match regardless. Well, Twisted Minds, they're getting a little bit close to 17. And Batulans will take this opportunity to stop down, take a few shots. But you don't want to stick around too long because you just never know if there's another team that's going to be bearing down on you. So Twisted Minds have that stopwatch in their heads. They know, okay, let's take a few shots and then get on the move once again.
The problem is they are parallel moving with 17. So if they both come in on the same vector, because to their left, there's not a lot. It's just kind of a big open space. They could bump up against 17, as 17 will probably get stopped by Petrichor and forced off to one side or the other. So we'll see if they end up bumping into each other. Meanwhile, the Falcons are going to start their rotation all the way up from the northeast side. They actually have one of the better paths in because they can run the borderline all the way south into the circle, and I think they should be relatively okay here. We should set them up for a very easy advance into the finals.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they did yesterday when we had circles that were coming around on this eastern side. Is Ike's left, going to spot out Little Ghost, gets him so low, going to force him out of the U.S. I-26, though. He'll get the last shot into Little Ghost. And as you said, 17, they were running parallel to Twisted Minds. They run into Petrichor Road. There's just how this terrain works out, Toffee. So many hills, so many trees. A team can be right on top of you before you know it. And 17 going to be the one that suffers here for it.
Well, and here's the problem. So Petrichor was basically a ballast, and it was, are you going to bump 17 left or right? And they bumped him right, left, which is a huge win for Twisted Minds because Twisted saw that fight. They were able to bump off the ballast to the east side, and they actually now have a decent spot in circle when the shift goes north, inevitably on phase 4. So I think Twisted is actually moving to a pretty good spot, and that is almost exclusively because 17 rotated a little bit ahead of them and found Petrichor by accident.
It's interesting to note that this far south circle shift, and we were kind of thinking that maybe these teams would kind of run into each other early game, but it seems like the timings have worked out to where every team is kind of finishing their looting phase and starting their rotation phase at different times. So they're not running into each other as much in rotation, and they're all kind of coming in very late. And then if you look at the circle on the map, everybody is centered up, just dead center. Nobody really playing around the edges except for the teams that are kind of making their way in right now.
Well, I mean, the circle is almost like a tree ring, right? You can tell the age of your rotation by where you are in the circle. The guys who are willing to move early and aggressively, they're all in the center. And then you're like, I had a long drop. Like, I'm going to move late. I'm going to be one of those end rings that comes in as this circle closes. And I think that's why we're not seeing fighting, is everyone's sort of staggering this out based on their experience with other teams on this map, right? This is international play, but these guys know each other's style very, very well. They spend a lot of time studying it. They have analysts who are there to say, this is how these teams handle these rotations. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of sort of backfill and a lot of layers. What the problem is, the next 2 shifts are going to be pretty aggressive. And when they do, bodies will start to drop.
Yeah, dead center around Oh Hyung is probably about the most violent place that we got. Is it looks like we'll get Shilla back for S2G. They lost him early, but we're able to get his blue chip and get him back on the field of play. They're still coming in from the north side, though. So Shilla will be dropping down. I imagine, I wouldn't be surprised to see him actually go into the city of Oh Hyung. Just given the fact that he is a solo, they have no idea what to expect around here. But you see 4 a.m. is already there, and Twisted Minds has made their way into the eastern side of the city. So maybe Shilla will pick a spot just on the outskirts and wait for his squad to arrive.
This is one of those dangers, though. I don't know about going into some of these little compound areas. They're going to be tough to get out later. Oh Hyung will be in for a while, I would assume, but at some point, it's going to become a real tough spot to make your way out of. So we'll see how they end up there. Still, no big fights, but the circle is closing. The last groups are joining. S2G backfill is sort of following behind the Falcons, and this ambush has not quite broken out yet. And even when it does, I don't know that it's really going to turn into a full-blown fight as much as an agreement not to overextend against each other.
It might be, and I think this is just really 4 a.m. just making sure that Twisted Minds didn't try to take any more territory inside that city. Or if they did, they would get caught out. But Twisted, they were never hoping to do that. They wanted to be able to escape as quickly as possible. And actually, Shen going to land some nice shots there onto Lou as he is the last one to leave. And he's going to have to stop down here, Toffees. We'll see if he's able to get the heal off and get on the move once again quickly and rejoin the rest of his squad.
Hopefully my emergency alert did not come through the microphone. All right, so Kraken going to be landing there. Furia in a really good spot as they come in to the game here. South, relatively uncontested. Kraken using his time in the air to scout for the rest of his team as they push forward. Now we have the first ambush. I don't believe they know Full Sense is here.
No, Super's just sending it right in, and Full Sense has the roof lines, but they don't have the angles because Supers has that low ground that they can kind of play around, and they're not overextending from it. They're just kind of using this opportunity to look back over towards Petrichor Road, who is taking shots at 17, going to get another member down. So Xiao Wu is out. That's going to be 17 down to just 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for 17. They're sitting, I think in a pretty okay spot coming into this at 14 points, but not enough to be comfortable. So losing 2 now means this game is going to be a bit of a salvage for them going forward. So I'm curious to see how they manage that, because when you talk about that cutoff, remember, top 8 get to go straight to the finals. The rest have to fight for their life tomorrow, and it is very congested down there at the bottom.
All right, S2G, they've picked up their fallen man, but they are running into the middle of Falcon. Shrimsy, Tigleton will get kept. Baron's going to go down. Shrimsy gets traded, but that should be a fairly easy res. Leza stuck at a rock now, and he's going to get taken down by Gustav. So S2G down to just 1 player as they tried to take that same path that Falcons did, and Falcons were ready.
Falcons was there first. Yep, they were capped out. It's a weird spot, right? Like, they actually did a really nice use rock scout spread for the Falcons here, and I think this was meant to be if someone drives through here, they will suffer. Shilla, the last man standing, though, he chooses to come in and get into the kerfuffle instead of just diving for the middle. I find that interesting.
Yeah, looks like he might have been the trailing member of the squad. So the rest of the team kind of made it through. Shilla off in the distance. I think Kickstart spotted. Yeah, he sees that little head peeking around. So Falcons know that he is over there. And, well, if your investigating skills are pretty good, you're thinking that this is probably that last player. So you know it's a solo.
Why would you leave?
100% going to push that.
They're rage pushing.
There we go. Yeah, Shilla will try to wait and go for the spray. He does get Gustav, and he is able to flush him Or is he? Oh, no, flush it out. He's going to go down in the end. So Falcons do lose one, but they get another kill. So they're up to 5, and that secures their hold a little bit further onto first place.
All right, so we see a little bit here. They went in, they pushed. Liquid actually was able to dig out Raining as they had a split between Raining and Heather on this compound. They back each other up, and now they're going to hold a bit of a 2-2 here as the fire coming in from the outside is kind of irrelevant. It's just Furia and T1 popping it that they're mad that Purdy and the boys just did that. But that was a great little push by Team Liquid to secure a center spot. I don't know about this split, though.
Wow,
Cowboy up there so far away is a little stressful.
It is, and I think as soon as that circle pops, you're going to see Cowboy and Luke immediately get in vehicles and get back on the move. Twisted Minds right behind them, but I don't think they'll get there in time. They'll see a few shots taken towards Luke 12, but that's going to be about it, and that's actually great news for Twisted because they're able to backfill and take this compound away for free.
So I do believe that the Falcons will be able to grab that blue chip from Gustav, try to push in and get him brought back if at all possible. Liquid's in one of the best pryos with the next shift because 4 will cut out water, which means it's going to go north and it's going to lock out a lot of the folks on the south side of the bay. Perfectus with a nice little spray here as Twisted Minds needs to have a good game. 0 kills on the board, but they have managed to sort of leapfrog their way into the circle and should be able to stay inside the next shift as long as they find a spot roughly where they are to stay in. The problem I have is it doesn't seem like they are in a game-winning spot unless they get really lucky on the next 2.
Yeah, and I think the way they were acting, you can kind of see that I don't think they feel the same, right? So like they are kind of flexing out from that compound, trying to see if they can take shots at anybody making rotation. Meanwhile, Full Sense, they're going to strike just as Supers is leaving. Deal will go down. Looks like the last remaining members of Supers are going to continue to send it, but they're going to be running into that Petrichor split and possibly right into Twisted Minds. So Supers in a lot of trouble now.
And Batulin waiting for it. Gets a little point here as Luke comes out to help. Rex goes down. Heaven goes down. And Supers thought they were going off on an easy transition, but those shots from behind that hit them from Full Sense in their little trap that they waited so long on just sent them into disarray. No tires, low health, and Twisted Mind says, thank you, nom, nom, nom.
And I love this. I mean, look at you see Perfectix using that big divot that was created presumably by a red zone to just play off of the compound itself. So he's getting a different angle, and they've actually been able to spot out Chewy. So Chewy from Petrichor Road now, the rest of Petrichor Road need to make their way into zone, but he has been spotted. 4 a.m. also coming in from that northern side as we see back with Falcons coming in from the east. They probably have eyes on Hospital, but Inonix is kind of guarding that revive station right now for Crazy Raccoon.
Well, that's the problem. So they got the pickup, they dropped by, they picked a couple things up from the crates, and they sent 2 for the res. I don't think they expect it to be camped. This is actually pretty wild how tight he is on this res station, but he's not doing it to be secretive. He's just doing it to mortar. They might actually get a pick on this.
Oh, if they can catch him before he's able to find out. But these are some good mortars from Inonix, at least, being sent over towards Virtus Pro. And I think that's actually Guyon and Pio giving him the distances and the angles. Be creating a little bit more cover for them to work around here as we see Shen make his way in that BRDM. He doesn't want to hop out because he has no HP left, but he's got to as the vehicle is about to explode and Twisted Minds get delivered a few more points here from 4 a.m.
You brought it up. Batu had a great little spot in the off angle, and it worked out great for him there. Though Example gets knocked down, Lou has to come to the rescue. Batulin once again says, I got your back. I will not let you fall.
Holding the line here strong, Twisted Minds, but Petrichor Road, they are hovering around just on the north. They're waiting to see if they can maybe take Twisted Minds by surprise, take them at advantage while they have the knocked player. But Lou, on time with it, will take the first shots, but Chewy is looking. I-26 will go down as Perfectix has that off angle, still holding it strong.
They're fighting hard. They're down 1. They got him back up, and now Blue doing a great job of chasing Petrichor Road away. And Petrichor, to their credit, says maybe this is not the fight we want, and they're going to go ahead and get back behind this rock and sort of reconsider their options.
It absolutely is not. And now they have to worry about Full Sense that as they make their way in from that north side, the blue tickling right behind their heels as that circle has moved inland, as you said, but it is now starting to collapse. So this fight is going to have to come to a head. Full Sense immediately starting to send that utility, but there's so much room for Petrichor Road to run around. Doesn't matter though, as Tigger will get the knock on Ike's left.
And now Twisted Mind should come in for the third party. This is great for them. They got circle and they now have a TP option as they come in from behind. Full Sense and Petrichor have to finish this quickly because We got some hungry Twisted Minds boys pushing in from behind. They do. Batulin leads with that grenade. Heather manages to get Chewy, and that's a good drop down, but that's only helping Full Sense make this push. They've got 4 strong right now. Petrichor is eliminated as Full Sense Taker makes a big run forward. T1 on the outskirts putting in some stabs, and Twisted Mind will probably pull back now. Full Sense at 4 strength with T1 hurting them is aggressive for Twisted Minds to stay with this. They come out, they throw grenades, and they call Batulin back.
Is really well played by Full Sense, and I think the only thing that's pulling them back is the fact that Perfectix got knocked by Virtus Pro, a third party, so that's going to prevent Twisted kind of keeping all their attention based over towards Full Sense, and Full Sense using that opportunity to escape off to the west. We'll see how they get their way in as Falcons will find themselves in the woods, but there's a furious Panther waiting for them to arrive as they get the knock onto Tigleton. 2 alive here for Falcons.
Nice play. This is a big game for them as they got to try to make this push. VP's got a lot of cover provided in part by Crazy Raccoon, so it's going to be a tough push in to go up against them.
And now Falcons down to 1 as Virtus Pro has collapsed the fist. They are coming in from that low side. There's just 1 remaining for Falcons. He'll lay low as long as he can. Actually, really hard to read that name. Okay, it was Kickstart, and he goes down to a grenade from Beamy. So Falcons go out in 12th, but not before they collect 5 kills and get a little bit further ahead of 4 a.m. in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think a lot of those teams that were up on the north and outside the circle on the job are going to take anything north of 3 or 4 points as kind of a victory in this game. So Falcons able to get that 5 are going to be very, very happy. I'm not going to be happy with that, but they'll accept it as a means to possibly an end. Now, VP is in 3rd place. They're in a decent spot here. They've got a good spread in the circle and a lot of cover because teams have been shooting and throwing nades at them. But it's not enough. Pio pushes forward the Crazy Raccoons on the backstab, but now Nixie knows. Nixie turns back around, gets out some utility, drops a couple blue zones, and needs to take the fight back to them. But Inonix gets the flush on Curexi, and I'm curious to see if that means it slows down the assault here.
Instant knock and a flush, and there you go. Full Sense will get taken down in the end by T1 as they make the full send towards the middle. It worked out a little bit better for them than it did for Falcons. They find a little bit of a better spot, but Example has eyes on it as you see Type getting knocked here, and Onyx still trying to take shots over towards Virtus Pro. The crazy thing here for Crazy Raccoons is that they don't have everybody here. Glaz is off to the south. Guyon is keeping eyes to the north. Twisted Minds are on mortar. Posa is sitting on a mortar with no mortars to send. There you go. He's got a few now, as I think he's got eyes on T1's position.
He did. BL's actually off to the right. He was calling out the numbers for him. So this is BL's adjustments and Posa's shot as they try to take out T1. Beautiful call, BL. Nailed it.
And that's actually, it's going to be a grenade from Purdy Curdy, so the timing just working out a little bit nicely there as you see Type is actually getting knocked low. That's going to be another kill collected for Team Liquid here as they're now on their 2nd one, and they're trying to get their revive as well onto their fallen teammate, but that is terrible timing because Twisted Minds is going to make the push right in, and they're going to get the knock on a Kurt.
Wow, so Twisted Minds playing this very aggressively. Example comes in, gets Purdy and the flush on Cowboy, and now they got the rock, but the chaos is still going to break out because Liquid's not excited about that. T1 eliminated elsewhere on the map as Perfectix comes through and says, we really wanted that compound, Liquid.
The mortar from Posa going to be the thing that finally does T1 in, and now Team Liquid will continue to send the grenades over, and it's a combination, mostly actually the hard work done there by Virtus Pro and by Nixie as they're up to 5 kills. But what a performance from Twisted Minds. It has been a slow start for them today, but 10 kills now, and they are out in 9th place.
Just keep digging, just keep digging. And honestly, that's been what worked for VP. They've been using outside cover, and the fact that you can break terrain now to be their heaven sent here, as they managed to survive constantly assaults by multiple teams who wanted this compound nearby them. Liquid ultimately comes away with it, and both of these two should be in a pretty good spot to wait this one out. Now, Myth has to push on Gen G. Gen G defending with as much utility as humanly possible, but once that utility runs out, they're going to have to charge over the hill.
We're keeping eyes on Gen G. They played from that south side. They were coming from the coastline, and they desperately need a good game here. You can see them currently in dead last, and now that circle going to pull away once again. Team Liquid, their compound, they picked the right one. Unfortunately for them, they lost 2 earlier from the push from Twisted Minds, and now Virtus Pro is staring down at them. We'll see if Gen G can get rid of Myth here and make their way in, but they now have to worry about the Expendables pushing up from their backside.
Yep. It's going to get messy real fast. Xiao Wu watching for the Crazy Raccoons. He's been playing this edge of the blue. Got a little camp going on. Chooses not to fire. Going to let the Crazy Raccoons just push off in front of him. How long can you let that happen, though?
Oh, he's so sneaky, isn't he? Well, there's something about Crazy Raccoon in Game 3 that is just magic waiting to happen as Genji is able to get everybody back on their feet. But now Virtus Pro has an angle. They're going to get a knock on one. Bean is going to go down, but D will find the knock on a Scappy. Baron is going to go down as well. Jacob, the last player left alive. He's got a tree to keep him alive. He's going to find 2 knocks, though, as the last player alive for Myth will come out ahead, and he will take down Genji by himself.
He came out ahead. He got a great play, but also one of those things like, did anybody really come out ahead here? Except for Tab, the Expendables. Clories comes over the top and gets that free kill.
And Genji's struggles continue here. Is now Tanvu who has that hillside. He's going to get the knock on Alo. Fortunately enough for Alo, he's able to get back to the compound, so might be able to get back on his feet. But Virtus Pro knows exactly who's there, and Luca Rux will get the angle, takes down Team Liquid, as we are now down to our top 5.
VP in a great spot. They get that knock. They can take the compound. They're going to head straight towards it now. They did that off the back of a huge gift of boxes that landed on top of them, so they've got everything they could need. You can see some of those tier 3s being passed around by the guys. Wenbo just watching from the distance, and I think now's a great time to check in with one of our teams on the south as they try to figure out how do we get in here. It's Furia.
Tem cara no azul, tá? Entenderam? Vamos marcar onde tem cara, tá? Pra gente ter atenção.
C é Crazy Raccoon no 4.
Tá.
Consigo olhar.
Ou AVP.
Mano, escuta, essa bordoleira que tá aqui, ela tem ult, mano. Ela tá full.
Mano, é AVP eu acho. Eles vão se fightar então, estão fightando.
Eu consegui abrir aqui, eu consegui abrir reto aqui.
Tem cara aqui, em algum lugar do amarelo. Ali morrendo
Ele tomou tiro,
eu acho que podia ser
na fight, tá? Se eles fightar.
Eu no 4 aqui, Biel. A Crazy Raccoon tá full.
A bota é sua, tá? Dress, tinha um cara no amarelo.
É. Não esquece que tinha um cara nessa árvore aqui, ó. Laranja, tá?
Biel, quando eu for ganhar ali, consegue ganhar comigo ou posso?
Mano, o cara saiu da pedra, velho.
Era GT.
Mano, eu consigo ganhar pro lado dele ali, André.
You can hear him translating information, but I'm going to say I apologize. I called for the comms. I didn't think that 17 was going to take that shot. I think he thought he was going to try to slow play that. But he gets wiped out by Crazy Raccoons, which really opens up the entire map right now for everyone to sort of wait this out.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this, you can hear the comms for Fury, but you can, I don't speak Portuguese, but I do know what things look like from the eye in the sky. They are not too terribly pressed on pushing over into Crazy Raccoon. Instead, I think they're trying to play it so that Crazy Raccoon can't wrap on them, and they would love for Crazy Raccoon and Virtus Pro to start fighting, and they would be in a better position to third party onto that. They are looking at a 4 alive here in the late game with only 14 remaining. That could be a huge win for Furia, as they have now put themselves above that 8th place cut line with 16 points, and they have a lot more to gain here if they can find a win.
This is a very big match. The Crazy Raccoons, man. Honestly, I think we were jokingly talking about Game 3s with Crazy Raccoons earlier, but they somehow get insane points when it comes to Game 3s, and I don't know why, but here they are again, causing a kerfuffle, messing everyone up, pushing other teams, and now back to VP. These guys have been active from the very start of this game, Poro, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down, despite the fact they lost someone early on.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about this map. It seems to work out pretty well for Europeans as well, as this is where Twisted Minds finally secured their victory yesterday. And now Virtus Pro looking strong as Lucarux gets the knock on the Clories and is able to avoid the Kraken. And now they will turn their attention over towards the last player left alive for the Expendables in Tanvu, but it looks like they're going to lose Beamy for their trouble, as Nixie now going to be the last player left alive. He's got to stay in front of that cover. Oh, he's down to 36 HP as he tries to make the push in. We'll see if he gets away with it. No, Pio will take him down in the end.
The Crazy Raccoons are doing it as they're right in the middle of the circle. Fury is getting herded into a center spot where they're just going to be collapsing around him. Meanwhile, here comes the rest of the Expendables. He's like, I got to find somewhere to go. Tanvu, not a lot of options. Hey, I know this hole. This was made just for me.
Not a bad spot to play if you find it. There's a nice grenade from Guillaume. Will take down DraftKing. He tried to be the tip of the spear there for Furia, but he was spotted. And now Glaz in a beautiful flanking angle. But Pio is going to get taken down by Wembwa as 17 Gaming's last player will strike. He will get taken down in the end, though. But Furia now has an opportunity to capitalize or at least get their player back on his feet. You can see they're looking for Glaz. I think they know he's there, Toffees.
They have a rough idea. That's why they're slowing down their sort of res. Appeal's going to get picked up. They haven't pushed for DraftKing yet, and this might actually buy Crazy Raccoons what they need. There comes the pickup. So they'll both go back to 4 strong. The real issue here is that last member of Expendables. I don't think either team knows where Tanvu went, and they're also smart enough to do the numbers. They're like, there's 9 people. There has to be someone who could ruin the game, because that's what's going to come down to. Either Tanvu watches this fight go down and he gets an easy second out of this, or one of these teams sweeps through his area and he becomes the backstab that costs whatever team it is that runs into him the game.
We'll see how this wild card ends up playing out as the pickaxes have come out for Crazy Raccoon. It looks like they're going to be digging themselves a hole here on the northern side of the circle, on the low side of the hill. Meanwhile, Furia kind of moving in tandem. They've left Biel close to the edge to make sure that nobody is back wrapping on them. And Glaz gets called back here for Crazy Raccoon, so no flanking angle coming in.
Upside, Pio was actually able to drop back to those boxes and re-up, I believe, his vest and possibly his helmet. So he's coming back into this at full strength, which is part of why they pulled Glaz back. The fact they could hit those boxes, get re-upped, and ready to come back into the fight, I think is a huge reset for them.
Okay, things are going to slow down here for the next few minutes as we see Crazy Raccoons just fortifying their position. A few of those deployable covers being dropped down, a few holes being dug here for Glaz as they want to kind of make this situation as difficult as possible for Furia to try to dig them out.
And that's going to be the tough part, getting them dug out. You can kind of hear it right now. But this is the nature of changing terrain means that a lot of these teams are willing to do stuff like this. They're willing to sort of take their time, set up a defensive position, and wait for things to start to close. Now, the fascinating part is Tanvu is about equidistant as the other two teams are currently from that center spot, which means he may still play a massive role.
Okay. Furia still working as a 4-man, kind of coming down slowly. They've got a rock. Let's see if they can spot out these guys. It looks like the smokes will slow things down just enough here. DraftKing, though, he's going to get a nice spray down. Not going to get a knock, not going to get much damage, but they now know where the Crazy Raccoon players are.
All right, here they come forward. This is the thing. Tanvu is able to hide, so he hopefully gets to have a second out of this as both teams slowly but surely make their way towards the center. They see the rock. They're moving to the smoke. This might be Tanvu ruining Furia's chances of a win if he decides to go for these 2 kills. Slow and steady. Tanvu waiting for his chance. Big fight starts to go. Pio gets that grenade. Cooked up, gonna keep moving forward. The smokes. Posa gets the knock on Glaz. Very, very nice as Posa continues to push forward. Glaz is gonna knock himself with the grenade he was cooking. That makes that kill even more valuable for Posa.
Okay, the smokes are down. They're starting to bleed away, though. So they'll slow down. Flashbangs are coming through, but you can see the pockets are pretty much empty for most of these guys at this point. It looks like they've spotted out Tanvu, and that would be a big knock to get. That will take away that one wild card factor. But the grenade from Anonix is going to be perfect. Lands right on top of Posa and DraftKing. Anonix has the Panzerfaust. We'll try to return the favor as well. Not going to find it. Tanvu does get taken down by Kraken in the end, but it might be too little here, too late for Furia, as it is a straight 3v2. Biel and Kraken, they have the hard cover, though.
Tanvu was the difference maker. They had to collapse on him and to put Furia on the back foot. Crazy Raccoons just spread out around them. Heel being pressured by the blue, pushes to the left side, catches the flank, and that'll be the end of it. The Crazy Raccoons, the Trash Kings themselves, the Pub Stars who take it to the internationals, come out with a huge win, and they did it on Game 3 as is tradition. Kylaris, Blank, welcome back. You said at the start of the day, Crazy Raccoons, Game 3. How did you know, James? How did you know?
There's just something about them. Game 3, Crazy Raccoons. It's written in the stars. What a game from them to be able to position themselves and try and launch into that top 8 and solidify a spot. It was looking a bit dicey. I'm going to be honest, in the previous games here, Blank, some crazy sends left, right, and center. But game 3, Raccoons, there's some magic there.
Hey, there really is. I think it takes like 2 games to be like, well, this isn't working. Maybe we play a little bit slower from the edge. Potentially that might work. And it does. It does. But now this is where they'll go back to their old antics, because surely now that this has worked one time, maybe the other method will work too.
Maybe. Let's take a look back at everything that was going on, of course, here as Crazy Raccoons. We called them the Ultra Pub squad as a whole. They've been able to work with this one. And Pora, I mean, the space that they had over on this eastern side, I feel like it was carved out for them in multiple phases in this game with, you know, Falcons dealing with S2G on this far side as we take a look at that straight away as well. It kind of opens things up on that eastern side because teams know that rotates are going to happen there. Therefore, maybe they're going to camp it out like Falcons did.
It's super dumb to me that the fact that the Crazy Raccoons win this game. Like,
why?
I don't know why this game 3 Crazy Raccoons thing has become a meme with us, but it actually worked out this time. And now you just get to sit here and feel like you're like a Nostradamus, Nos Calaris. But no, as you said, like it worked out beautifully. Like they had that city held down, and it felt like Falcons were going to try to make their way through it, maybe catch them slipping, but nobody ever pressed them from that eastern side, and they just kind of got to make their way in and play like a typical Edge team strategy with everything in front of them.
So I have a theory about why they're good on game 3, because yes, we joked about it, and then I went back and looked at all their game 3s, and they're actually pretty good. I think it's a transition phase for every other team where they look at the stats and they go, we're either ahead or we're behind, and their strategy changes a little bit to get more aggressive or become more defensive. The Crazy Raccoons don't do that. They don't care. They play exactly the same every single game, and that is, let's see if we can mess with someone, right? They were doing mortars on BP from the buildings. They slowed down the Falcons' res potential. They crashed in from behind. They see a fight. They take a fight. And I think on game 3, when everyone's adjusting, it really works in their favor that they're still just trying to punch you as hard as they can.
Smiles abound there for the boys. We got 20 points going the way of Crazy Raccoon. A mixture of absolute legends, some veterans along the way here, and they get themselves number 1. Furia, a very important game for them as well. Blank on that south side, sat in kind of that hillside with the trees and being able to burrow in and try and get things going. And 13 points, again, nothing to sniff at here for yet another America's team being able to launch themselves towards the top.
Yeah, getting 4th place off the back of this one's very, very nice. 23 points here overall. I mean, for Furia, they have had some consistent games today, always getting themselves set up. I mean, even early today on Erangel, getting themselves on top of Everest. It was a tough fight for them all the way through. I mean, Falcons get through that game because they don't get themselves involved. But Furia, very happy to go for those engagements. I think during that game, yeah, Tanfu was a big problem for them, though. It was a really critical position that they wanted to play off the back of. Him being there and also him being such a good player, it's an issue. It is an issue for you. I think that could have gone very differently, though, for them.
Toffees?
You know, I think while we look at Crazy Raccoons and Furia, I think another big team to talk about is Twisted Minds. We saw Lou on that comparison, 5 kills. Beamy was right below him with 4, and Example had the second highest damage in that game. They came to play. While Crazy Raccoons put up some good numbers, we see the man of the match going to Inonix. I would also argue that Twisted Minds made a huge adjustment and came out very, very angry in this game. And despite not catching a circle they're used to catching, having a tough transition period, having to bounce off of that Petrichor hold at the very top, they came out with a lot of points in a very tough situation. And that's the Twisted Minds that I was sort of waiting to pop up here. So those next 2 games, they should be pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, I do want to talk about that a little bit more after our interview here, but what a throwback so far the start of this tournament is. You've got Ike's left looking at a potential MVP spot. You've got Inonix getting man of the matches. What year is this? This is crazy. But anyway, let's head over to an interview with Fury as we've got DraftKings ready to go with Bella.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Furious DraftKings. Well, that was a close one. You guys almost had it. What was the comms like when you were up against Crazy Raccoon? Were you guys confident that guys were gonna secure it?
Yeah, we thought we were winning. We saw the guy on the left in the smoke. We tried to kill him, and we got naded from across the map. I don't know.
You don't know what happened, but
we were just gonna naded and died.
Well, I mean, it's like definitely Crazy Raccoon. They showed up that they came with the experience that we were expecting from them, right? Well, we're halfway done, more than halfway done. What are your thoughts on for the rest of the 2 matches, because you need to make it, keep your spot here?
Yeah, I think we're pretty confident that we can make the qualifier. We still have 2 games, so we're gonna see what happens.
Okay, keep being confident. All right, thank you, DraftKings.
Clean and simple from DraftKings there. Let me thank him for the interview as he gets back into these next games. But yeah, let's continue on this tow line here, Poro, because it wasn't just Twisted Minds that actually finally did something, came alive as we poked them with a stick. It's also, Virtus Pro as well now, getting lofty positions here with a lot of points coming their way too for this one.
Yeah, I mean, the turnaround for Twisted was huge in that one, and honestly, it was just a result of just heads up play. Like they had that opportunity to kind of backfill a compound, and instead of sending all 4 into the compound, they kind of spread everybody out and try to get multiple angles because they knew all these teams were going to be making rotations in at the exact same time, and they end up kind of getting themselves in good position, repelling invaders in the form of Petrichor, and then coming out and going towards the blue to kind of take advantage of a third party of a fight there. So that was, I mean, that's classic Twisted Minds. It's what we expect from that squad. It's just finally they were in a position to really capitalize on what they're best at.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. So that's kind of how things sit at the moment. Real spread of teams in this top 8 at the moment here, Blank. Any teams that you think that should be kind of bumping on up here, considering where, kind of their overall power level and maybe not even in the top 8 right now? What do you think?
I mean, to be honest with you, I think a lot of the teams that I sort of wanted to see get up towards the top side have made it at this point in time. I mean, Twisted Minds of that last one was definitely the team I wanted to talk about. But I mean, if you just talk about both those EMEA teams individually, you can kind of collect them together a little bit more. That last game was way more aggressive than both of them. I think for Twisted Minds, it has been way more methodical the entirety through. I think both squads just gave it a bit more of a welly this time around, which makes sense because this lobby is aggressive. It's extremely aggressive right now.
Twisted Minds is an interesting topic, and we can actually deep dive a little bit further into this, because for my money, what I've seen from Twisted Minds so much is, and I very rarely criticize Twisted Minds, but here goes a slight one, is they just look a little bit slower than some of these lobbies at the moment. Oh my, well, that was a thing.
At least he's covering the muscle, so there's no embarrassment there.
Oh dear me, love Trinity. But yeah, I mean, do you kind of agree with that assessment, Toffees, compared to the rest of the lobby as that kind of months have gone on, years have gone on? It feels like Twisted is a little slower compared to what they used to be. Where are you at with it?
I think the change in format, not to TPP, but in general, less games and higher pressure has not sat well with Twisted Minds. They are a system team. They are very consistent. They like to run the same rotations. They are very controlled, right? They're about averages and then wins when the game is in their favor. And with 5-game series, I think that's a lot harder to do. On top of that, they've been studied, James, for like 3 years now. They are the number 1 study point of every single team at this tournament. When you make a book, you start with Twisted Minds. And that, I think, is the biggest problem. Every other team starts their tournament prep with Twisted Minds, and that is a hard thing to beat.
Yep, I think you're bang on. I think you're bang on, and I think it hasn't lent them any favors. So they've got to somehow continue to innovate here in a lobby that only gets harder and harder. All right, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much, Toffees, as we are now ready to rondo here. At least for Twisted Minds, maybe this is a chance for them from Testrak and Neox to be able to get something done, unless they, for some reason, get challenged. Let's do it, Blank, because we've got our 4th game out of 5. It's almost over here in the winner's stage.
It feels a bit weird, to be honest with you, compared to yesterday, where it was never over. It kept going.
It was never over.
Yeah. But no, I get it. For Twisted Minds, for Virtus Pro, I think they're going for the right approach, just to be a little bit more unpredictable.
Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can keep things rolling. I mean, of course, as you just come off the back of Crazy Raccoon when it comes to unpredictability, or maybe it is predictable that they are making crazy moves, and then therefore it's predictable, even though it's I'm lost. I'm gone.
Well, I think it's funny. It's funny though, because the way that Crazy Raccoons typically play, and I think the guys are bringing up, is that a lot of that space had been carved out for them.
Yeah, for this one.
But it meant that they couldn't crash anyone. They weren't allowed to crash anyone because there was no one to crash. So they just got themselves to an end game, which they're not terrible at, actually.
Well, Draft King here, we just interviewed him and he starts off with D straight away. Technically a player he's very used to playing against because he was playing in the Americas region for quite a while. Posa down, sorry, Soul down even from Posa here to get this roll in on this hot drop. I'm very surprised that this hot drop is a thing. I guess maybe they just wanted to challenge for cars and go north from this one. But in the end, Furia right now being the one that's winning things out. How on earth did Xlef just punch out Nixie?
Hey, he just boxed him. What's going on there? I mean, IT6 also takes down Lukarux. This is looking pretty bad right now for VP, and you're right. But dear me, that's tough. That is tough down towards Hongshan.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a replay on that a little later on as well, because the double hot drop makes it difficult for them to be able to kind of fully observe, but at least we're getting to watch this one to its conclusion by the looks of things. Unless Bean now might just hide for a long time, right? They've lost Salute, they've lost Soul, they've lost D here for this one. Furia getting the better end. Jeez Louise, that was a shot and a half. Okay, from Bean.
Don't know if they're gonna open him up for anything else. Yeah, well, the gas station right now being surviving off old gas station crisps and energy drinks and looking to move on out. Replenished, refreshed, maybe. Good to go. Not a lot of ammo, though.
Not a lot indeed. Okay, so I'm realizing exactly what actually happened with Nixie as I look at the map, because Petrichor Road is not in Hongshan. I guess what happened was Nixie dropped a little further out of Hongshan, maybe to get a vehicle or something like that, and then was challenged completely. So he's totally gone. Maybe they're going to need to try and find a blue chip and rares unless Petrichor Road picks it up, in which case it will be tracked. They will be able to keep a little bit of an eye on it, see if they can kind of maybe steal it down the line, unless they blow it up. But still, yeah, once it gets down to a 4v1, the one solo here for Gen G will stall it out. This deck really doesn't technically lend itself to Fury, even though they've got themselves plenty of points for their troubles.
I think when you're asking about teams that I didn't expect to be in towards that bottom eight, I think Gen G probably is one of them. Not necessarily didn't expect them to be down towards the middle of the pack. I didn't expect them to be in 16th, though. 16th feels very out of character for this team. Then again, there's a huge amount of really good squads here. But for Gen G, I think they're a team that we're always expecting more from.
I think they just... absolutely. I mean, at the beginning of 2026, I really expected a lot from this team. Soul's back in, finally, into proper international play after having a strict and incredible hiatus. The fact that we didn't see him too much at all. Bean has finally actually flushed Draft. Jeez. I think he was trying to bait for the move and try and make something happen. But yeah, I mean, even still, 4th place over in PWS. I still don't think that their game plan and game looks very inspired at this level. I think they still look a bit disjointed. As Bean is trying to do something about this, trying to get some consolidation points. And kind of finish things off here, Blank.
We are playing silly business right now. Oh. Does find one, but just the knock, and there is a cacophony of bullets afterwards, announcing the success of Furia. But they are going to be late towards the zone now. Over on that northeast side, towards the eastern edge of Meiran. Bit awkward. Ike's left. Does find himself a good old knock and a flush over towards Team Liquid. I'm in Petrichor Road. Don't think I'm too worried about this team. I think they still have to go a little bit further if they want to get the confirmation in. I think they're on the edge right now, and there's no reason that I think the likes of Twisted Minds, S2G, DN Supers even, I think we're just waiting for a big game from that squad, honestly, at some point. Couldn't make their way up.
No, let's take a look back at what was going on over on Tego, as we kind of have all of our circles really navigating to very similar locations across multiple of these battlegrounds. As we end up down in the southeast once again here for this one. And you can see as the pings set up here for Crazy Raccoon, they're kind of thinking where teams could be, what rotation paths could be, where they could potentially hold ridge lines here to be able to deal with some of these teams. And I think they very much so knew how to dispatch a Furia and exactly where they were when this fight was going down eventually.
Look, man, I am convinced that for Crazy Raccoons, this game was just a case of we had no one to crash, therefore we were forced to play late game. But again, I genuinely think that's the case.
Oh, yes. The pained... Oh, God, we've got to split across a very smart location. Oh, Christ,
there's no one to kill early? What do you mean? Yeah, so, again, it's an interesting Crazy Raccoons.
Oh!
Good name from Beamy over towards Jacob. and gets the knockover towards Baron too. For Virtus Pro, obviously, it's an awkward start to their game with only 2 players and likely a demolishment of the blue chips by Petrichor Road.
It's a weird one though, because I feel like Virtus Pro has been limping into most of these games, yet they're still in first place, which really shows kind of how close the lobby has been and how small, in inverted commas, the chicken dinners have been from the winners so far. So Virtus Pro, 29 points, despite, you know, losing one early on Erangel, losing one early on the other maps, losing early and early and early. But yeah, we're somehow still there, which means that actually they've really got really good chances for winning PGSs yet again, considering if they just go into these late games with 4 alive.
I think for Virtus Pro, it's a matter of circles, really, for this squad. That's all it is. It's a matter of circles, understanding what's going on during these games, getting a little bit more of a, putting a pin in where players are. For instance, here, they're probably not going to make the same mistake again versus Petrichor Road in the future. I think for Virtus Pro, they're a constantly learning team. They're great at adaptions.
Yes, they are. And we saw that no more shy than what we saw over in PEC. It was fantastic to see them being able to take at least the first weekend's victory. As now Tigleton and the boys here have rocked up in Hungshan and realized that Virtus Pro had left, so they're going to be able to take up residence in this, because a lot of this location becomes just very hot on a circle like this. Especially northeast of Hungshan is somewhere that a lot of teams will navigate towards, because technically speaking, in some of those areas, there's just less unplayable. So there's more likelihood that a circle could end up around there compared to, say, like, you know, where all the pillars are, etc. But we have seen, you know, those pillars sometimes exist in past Circle 4, and then it becomes an absolute crapshoot. It is crazy.
Yeah, it's unfun. Definitely unfun. For some teams, other teams would be loving life, really.
Oh, yeah, having a great time.
But Falcons, so you do wonder if this is the case. You see the 2 kills in the feed, right? You think you saw Virtus Pro likes to drop around there. We could probably pick up this position as they're not likely to stick around. And if that might just be a fantastic read coming through from the Falcons. 18% for Twisted Minds. Interesting. I mean, I think this is a map they're known for. So yeah.
Yeah. There is so much strength in Test Track, so much strength in Neox Factory and things like that. Everyone knows that when you come to these locations and you have those kind of central drop spots, they're stronger middle drop spots than any other map. It's stronger than Pachinki. It's stronger than Picardo. It's stronger than, say, having, you know, the central spots on Tego, of which there are a few, being Terminal, Palace, wherever you want to kind of really navigate to, right? So yeah, it's between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi and PEC, the win rate that they actually have on Rondo is bonkers.
We're getting a couple of players coming back in here. 17's picked up another player in Lil Ghost. They'll be returning to the fray on side. This is over towards that northwest as well. They're just coming off from like the little bankments that sit across from one another. We are pretty much just waiting for Zone 2 on this one. I think most people have found themselves at home, and Crazy Raccoons are still working their way in. They were far on the northwest side at the start of the game. Yeah.
They really do like coming in late.
Someone's going to die soon, though, otherwise they're going to go for him.
Yeah, they sniff them out, you know, rummaging through the rubbish, seeing what they can find, jumping out with the little claws.
Yeah. The only way to deal with it is to get the Panzerfaust in the garbage can at this point in time.
No.
Seems to be the way to do it.
Don't need an exploded raccoon everywhere. That's awful.
They might be in there. They might not be. Okay.
You pick the wrong trash can, they jump out the other one. Ah.
It's like whack a raccoon.
Central.
Indeed, very central, which is actually probably fairly pleasant for a lot of our squads. We've had so many massively hard shifts on these initial circles, right down towards like the northeast, southwest, southeast sides of the map. It's been awkward, so this is probably a nice change of pace for a lot of squads. Team Liquid's going to try and take advantage of this early, get through the paddy fields as fast as possible, getting sort of towards a little bit more of a playable position. I think these guys have adapted the pickaxe extremely well. They're really good at locating spots on the map where they can kind of dig themselves in and then create a nice little area to sort of push out from.
Especially useful on Rondo, where actually like there are a lot of fields that are extremely open, especially in these kinds of areas, as well as west of Test Track and Neox Factory. So yeah, I think that some of these teams, they understand the extreme value of it here, as there's a few compounds here and there that these guys can reside on in. And again, Rondo learnt from the Tego fields, in which they can have those lips on sides of fields that really do help teams actually be able to survive for a little while. But Schiller now and the boys against Myth. Can they get rid of them here in this compound? I don't think they really need this fight or want this fight. Like, it's just kind of like a, okay, we're going to sniff things out. And yeah, just back off. I don't think that's a worthy fight at all.
Yeah, for them, they're sort of following the pheromones of Team Liquid, really, aren't they? That's where they sort of want to go, want to end up. So this fight doesn't really make sense for them to go for. They could head over towards that ridge side that does sit towards the north side of them, past the res beacon. Falcons also on this southwest side might be a little bit troublesome for them, but I don't think they're really looking out for too many players. Damage rank total, Shrimzy currently coming at 1,300 damage. Goodness me, what a guy he's been today.
And Kick in second place, despite IGLing here for the team as well. Gustav, I think, was in fourth, just behind Xiao Wu.
It's good results.
Yeah, Falcons just really, really kind of firing on all cylinders at the moment. And the thing is that even though I think it was Gustav in fourth, even if Tigleton isn't there, like, you know that Tigleton's good for it as well. So
and he's just died a lot early, hasn't he? Let's be honest.
Yeah. There's been those moments. And of course, I think as time goes on, Tigleton is a very similar mind of like what you see for the EMEA players, right? Of like, okay, yeah, he's going to gain momentum as the weeks go on. So when we roll into 5 and 6, I won't be surprised if you see Tigleton up there getting man of the matches.
I don't know if we even will. I think that Tigleton's strength when you watch him in these games is the fact that he's the guy that's willing to go forward all the time. He's the one that opens up the doorway, right? He comes with the key to a lot of these fights that lets the rest of the squad do well. I think that's an admirable trait, right? For a player that, you know, when you watch him on his streams, etc., is such a blaster. I think it's a good trait to be able to step back and be like, I'm going to be the front man for the squad. I will do that for the team.
Well, I was about to say, will they get mortared? But these mortars look to be setting up a potential transition for S2G more than anything, looking at the range. As Furia gets caught in another fight yet again. Or at least, actually, it's not a full fight. It's not like a crash or anything like that. They're just knocking the expendables from distance. You can see on the north side now. Where are we going to go? There is still some slight problem areas that can occur, but a straight center, which actually now means we've got a lot of options for our next circles here.
Well, I'm worried about Crazy Raccoons, though. I mean, look at that line. That looks delicious. You know, someone's going down. It might be Crazy Raccoons. I think full sense spot's good. Well, I quite like that. You know, a lot of capability around that location. That's on the southern side. You didn't quite catch it. But this is where Team Liquid can really start to create the tunnels, the mines towards the center of the map. But Fourier might be something they have to deal with first.
Yes, it may, as now they go for a bit of a send on through to see where they can find themselves. Maybe east of the little hillside, alongside Full Sense as well, wouldn't be too bad at all here for them. 17 Gaming dropping on in, or just one, in fact, as the rest of them do drive forwards. Posa takes down Johnny here with Panther Faust. Fury's just driving from fight to fight, and I like it. I like this aggressive style. They're in second place right now. 6 kills go their way as well. But Falcon's going to start shooting everything from that south side. There was mortars even raining down on that position as well. And Schiller takes down Wembois here with a nade, as they've had to leapfrog forward towards the position that 17 Gaming has just rocked up to, with cars as well as Little Ghost from the air.
I think Fury's playing fast and loose, man, and I like it. I really do like it. I think they've got the capability to do it when they're pushing inwards.
I think so.
And it has worked out well for them here. Maybe it was a little bit of a slow start over in group stage, but they still made their way in. But this shows that this is a team definitely to be feared in the long run. So, yeah, good stuff for them. 60 limbs already at the 15-minute mark into the game.
I think Falcons knows that there's a team still in Hung Shan and is looking to maybe hold them out a little bit. And it is Versus Pro, of course, over there.
Yeah, I don't think Virtus Pro gets away with this one. Question is, how long do Falcons really want to delay for? I think it makes sense to delay as long as possible, so you're not getting backfilled on this one. But we'll see. We will see. They've still got S2G in front of them as well, 17 Gaming. Might be just waiting for that third-party potential. But if you can stick around for this amount of time, take out these two players, all the better.
Yep, Curix just down the road there from them. Full Sense is also charging up a bit of a mortar play, looking the way of 17. Now, where 17 is gone, it's very clear from their from visually that they're in a very enclosed area. This could be a huge mortar if it connects. but we will see as they do move away. But Akuma will go down. You can see them scatter like ants there, realizing that they're all so close to one another. I wonder if Flash got some more shots, because if he was able to get a few more in, yes, he does. Oh my days. But I think they should have eyes to the sky. It's whether or not you can push them into positions where you can shoot at them. That's the big deal.
How much further forward does he send it? Similar
Look at the
position.
scatter. That's good.
Yeah, Tigger's able to find Akuma as well. They are staying out of the way. That one's sent a little further forward, but it's S2G from that top side taking some lovely shots downwards. Little Ghost goes down, Xiao Wu's down. Wembo's still up behind, but a nade is continuing to put the pressure on.
We were talking about it when we were watching the previous game. Schiller has really always been the standout for this S2G roster at the moment, and he continues to do so. Double there here from them as the circle shifts north for this one. So all of those teams in the south side going to have to get moving as quickly as possible. Even Crazy Raccoon thread the needle. And here comes Ike's left to try and deal with S2G at the moment. He's looking for that MVP spot, no doubt about it.
God, I mean, you know, as we come off the back of the group stage yesterday, he was 600 damage ahead of anyone else in the lobby.
Yep.
Like, actually incredible stuff from Mike's left. Very surprising. But a good push in for Petrichor Road. Obviously, they are a little bit further down. We talked about this earlier, but 5 limbs on this game does set themselves up great. And Crazy Raccoons, like you said, what a run they made. Through the fire and the flames, able to get over towards the eastern side of the map.
Don't know how they do it. They're gonna have to pick up a new lead singer and see what they can actually do from there as well. It's crazy stuff here. As now we've got more shots coming on forwards. Cowboy, a little bit of a nade forwards as well here for Team Liquid, who's not had the best of days so far, but there's still an opportunity. Purdy Curdy opens up on Lazar to start things off. Queppa's making a dash for it, but it's not going to be enough at all as Cowboy instantly jumps on it. He has been a great addition to the team as Cowboy, as now they're on the cusp of being able to break into the top 8.
Yeah, Team Liquid Star Wrangler. He's doing some good stuff, honestly. I think having Cowboy there is just so good for the team. I think a lot of situations where they might have not had that firepower before, he is bringing it in droves. It's great to see. Petrichor Road, though, they're looking to secure themselves off the back of this game. 21 points now. If they get themselves a big win, it's pretty much done and dusted for them. But being out in this open area, it's a little rough. So they're looking to take down 4 AM and kind of shunt their way further down towards... take down 17 and maybe swing around towards Team Liquid later.
Yeah, especially since Falcons prioritized like going elsewhere and not really holding out Virtus Pro, right? On that kind of my theorized where could they be looking when they were down on that south side. And that means now Virtus Pro had a bit of space on that west side and is being annoying over there and shooting towards some of these teams that will almost certainly hold them out. Speaking of holdouts, 4 AM here on the southeast, now getting absolutely blasted upon any potential entry that does come along. That's a huge long-range nade. And the problem is that DN Supers has a BRDM as well, so they've got a moving fortress. As now Falcons has opened up a little bit of a hole for themselves, looking to get themselves into this circle. There's mortars everywhere, Blank. There's nuts.
Yeah, it's so funny, like going to the players' POVs and they're just looking up at this guy. It's a Willem Dafoe moment almost. For Full Sense, it's a quick response time from them. They try and get Tigger over towards the eastern side of Falcons. They realize they can't let Falcons overlap them here.
Some slow rolling going on some of these edges. It's not easy to be able to take these fights at the moment. And more nades come forward against Falcons, and now Tigleton is down thanks to Thanadol. Full Sense moving in alongside Falcons here means that it is going to be difficult for them. I think it's the other way around. But the south shift, this could be huge for Team Liquid. I think they only have 3 alive at the moment, but still, that extreme central spot is potentially powerful. More sprays going forward there. Full Sense trying to shut down Falcons completely now, as it was Falcons that moved in, as I said, towards the end, and they are being punished for being in this little dip.
The End Supers, though, coming in from the eastern side. They spot over towards Full Sense. They might have just given the game away, but the BRDM comes in thick and fast. Almost catches him on the side of the tire. Won't quite get it. Gets a bit of a rubber burn over towards Full Sense, but he's not giving up easy. The nades continue to come in. Takes a little bit more damage. Another nade does the trick. Heaven happy to throw over towards the BRDM. Knows his boy is safe. And this might have been a bit of a savior moment for the Falcons, at least, as DN Supers comes in to help him.
This is one of the most powerful things about the BRDM. You could just be right up on people and then just say, nade me, because you know where they are. You're not going to die off to the nade. DN Supers destroys Full Sense, and in the process, sort of saves Falcon's bacon.
Falcons very happy with the way that went out, but for DN Supers, this is a huge amount of space that they're able to chop up for themselves down towards the southeast side. Now, what can they get done with it?
What can they indeed? Tamvu and the boys. That's Furious campaign done in this game. 6 kills in the end, as that was a very prolonged fight with the Expendables. And technically, it did delay Expendables' shot at being able to get further into the circle, allowing Crazy Raccoon to leapfrog forwards ahead of their position onto what is a very important hillside for the previous circle. Maybe not as much into this one here, but Twisted Mind's now going up against T1. What can they get done?
Some minds there. Good set a couple of nades at the start here, but similarly, Team 1 sending some good ones back at their own. Not sure how Heather's alive there. Felt like he took about 1 billion shrapnel to the face. Does get himself set up inside the ditch. E-end also taking nades as Lou does not let up on the onslaught.
One thing that we're seeing there as well, whilst this is going on, is bringing the inflatable boat with you to actually cover some of these dips that you're going to be able to go for. It actually potentially negates some nades from being able to fall straight into your dips if you bring the inflatable boats with you. I can't believe I have to say this because it's a ridiculous tactic, but it is certainly a tactic.
Yeah, I was sort of wondering what we're seeing there, but it does make a lot of sense to bring it with you.
I didn't think I'd see it in pro play, but here we are.
Yeah. You take whatever you can get, don't you, really? That's at the end of the day. Twisted Mind's down to just 2 players, but they continue to put up those kills. Last game with 10 kills, 0 points, so 0 placement points. They were on a bit of a tear themselves. Gam the Expendables just off towards their eastern side, and lo and behold, it is Tanvu once again, the ever-living component of Gam the Expendables, and a hard southeast shift. The Falcons definitely singing their praises towards DN Supers. That is if they leave them alone a little bit longer.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some fights that could easily break out very soon here. DN Supers, of course, they're still kind of like holding down on that side against the Falcons' position. Falcons doesn't really want to move too much at all, but there is going to need to be big moves going on at the moment here. The Expendables trying to send it on through alongside the road, but there's going to be a lot of teams shooting at them at the moment. Team Liquid also shutting down some of the moves that Petrichor Road wants to try and go for. And eventually, surely Crazy Raccoons and Twisted Minds has to move. Like, they have to do something here. And when they do it, especially Crazy Raccoons, it should be explosive because they've got to get across the road.
You know what? It is kind of impressive that BP gets that far in. Sadly, they don't get any placement points for the troubles, but it could have been a little bit different. Inonix, like you say, does get across that road, and that's a fantastic anchor point for the rest of the squad to play off the back of. I did want to quickly talk about, Kayla, is the fact that this lineup from Team Liquid has been so well executed, right? This is a little unsafe where one of the players goes down, then maybe it's a bit of a problem for you, but does eliminate a lot of the issues when it comes to mortars. We've seen so many trying to sink the battleship of Team Liquid, but they cannot find their number.
Yeah, they're very stalwart in it. They've been able to hold it for quite a long time. It gets a bit precarious, right? Especially now with teams coming close to them. How many nades do teams coming close to them have is the question. Alo sends one forwards against Glass, has the information, and oh my god, it's on the mark here from Alo. Can he get a little bit more here? With QBZ in hand of all things to try and go a little bit more aggressive on this. Peeking on over, seeing if he can find more Crazy Raccoons. None in the trash can just yet.
I mean, to be honest with you, if Team Liquid can clear out Crazy Raccoons, then it's a very big pickup, not only in terms of the kills, but also replenishment of the items, the utility, the ammo on side. He's a little bit worried to go for something. Knows that Twisted Mind's off in the distance, so sending some warning shots their way before he goes for the res.
Still, DN Supers looking around, see what we can actually find here from all of this. Still holding down that southeast side well. I thought maybe they were going to be able to put more shots in against Crazy Raccoons, considering how potentially open that could have been as a transition for them. Twisted Minds now, we've got the biggest challenge ahead of them. Throwing down a smoke wall here, Blank. Can they make it across? Oh, sees him.
Pretty much just going to be a bit of tiptoeing their way into the circle here. Using the M79 to try and open up the space here. Quick zigzag as well, and they just can't quite find the marks, can't quite find the targets. But Twisted Minds, what's the plan going forward? Pull out the Panzerfaust, locks it down, but Glass will shut it all out.
Few things from that. That was an insane nade. Second thing, I've never heard anybody call the smoke launcher the M79. You are crazy.
Hey.
But you're right. I mean, it is that. I just... Very particular. I like it.
You gotta be precise, man. Okay, it's important. So I can see that people might not be calling it that.
Well, we got ourselves a little opportunity here still for Team Liquid to be able to try and hold on. The problem I still foresee is the fact that Crazy Raccoon, if they can kind of consolidate their angle of attack, I think they can conquer the solos, the individuals in these spots, don't you think?
Yeah, I absolutely do think so. I mean, for Crazy Raccoons, they roughly know the direction that Team Liquid's playing from that initial nade that went over towards Glass, but there wasn't a full follow-up on that, and I think it is hard for Team Liquid when they're playing as 3. It does make sense to me. But they need to start doing something, right? Do they want to start working down towards the south side? Because right now, Team Liquid's doing a fantastic job of setting up the Raccoon enclosure.
I think that, you know, consolidating their efforts as well has been extremely important here. I think if they were divided an individual, it would be a problem. But Alo and Purdy Curdy looking for a potential double flank here to try and do something is good, and also opening up on PO as well. That said, though, Crazy Raccoon has taken #1 spot during all of this with the 7 kills that they've got coming in a little bit late into these circles. What can Cowboy actually do here? As he did see the transition forwards, he set alight that vehicle. That was an attempt at a nade, but a close of the door doesn't let it in.
Drops up the old tower shield, managed to block it back. To be honest, if he was able to get that knock, it was on the open for him. Now no door to be... Oh, their door is still in play. Never mind. He is playing off it very, very well here.
Look at the door micro.
Nice little Molotov. Yeah, the door micro is crazy.
Deal also opening up on this as well. I thought DN Supers were going to have an angle on this much sooner, as now they completely light up Crazy Raccoon. And now they are caught between a rock and a hard place, and they are gone. No more raccoons in this lobby for the moment. The door micro goes absolutely wild for Cowboy, alongside just waiting for DN Supers to be able to save their bacon as well.
Yeah, it's a big door strack there. They couldn't quite figure out what was going on. And now Cowboy is going to be able to continue playing. Alo still as well on that north side. I think for Team Liquid, this is a big game for them. 9 elims. They just want to get themselves towards a 3rd or a 2nd place. That'd be lovely to work with. Again, we've got to shout out Cowboy here. He is setting up a little fortress there for himself. Really nice stuff. Alo tries to hit the first aid in time. Won't quite grab it. Nade will put him down.
The hunger, the fire is back for Team Liquid. Yes, this is exactly what we needed for 2026. At the same time, though, did everyone forget about Myth? I did for a long time in this game. And now they still do have 2 alive here. Falcon's still 3 alive. They've not getting themselves many kills. It has been DN Supers really kind of running a lot of this lobby from their southeast side, really saving quite a few of these teams in scenarios where they probably could have fallen down to 4-mans. DN Supers looks to try and clean up Team Liquid as well. He goes for the spray here, lying down, but it's not going to be the case. Deal. Babsang head gets the shots down.
Yeah, again, for the boys on DN Supers, they've played it slow, right? I think it's undeniable to say that they've played it slow, but it's been very tactical on which fights they want to take, where they want to put the damage in. And that's led to a 10-kill game here. I think it's really, really nice from DN Supers. It's a team that I felt like has been on a big come up from that group stage and then consistently put in that work. It was only a matter of time for them. Though, big news, Falcon's still in. And I think with this game, they are super confirmed at this point. Probably was confirmed last game, but super confirmed now.
Yeah, and it looks in the one that's in potential danger still a little bit is Myth, of course, is kind of teetering on the edge of advancing and not. The Scappy does go down. It's going to be on some Kit's magic here to be able to make anything more happen from this game. Kickstart takes it. That's a 2-piece so far here from Falcons. If they do get the win, it's going to be a very small one, but it's going to be enough, right? I mean, that really feels like what they've been doing so far today, be it a slow, easy, kind of small win at the beginning of the day, taking that compound on Miramar, just slow rolling it in on this late stage as well. We listened in on Kickstart's comms as well, and they're very much clear about, like, just follow my comms, guys. Like, he's very, very stern in this, but I think it's the smart way to do it.
Yeah, at some point you do have to lay the gavel down, right? You gotta let the team know that we need to follow this comm. We have to do this together. We don't do it at all. And I think for Falcons, despite everything, this has been a really, really nice match for them. And I think it kind of resonates with their air angle as well, where it's been safety over everything. But a lot of times that is the best play you can make in these circumstances.
Of all solos to be still around when Falcons is trying to make a move, it's Kiss again.
Kiss, yeah. And that resonates with Miracle as well.
Yes, it does. And as we looked at Shrimzy's camera there, he has an audience as the admins and the team handlers are overlooking him more than we're looking at Shrimzy. But anyway, there's still... I'm trying to think who really has the advantage here. I would still like to give it to DN Supers in terms of like having a bit of a higher ground advantage. They're also laying down some emergency cover here, a little bit closer to the middle, but already some shots being laid in here from Falcons Blank.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the big advantage that Falcons have right now. It's the Pride Rock, but once that's gone, I think life's going to get very hard for them. They're losing a lot of that bit of cover they'd set up earlier on by digging in. So likely they'll have to expend grenades to try and find somewhere to play, but even then, you're playing downhill into this. This feels like a DN Supers win every day.
Yeah, we didn't quite get much check on utility. We used to have this thing at the top that would show us all of the nades and stuff like that. I don't quite know what they've got. And Deal once again. Oh, dear me. That is Kiss gone. Nowhere near as much of a problem as he previously was when he was a solo. But look at that. Falcons has taken the opportunity with all the focus on Kiss, as well as those smokes cordoning off some of their vision, to try and crawl on forwards here. So they're not working with cover. They're just working with a lack of information here from DN Supers. But oh, wait, they got two.
I'm one last player alive here, and they're looking to make it happen. The Falcons fly high in match 4. How in the hell do they make that happen?
Even the cheeky little smile from Tigleton there. He's pointing to him. He says he's got to do another dance. No, he's saying no dance. Oh, he can't believe it. The absolute scenes here from the floor in South Korea. I'm doing all the... Yeah, there. He's demonstrating. That's the commentary of the late game scenario here between those teams and players. Poro, Toffee's bringing them back in. What do you think of the overall dance analysis there, Poro?
Far.
I love that. Yesterday we learned that James speaks Portuguese, and today we learned that he lip reads. So it's very impressive what we've been experiencing with James. But I love that. Second win. Was it Turkish? Oh, well, I'll bet you speak Portuguese too, if I don't miss.
I do.
Okay, he speaks everything. What he speaks is that end game. That was sick. Honestly, Bob Sang Head was the real deal. I thought they were going to close that out, but the Falcons got that crazy double, and then it was just unhinged after that. So what a cool end game. But for me, it was Shaq strats, man. That was the most fun.
Yeah, we turned our attention so much to Cowboy there and the door micro, Poro.
The fact that door micro is now in the lexicon. Like, that's actually a thing that we're going to be carrying forward is absolutely huge. And I love that for Cowboy, man. If you're going to have something named after you, then, might as well make it something cool.
Well, is that cool?
I thought it was cool.
Pretty cool to me. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah, we'll take it. But it was cool by Team Liquid, wall to wall, right, Blank? I think that they, as you say, they held it down really strong in the position that they did have for as long as they did, because it's not easy to be able to hold those kind of spots.
Yeah, they're a great team when it comes to like the Pantheon shield wall, aren't they? Really, I think that's the way I've seen them today. Is that, the phalanx, exactly. It's hard for them to really get taken out too much. I mean, yes, they got saved by DN Supers earlier in that game, but I think they played out the rest of it very well. And like I said, it really comes back to that Erangel from earlier. This is the team that knows how to stick around. Let's put it that way.
Huge timing towards the end game here, right? The fact that DN Supers is focusing on Kiss, Poro, and then the smoke as well to deny them any vision of what is going on Falcon's side. I think this was super important for them to deal with DN Supers.
Yeah, I honestly kind of lost track. We were bouncing around so much. I didn't see who it was that actually threw the smoke. Was that a Super smoke or was that a Falcons offensive smoke kind of forcing Supers to have to fight through it? Either way, it worked out well for Falcons. And the fact that Kiss actually was able to do some damage before he eventually went down also kind of helped things out. But in the end, obviously, Supers, boatload of kills going over for them. And that is a huge performance for them, as they really kind of needed something to go their way. They were sitting on that right side of the leaderboard for way too long.
Yeah, we said it during the cast, Toffees, but it really did feel like, as much as, Supers doesn't get the victory here, they really did dictate a lot of what was going on in that game.
Yeah, so they were a team that came in 13th place. And what happens in 13th with 2 games left to play is you have to dictate pace. Supers knew that. They saw their compatriots win the last game, and they came out and got aggressive. They went from 13th with 13 points to 3rd with 30. That's what happens when the real deal says, I got this, and steps up and drags his team, human in heaven, with him, saying, this is us, we're going to win this. And they didn't win, but I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, they did.
Yeah. As long as he just changed his name back to Babsang Head. Please! Babsang Head. The Babsang Head. It's an important aspect of PUBG Esports.
We need this.
But again, looking at how this all boils down here, again, it's another smaller win here for Falcons Blank, but a win nonetheless, when they were playing it in slow on the south side, and were in real danger from some of the teams looking down on them.
No, I mean, it's a confident way to qualify in, right? First place, It's looking great for them. You got the Tigleton 10-ton hammer coming through as well, 443 damage, looks great for this guy. But yeah, overall, fantastic game, really nice stuff. And I think that we do have to make a special mention towards Gustav. He has kept this team in real working order today. There have been some mental shots from him, like the shot that he made over towards the end supers there, it was a pixel peak on the edge of one of those emergency cover flares. I was surprised he hit that.
Yeah, across the 2 games that he's shown up in, it's been 8 kills, right? Like 5 in the first one, 3 in this one as well. That's a really good. But Deal Babsang Head does get the man of the match. So happy to see that as well. As you guys said, they needed these points. And for me, whenever it comes to internationals, Poro, it's not actually like if Supers isn't there or whatever iteration they've been in, DM Freaks, etc. and things like that, it feels like something's missing. They should be in these finals.
They should. I mean, and they've been playing very consistently throughout the day so far today, and that's kind of what was expected of them from the start, right? The fact that Falcons actually in first place is actually crazy, considering they were in 16th place last time around. We had the winner stage, so nice turnaround for them as well. But there's still a couple of teams on that right side of the leaderboard that I'm still kind of surprised to see over there with 1 game remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look at that in just a little bit's time. For now, let's go to an interview with Tigleton, who hopefully is going to break down some of those dance maneuvers.
Hi guys, it's Will. I'm standing here with none other than Mr. Tigleton. Yes, what were you saying when we just saw you after the match, when I requested for an interview?
I said, I don't think you want to interview me. I'm not doing anything. My team's carrying me.
Yes, that is true. 1 chicken down, 2 chicken down, and I would like to say maybe it all has to do with the little movement that we saw from you a little bit. Can you elaborate on that?
I mean, well, firstly, Gustav lost the challenge, and this guy just refuses to do like what he was meant to do. So I just had to pick it up for him, you know. I mean, support player. That's why I'm dropping no kills as well. This guy's just selfish.
Just dancing, but no kills. All right, well, hope you get more for our last match of the day. Thank you, Tig, and well, let's wave back to the boys.
God, hard-hitting stuff there from the guys.
Yeah, I'm kind of rubbish, but you know, it's all good.
I mean, actually, it's funny because we kind of talked about it during the game, right? As much as he hasn't been able to show up during this day so far here, Blank, there's no doubt a future where, he will show up and be an extremely important component of this team alongside the other killers.
I still stand by. I think he's an important component of the team right now. I think the fact that he's the front facer, it's a really, really tough part of the team to play, I think, because when it goes wrong, it looks really bad. It looks really bad. I mean, you could look back to some of the PEC scouters who are off the distance. They're going down all the time. I mean, Team Vitality suffer to this, right? Where you're looking at them, you're like, what's going on with that team? Yeah, Gedrox is going down all the time on the front line, but that's just part of playing that role. Sometimes it does look bad, but I think for Tigleton, he's creating those openings, opening up that space for the rest of the squad.
All right, gents, time for a break. When we return, 1 more game here. For some of our teams, they're already in a really good spot to be able to go through in top 8. However, that means the cutoff point is going to be all the closer for all of these teams in the last game. We'll see you soon.
Sigma мовчить.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Navi's Hakatori for our relay interview. Hi Hakatori.
Hi.
Batulins just picked you and left a question.
Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Я просто багато тренуюсь і мені трішки щастить.
Yeah, and is there any secret?
Ні, просто Щастить.
So Navi's on fire right now, and expectations are really high. Do you feel any pressure coming in today?
Ні, я вважаю, що це наоборот на нас впливає так, що ми будемо краще показувати свою гру і без ніякого натиску.
Yeah, and you've got this little bit mysterious kind of nonchalant vibe, and fans really seem to love that. Is there anything you would like to say to our fans?
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Who do you like to pass the baton, and what would you ask for them?
Хочу передати питання Examples з Minds. Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Yeah, thank you so much for the quick chat, and the relay will go on. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All units be advised, robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised.
One last game here for the winner stage of PGS4, and we've got the opportunity here to watch all of these world-class teams duke it out in a very high-stakes match, because there is still so much to play for here with just one match remaining, because that cutoff point is ever close for these teams. I want to look at the overall leaderboards and see exactly how things sit to see who's in the danger zone here, Toffees, and who is not, because there's still a lot of teams to play for these last spots.
As much as I want to double down on Sigmatory right now, we got to talk about stuff that's far more important, all right? Let's talk about the leaderboard, because right now at the top, we got Falcons has 2 chicken dinners, Domination Nation, right? Crazy Raccoon's up there as well. Things that are shocking to me, 4 a.m. has one of the only other chicken dinners on the map, and they're outside the cutoff line, so they have to get back above the top 8. Twisted Minds, one of the best teams in the world. The whole world is chasing these guys. They have 19 points. They're in 12th going into this one, so they also have to come into this last game absolutely hunting and potentially dodging, because they have the best drops in the entire industry, and there are teams that would love nothing more than to possibly have that in the finals, so they can try to mess with them here and tomorrow if they end up in the survival series. On top of that, we got Full Sense, the defending world champions, sitting at 13. They also need to make a big push. So the right side of the leaderboard is chock full, Poro, of really big hitters that haven't been hitting.
Yeah, this survival bracket is going to be looking extremely APAC heavy if Made in Thailand is not able to hold on to their 8th place spot. All 3 Americas teams. Just saying, clear the line there. At least for now. And then, yeah,
no, I mean, keep hyping it.
I don't want to. I refuse. But yeah, no, I think obviously we were hyping up Full Sense coming into today. 0 placement points on the day is not a good look for them. And then obviously Genji, Twisted Minds, big names. T1, nothing been going their way either.
Sorry, just to inject, this really is our concern for Full Sense, right? Like, and it has been for such a long time. They have the peaks of becoming a world champion. They look as great as they do in the group stage, Toffees, and then now we're at 13 points. Like, if there is consistency from Full Sense, suddenly they really are the greatest team in the world. But where is it? Urgh.
The highs, the lows, the lows. Now, I will say, Full Sense has gotten kind of jumped a few times, like some hard crashes. That last game, that was almost a trolley push onto them that ultimately gave Falcons the win. So I'm not sure. I think this is the danger of being world champion, is everybody's watching now. When they see a chance to mess with you, they're going to come and do it, because they're mad that you got a direct invite to the finals, and they are going to make you pay for that.
A trolley push. You had the hoodie before. Are you eating gummy worms in between these games? Is that what
do I have too much passion for you, James?
Oh, you've always got the passion for me. I'm okay for that.
Yes, I have. My wife hates my passion for you. She says it's unfair.
I know, it's the problem. But we have the passion for this very last game as well. Brilliant insights there, Blank, in that segment. As we now head over to Posa and Toffees for the final game here for the winner's stage.
Well, all right, one game remaining to determine who will be moving on to the final and who will have to reset and re-rack come in tomorrow to play the bottom 8 from our group stages, Toffees. A lot still left on the line, and of course, we got to be sending it over to Erangel for it.
Absolutely. We're going to go there to the grassy pastures. It's a north plain, so the military island is off the table, which means this, well, most likely, I'll never judge fully, but it's off the table, which means everyone is going to be playing a very tight, easy rotations, lots of transitions available. As we see the plane come in, Falcons decides to go for an off drop. They're going to take that Kameshki Stalber split, lots of vision, lots of rotation potential for them. But at the end of the day, like, they're dominating right now. They don't actually need to do anything here except perhaps dictate the pace of what tomorrow looks like, because them, the Crazy Raccoons, Supers, these guys are locked in. They're easily top 8, no issue whatsoever. This is what I was worried about. Twisted Minds will be coming down with not only one, but 2 teams that are in their general vicinity because A, weird plane, B, if I keep Twisted Minds out of my finals, you know I'm going to do it.
Well, we heard about the frustration expressed by Twisted Minds after game 1 whenever they ran into some early game struggles here, and now it looks like game 5 is going to provide the exact same thing. We'll see if they've re-racked their strategy this time around. Looks like they're just going to avoid North Georgia altogether and leave that for Furia and Crazy Raccoon. The circle does pop, and it is going to go over towards the west. Now, the question left on everybody's mind, Stavies, are we going to see Everest yet again?
I mean, I think we already have someone, like, it looks like Clories is already headed up there, because last time that worked out great for him against Kurt. But I can't fail but notice that Kurt and the Liquid guys are not sending there as fast as they did last time. Maybe having learned their lesson, is Purdy is going to go down to the Potter Tower by the bridge instead. So it looks like Liquid is going to take a different stance, whereas we're going to probably see Expendables go straight up again as they also loot and everyone's just watching to see who goes to the ridge. But it didn't work out last time, Poro. That was the thing about Everest, is all that work everyone put into it, that shift away, if it leaves Everest, makes it really kind of irrelevant to the late game and can cost you everything, because getting off of Everest is often more dangerous than climbing it.
It can be that way, and I think this time around, I think Everest may be a little bit more on the northern side of this circle, so probably won't see too many fights over it. But that being said, Toffees, as you saw how far north this plane was, there's so many teams up on the north of the riverside that I wouldn't be surprised if we see some rotations, these teams running into each other. Looks like Furia and Crazy Raccoon, despite sharing North George, are going to avoid each other for the most part. Team Liquid already finishing up their looting phase, and they're going to start heading towards that western coast. Meanwhile, Falcons up in Kameshki, they've got all the time in the world.
Yeah, Furia is going to be very aware that they are in a position where they don't want to fight. If they get 3 points, they move up above 30, then they're super safe, no issues whatsoever. But the fact is, it is still very tight in the mid-pack, and those guys who are sort of 3 above the cut are not going to waste time or effort risking that, as we take a look back at some of the shifts from our last match that caused a fair amount of chaos, a fun door meta, but ultimately the Falcons, Tigleton has been playing a much more support role with Gustav out in front. He sent up a mortar that ultimately the Falcons were able to use the cover spot from that mortar. Here it is to get them deeper into this game. That full sense push disintegrated, and it sort of worked out. So a lot of things got together to give Falcons that win. DNS backing off here. So it was one of those, but that's PUBG, right? It's a lot of things that come into effect that all have a huge impact on whether or not you win the game. And that's why you win the ones you do, but you have to salvage the ones you don't. Falcons thought they were salvaging and came away with the chicken dinner.
And Butterfly flaps its wings in Pachinki, and all of a sudden, now you are fighting for the win, and Falcons do get their second win of the day here in this winner's bracket.
Yep.
Looking good to start things off, but it is a long tournament, Toffees. We'll see if they can keep that performance going in the right direction as we check in here with 17 moving out of the south side of Pachinki.
They're going to go ahead and move. Nice little rotations here. You see DL and the Supers also making their transition. Some shots at everybody from the distance, but unless we get some lucky connections, this should be mostly a transition phase. I do want to double back, though, really quickly, because I think Tigleton's been taking a lot of burns from people out there saying he's not the performer. He's like, I'm underperforming. I'm not a highlight reel player. PUBG's not always about highlight reel, man. If you're one of the best players in the world and you can swallow your pride enough to sit there and let someone else get the big plays because they're in a better position for you to support them, that to me is That's what a real man does. Like, that's what a real PUBG player does, is they give up for the good of the team. And that is something unequivocally I believe Tigleton brings to every roster he could ever serve on, particularly with these guys.
Hey, look. At the end of the day, nobody talks trash about bad players, right? Like, you talk trash about the good players because those are the ones that you hate. But looks like Petrichor Road, we're going to spot a bother there in the open fields, kind of pushed between 17 and Gen G. Gen G, definitely not the day that they were hoping for. Trying to see if they can maybe rally here in the late game and make a run. I mean, only 12 points removed from the cut line. It's not outside of the realm of possibility, but Corexy, he's got some unfriendly neighbors. Rest of his squad just off in the distance.
He was here first, though, so they do not know he's here. Guma's going to go through the window and might get caught off guard by that shotgun that's just waiting around the corner. The boomsticks could come into play. And if it does, it should be an easy kill. He's only got 2 to deal with, so that ambush would open it up. Beamy in the distance. He's here on standby, so he knows that if there is going to be that knock, they might get a chance to come get these kills as the rest of that team responds. So we're going to stay with this for just a second because no one wants to give away that information. I mean, look at it. He's just standing there with the shotgun pre-queued. Rex knows that Nixie and the boys are over there, but I don't think he knows that they're over here.
I don't think he does either, as looks like Nixie and Beamy were able to sneak across on their tum-tums, and whatever it is, it caused Supers to pull back from this 2-2 split, and they're going to call in the support. And I think Virtus Pro may be realizing that the gig is up. Well, T1 also getting a little bit close to 17 now. Remember, they were in a big split of their own. Only Xiaowu and Wimbo up on the top of the mountain, as Wimbo will start off with the shots, get him low onto Raining, but not enough to get the night. Type's going to come over here and try to take the 1v1. He will win it.
Very nice win. He falls back, was able to get that first sprayed out, and that sort of set them on path as Type gets Wembo. Beamy has open on Cuban. Rex to the low ground. He was waiting for this, but Beamy was there. The trap was sprung, and sprung effectively. As Beamy comes in, he's looking to not just take the flush, but also push up and grab real estate. The backup has come from Soup, but they got the roof, so Heaven goes to the left side. Beamy goes to the high ground. VP getting the res, and now Soup in some trouble.
Yeah, 2 down, deal in Heaven. I think this is a full commit to the fight. They know they're not going to be able to escape off of this, and at this point, they don't have to really worry about too much, as they are, they were in 3rd place. Now in 4th place, as they've been passed by Virtus Pro. Deal has that high ground, but you see the Expendables now have an angle on this from range, so Supers does have to be careful about how they take this fight.
This is my favorite kind of fight because both these teams are qualified for tomorrow, basically, so they have nothing to lose. They can fight this straight up 4-on-4 skill match. This is like watching a battle arena inside of a PUBG game. They're going to commit to this. It's going to be fascinating. Heaven almost goes down, but that's a nice little pop from the Molotov to try to push him off the ridgeline, which should buy some time. Kurexi, he's got the shotgun. He's trying to sneak in the back. He has been waiting for his chance to have an impact. Comes from behind, out the window, just before he gets there, and it comes to nothing.
Oh, wow. Supers read that like a book, and now Heaven's going to spot out Beamy. Corexy trying to rush through the compound to see if he can find somebody, but he just doesn't know where they are. The smoke's slowing things down enough. Luca Rux with that MP5 will not see Heaven peeking around the corner, and Supers is putting Virtus Pro in a blender right now.
If you want a good soup, you gotta let it cook, and that's what's happening. They waited, they wasted, and they have pushed. Heaven is playing really, really well. 2 kills, down to 2v2 right now. We'll do a quick check-in with Lou as he gets a couple of pop-offs on the raccoons and says, don't come here, this is our area. PO running off in the distance. And I do think that fight slowed down.
Oh yeah, no, Twisted Mind's getting to this location just a little bit before Crazy Raccoons. Remember, Crazy Raccoons looting up in that North George apartment spot, but Twisted kind of being sent off in the distance. This was what caused them problems in game 1, and now they're getting a little bit of a revenge here onto Crazy Raccoons as they try to reset. We cut back to Supers as Deal in Heaven continue to try to get rid of Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro trying to get him knocked out here, but they've been good shots. That's the door micro we recently learned about. Stops the grenade and makes a nice move. Now we're back to Twisted Minds. The trap continues. They were on one side of the bridge. Now they're on the other. Another knock. 2. That's the doom. And the Crazy Raccoons are out. You know what? They're going to tomorrow, though, so it shouldn't be a big deal.
Not the one-tap dirt nap. There you go, Crazy Raccoon. That is actually huge for Twisted Minds, too, as that pushes them above that cut line, and that pushes Myth down. So the hard northern shift. I said it, didn't think we were going to see Everest again, but once again, it is a massive landmark here in this Circle 2, as our teams from the north side now have to make a decision about how deep do you want to go.
I think the official term for a circle like that is a yoink. It was a massive yoink into a spot where nobody expected. Here comes Heather. They're going to pass it on 17. T1's been hustling. They're going to now push in on 17. Big move. Ian immediately gets the knock on Xiao Wu. But the door is held. There's nothing they can do. Akuma, the last man standing. T1 came in with force, and 17 Gaming is eliminated. They will go to the survival rounds because they needed this game, and it did not pan out.
There are a lot of teams that were sitting in 8th or below yesterday that are going to be upset to see that one here, as Supers will take care of Virtus Pro in the end. Nice turnaround there for Heaven and Deal, as they were knocked down to 2 players to take the 2v4, and they come out on top 4 a.m. Looks like they've taken a little bit of damage here from Gen G, who is hunting on the south side. They get 1 knock, but they're not able to get the point for it.
Yep, Stoop looks good. VP got burned, and the Expendables say they want a little bit for themselves. Heaven opens the spray and almost gets the knocks on Clories on the in, but now Soup is for the second time outnumbered and locked in a house, but this time with less utility and less options.
Starting to draw attention for Petrichor Road as well, as they have taken over that spot previously occupied by Virtus Pro before they crash down onto this compound. Full Sense also hovering around in the distance, as you see a number of teams looking at this compound on the south side. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds continue to find more points in the north and secure their spot in the top 8.
The Expendables said they need this game if they want to try to get in. So the Expendables are taking the fight to Heaven. Duck Juice gets that first knock. If they can clear 2 and take this position, it could be the win scenario for them going to the winner's bracket tomorrow. In the push, big goes the boom, and Clories gets the kill. DNS Supers are out. They should still advance tomorrow with no issues, but that actually takes Gam, the Expendables, into the cutoff position, tied with Peril for 8th place. In the meantime, Twisted Minds just finished a fight pro that knocked them up into the top 8. It is getting very, very tight. 11th is at 22, 6th is at 26. That is a wild swing where any team below that cut line could still make a big move.
So incredibly close. T1 also having a shot there. Only 19 points for them, but a couple more will put them in the bag here, as we see Falcons even kickstart to do a little scouting from the air. Furia will send a few shots over towards him and force him to come down a little bit lower, maybe heal up, but not really much of anything going on around Falcons in the yellows, as most of our action going off to the south side. If you bisect this circle, everybody kind of off to the south, and Twisted Minds and Liquid kind of up to the north.
I also love that Clories was coming in as a BRDM specialist, right? He carries an M249 and a Panzerfaust. Like, who is this guy? He's like, this has been a problem in the last few games. I'm going to carry as much firepower as humanly possible. Meanwhile, Perfectix is going to go ahead and get a box dropped right on top of him, throws on some level 3s, happily to do so, and goes right back into waiting to deal with the top of Everest. Liquid and fighting for Everest. Name a more iconic duo.
PO and scouting everything from the top of Everest. Well, Everest is not going to be in play as Circle 3 pops, and it is going to go into the fields. Falcons in the compound, dead center. You see Full Sense already on the move, trying to disengage from this fight with the Expendables and Petrichor Road. Gen G, meanwhile, they have a blue chip coming back, so they are eating blue on the southwestern side of this zone, waiting for their fallen player to return.
Tigger on that transition. Full Sense needs to get some points up here on the board. The defending world champions in 15th place is not something that they're going to feel good about. Their countrymen will not feel good about. Their team is not going to feel good about. They need to perform bigger and better, and there's still a world where they could make that advance. It only takes 10 points to get yourself into the top 8 currently.
And at the end of the day, you know, everybody knows coming into this that it's 5 games, best of 5, and nobody is going to feel sorry for you if you don't get the luck, if you don't have one game that puts you in where you need to be. So you got to start making your own luck as much as you can. And that's a lot easier to say sometimes than it is to do, as we see Twisted Minds will hold on to this high ground on Everest for as long as they can, try to get a read on exactly what is going on around them.
I like the chat arguments that have gone on today that Gustav has stolen all of the luck out of the EMEA teams and brought it to the Falcons as they were saved yet again in this one by a really lucky fortuitous shift and some help from some other teams. So Falcons really thriving right now. Purdy Curdy takes a little of the trigonometry approach, throws off a couple of mortars. I don't know if those were attack mortars or progression to advance mortars as they decide it's not worth Everest. They brought Alo back down. They're going to advance forward and I assume use those mortars for cover.
And we'll see where they go. They are getting some shots sent over their way from Myth and the Expendables, but as they make their way through these fields, it looks like they should be safe and sound for the time being. Just off to the west of Falcons, you see the shots pinging off. Oh no, one's going to get Kurt though. So Team Liquid will lose one in the end as they try to make their rotation closer towards center.
That's the problem. When Duck Juice is hot, you're going to get burnt, and he drops him down. There's nothing you can do. Purdy's going to get left behind. Luke's already under cover. A-Low is as A-Low as he can possibly be, but he does get into the low ground. That's that mortar strike they sent ahead of him that hopefully will set them up for the res. Gustav is going to C4 them? No.
Whose door are we knocking on with this thing?
He put it away.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, Team Liquid are still getting pressured. These are, I think, shots coming from Twisted Minds, and now the mortars are going to start coming out. So not out of the woods just yet as far as Team Liquid is concerned. The Expendables waiting for this circle to pop, and they are going to be super happy with that one as we get another hard shift cutting to the west this time.
This shift is dumb. I hate it and I love it at the same time because these fields are not meant for mankind. They're meant for corn and other fine crops. So what do? You gotta dig. You gotta dig up those roots and try to just find a place to hold. This is old school TPP field play that we're about to see executed. Cars as forts, holes to hide in, and a lot of hoping.
Yeah, the old school strats with a new school twist in the form of destructible terrain. As you see already, T1, they've got a spot that they can play as well. So not out of the woods just yet. It's 4 a.m. Oh, good work there by S2G. They've got the opportunity to make a run here as well. We've seen them able to collect some kills, some good points. It's just kind of around the mid-game where they start to kind of run into problems. But Erangel served them well in game number 1. We'll see if they can return to that strategy here in game number 2.
They've got to make it work. I'm a little worried about the Twizzle Dizzles. They're up there on the top northwest without a lot of options to come in, and they have to play this well. Twisted has dropped back below the line at the 9 point. Gam the Expendables past them, and Peril also with 24. Tigleton makes a nice little shot here on Spaceman, and the Falcons, who don't need anything else, continue to get richer.
And 4 a.m. did not need that at all. You see, they are just below the cut line. Now they only have one player left alive. Belmoth looks like Quepa going to actually land the 3-point shot right in the middle of the back, and that's going to take down Belmoth. Now full sense. Their troubles will continue as Flash actually going to take some shots towards Shilla, force him back out into the blue, as it looked like Shilla was trying to go for that flanking angle, but Flash not going to let him get away with it.
Yeah, Full Sense understands they can't get to the field until they clear the Bard, and S2G wants desperately just not to deal with this. They want to get out of here, but they've been locked up by Full Sense. The problem is Full Sense, you need more than a point. You need a win to get through this, which means you got to find a spot in the circle, and you got to do it ASAP. 4M, Winda on standby. He has been a huge problem. They tried to get away from Full Sense and crashed right into the Lone Ranger.
If you're only down to one player, Winda is a hell of a player to have, but he is going to go down, and that's going to do it for 4 a.m. We'll see them joining their region mates 17 in that Survivor lobby. As that Survivor lobby looking more and more terrifying with each passing moment here. Tigger will be able to find a spot, but no, Example going to get the angle and take him out.
Yeah, Example does a good job of catching that push by Full Sense. They tried to get out of there. Hit them and S2G both abandoned the hold. Unfortunately, we saw Kickstart got wind of what happened, and over here, Twisted Minds understood that FS was going to come. They were going to go straight for that box because it's a rare amount of cover in this area, and they got the quick pick. So they're able to turn that around. They're going to turn the team in the opposite direction. Istanbul now has to run, and Twisted Minds should have backfill potential on where Flash is.
Well, Oh boy, Thanadol, where do you even go at this point? He's going to go dead center, try to survive a little bit longer, but you see the Venn diagram of death coming down upon him, and he will go down, and Full Sense is going to go down, so they will be going to the lower bracket as well. Falcons now trying to make their way into zone as Kickstart gets knocked, but he does have support right there to maybe get that res once again as the mortars will drop. They're going to fall, and they are not going to fall on top of Liquid, so they are safe for the time being, but S2G can't say the same.
So one of two things is Falcons will die in the next 5 minutes. The question is, will it be a hard send towards Liquid, or will they play the outside cleanup and look at T1, S2G, or Furia as their targets? Tigleton is going to send some mortars out based on where he's facing. I can't tell where they're going.
I think it's going Liquid.
It's going Liquid. So if they get the mortar here on Liquid, then they're going to full send that crash. There it is. And then they may not go out in the next 5, because Liquid, this spot is not attested, is a really good spot, and now that 2 are dead, the Falcons can just charge in here. I thought they were going to have to do it by manual press. Instead, Tigleton, with the Tigonometry, says, who's not playing well right now? It gets a lovely double knock.
Oh my God, and you just put Biel on a poster right there, as it is rare that you see the mortar rotation work that well, but Falcons gets played it perfectly. And now Kwepa and Leza are going to try to get a little bit closer. I don't know if you want this fight, boys. We'll see if they can stay alive long enough to cause a problem here for Falcons, but Falcons is looking at just about everything. And actually, Cowboy from Liquid going to provide some support as well. So S2G does go down in the end. Another point goes over into the bag for Liquid, and they will continue to secure their hold on their top 8 position.
You know, S2G didn't want the smoke, but they had no other option. At 17 points, you got to search for the smoke, and this smoke just made them cough. So they dropped down. Tigleton playing out of his freaking mind right now. Cowboy looking good too, but I got to say, more interviews with Bella, because Tig is just turned around. She called him out, and he was like, all right, I got to make some moves here. Gustav on the low ground has been nothing but a boon for this team, and now we jump over to Petrichor. Oh, the crash Poro. GG came in.
They try to go for it, and they're going to suffer the consequences. Falcons will take them down in the end, but Twisted Minds is farming as well. They're up to 10 kills, Toffee's playing from that northern side. What is it about Twisted? They sandbag until the last game of the day, but they are finding success now. They are secure in their spot in the top 8, and now the Expendables, they've been holding on to this compound for quite some time, but Petrichor Road has made their way across the road, and they've found Jund.
Duck Juice has been hot as they hold here. This has been a contested area for the last 15 minutes. Tanbu on the roof trying to cover from the rock. We got Chewy up on top of the roof. Expendables has tucked into the building. Petrichor staring down at them. The problem is all of this is for something that's probably not going to be in the next shift. We're going to find out in a second how long this fight has to play out, and it's over. You no longer have time. You got to fight.
Well, bless up, Twisted Minds. We'll see if they can finish it off. Example actually get taken down, but this is really needed here for Petrichor Road. They will at least secure that 1 point, and that's going to push them above the cut line. The Expendables, this is a fight for who gets to stay in the winner's bracket. The Expendables trading back, but Petrichor Road, the damage is done. Townvu, the last player left alive, he's going to use that roof as much as he can. You want to at least flush out those kills if you get the opportunity, but you can see Furia gets absolutely destroyed by Twisted Minds up there on the north, but this is the fight for who gets to go on, and it looks like Petrichor Road might be in the clear, and now Team Liquid might be in trouble if Tanvu can pull off a miracle.
If they can do this, they're trying to get the res. Petrichor has sort of backed off the push. If they had flushed this, it would have been good for Liquid, but now one more kill puts them in a really tough spot. T1's down to 1 player, so the chances of them closing the gap is almost impossible. Here it comes. This is what happens if GTE gets 1 more kill. They advance and Liquid's out.
Okay, Tanvu holding the line. He's going to get 1 shot into Ixlep, but Ixlep will be able to retreat back behind the Chlori. Gets the knock onto Tanvu. It's 1 left alive. Chlori's will get the knock. He does take down. Oh no, Chlori's is going nuclear. He has fought his way in, and Expendables will jump Liquid and make their way into the finals.
Yeah, Tam! The Expendables come out on top. They make the play when they had to. Devastating for Team Liquid as they fall by just 2 points to have to go back and play Survivor after such a strong group stages.
What an individual performance from Clories as he's now going to try to make his way in. That's not going to happen. Example will pick him out. 16 kills for Twisted Minds as this game has just been owned by them on that northern side. We see the straight up 4v4 Twisted versus Falcons. In the end, it's not going to make too much of a difference except for who maybe gets first place. But Twisted Minds, they have turned it on here in the final 2 games of the day.
There are 2 teams that are constantly talked about at every PGC, every EWC, every PGS as the potential to win, and it's these 2 teams. Falcons and Twisted Minds got a little bit of a bone to pick, going back years into the past. Who comes out on here is not, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, but it matters for bragging rights as these 2 teams go head to head.
And the grenades are going to come in, and that's going to do it. Twisted Minds gets the win, but they will not have enough to supplant Falcons as they will hold on to first place. But at the end of the day, all that anybody cared about was making it into the top 8. And Twisted Minds, after a slow start yet again here on day number 2, James, they managed to find their footing in the late day, and they will secure their spot into the finals.
Holy moly, I'm losing my mind towards the end of this game. This was, yes, Falcons here, once again being able to get themselves into a great spot for number 1. Twisted Minds gets themselves the win when they absolutely needed it. After 2 very uncomfortable drops on Erangel, mind you, here, Toffees, as they were able to eventually convert this one. I would say the circles were a bit more kind to them compared to the previous.
They were way kinder, but it was a tough drop. It was a tough rotation.
Yeah.
This farmer's circle was a tough end game, but these lads were the ranchers. They owned the land, and they came in and farmed. I think that ended up with what? They got the full 4, so that had to be 18, 19 kills on the game blank?
Crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild stuff, right? It's an incredible game for Twisted Minds. We were talking about it behind the scenes, right? That Twisted Minds, they've had some tough circles today. They're constantly moving away from some of their central drops, but they did get a little bit of luck here. The main point was they translated in a big way. Huge game, but massively cannot underestimate what was quite gory from Glories when he butchered through Petrichor Road.
What was
Goodness me.
Poro, what was I was losing it. I mean, it is quite unfortunate. Yes, unfortunately for Team Liquid, they are going to be falling into the survival stage off the back of that. But Clories with the M249, I think if he has any other gun, it doesn't work there.
No, yeah, the M249 actually came in so clutch. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of what happens, isn't it? When you take those in the open spots, you hope that maybe the trees will provide you some cover, but the trees not giving them any good luck around here. You get to see it. Let's see it one more time. The glory of Clories fighting his way and getting his team into that winner's stage.
Do you think Tigleton took that interview to heart as well? Because he just said, I've done nothing, and then Toffees decided to pull this game out.
I think he took it personally. But also, the biggest hero for me here is Tanvu. Clories was knocked. Tanvu to risk everything to get Clories back up.
Yeah.
Clories stood, and if he hadn't done that, Liquid advances, and Expendables does not. So the fact that Tanvu said, all right, Clories, if you're feeling it, let's do this thing, picks him up and the man goes ham, was absolutely incredible to watch. And Gam the Expendables will advance strictly because those guys had the boldness to do it.
29 points for Twisted Minds. That pushes them up into second place. Is there any world blank where Twisted Minds could stop doing this to us? Where they did it in group stage and like, oh yeah, we'll leave it to the last game. Here in the winner's stage, oh yeah, we'll leave it to the last game. No problem, guys. What? Can they stop? Please stop.
It would be pleasant. It'd be real pleasant. I mean, before this game started, they had 1 placement point, by the way. So, yeah, 37 kills, more than pretty much, well, more than everyone in the entire lobby, in fact. It's just, it is wild. I mean, Twisted Minds, they can bring it where they want to, but we want to see more. And there he is. Tigleton certainly took it to heart. I'm sad. I'm actually sad that Falcons didn't get the win, because I'm sure this guy would have brought out the fantastic dance that we all know and love.
Yes, he would. Yeah, that's some big Tig energy right there here from the man himself. Almost 800 damage done. It was off the back of a lot of mortars here, Poro, but yeah, it's about time after that interview he was riled up.
Oh, of course, yeah. You know, he's got to, and plus he's still in the honeymoon phase of Gustav, right? You got to make sure you impress him and let him know who the boss is, and that's yeah, exactly. But I mean, this has got to be your story, right? Like Twisted Minds just absolutely farmed that lobby there at the end to the tune of 19 kills. Absolutely unreal.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because I feel like they really don't want certain teams in the finals, considering that Petrichor Road, for example, considering S2G has kind of taken their Lipovka spot on that backup for Erangel. Tigleton will take man of the match. So I think they really need to iron out something on Erangel to be able to get like a bit more of a consistency factor there, Toffees, because of course this is Twisted Minds. They should be challenging for championships.
They should be. And again, this comes back to their system for me, is they had a bad one drop off. They stuck to their sort of format of transition and it didn't pan out. And then when they get to the end game on those days, they kind of cut loose in the final match when they have to, and that's when they're pulling ahead over the last couple of weeks. And so I think that this is what I see from them, is get away from the system, start playing that aggressive style early. You've got Example, you've got Perfectix, you've got the best fraggers in the world on your team, and I feel like too often Batulin is holding the leash instead of letting them go.
No, absolutely. Here's our 5 maps coming at you here for tomorrow in the survival stage. I apologize, I have a wheezing puppy who is if you can hear some weird noises.
What that was. Yeah.
Yes. Got to take care of the disabled doggy. That's for sure. Sometimes when you're at home, but yeah, that's how that sits. But we are ready for an interview by the looks of things, as Bella in the Bella Dome has been impressed.
For the post-match interview, I'm standing with none other than Gam, the Expendables Chloris, and our wonderful translator, Wanyang. Well, Chloris, I have to ask you, we saw Tanvu and Dokju's just bowing down to you. What were they saying the moment they found out that you secured the top 8 for the team? You're above that too.
Ban nãy thì đã có thể nhìn thấy là Đức Hiếu và Tấn Vũ đã cúi chào em để cảm ơn em hồi nãy. Thì không biết là cái giây phút mà mọi người biết là mình đã được vào trong thì các đồng đội đã nói gì với em?
Mọi người bảo là em quá tuyệt vời, em là Watt trong lòng của Tấn Vũ và Đức Hiếu. Em thấy điều đấy cũng đúng thôi, bởi vì em gánh mấy thằng em vào vòng chung kết.
They said that I was so wonderful and I was the GOAT in their heart, and I think it's not wrong because I carried them in that game.
That is true. I mean, you definitely saved the team to make it into the top 8, and you also kind of took a leap into that. Well, I wanted to ask you, your team is very aggressive normally, right? But what was the held back today that got in your way until the very last match?
Bình thường thì team của mình là một team có cách đánh rất là chiến, nhưng mà không biết là điều gì đã khiến ghìm chân mọi người lại cho đến tận ván cuối cùng ngày hôm nay.
Em nghĩ là do thiếu đi Hoàng ép và thay một tài năng trẻ mới, nên là bọn em cần phải làm quen với nhau, nên là bọn em phải kìm nhau lại để không chiến được nữa.
I think because we don't have Hoàng F here and with a new talent in our team, and we need time to like be more comfortable and like get used to with each other. So I think that's why we're.
Yeah, for sure. And knowing that you have one day off tomorrow, does that give you a sense of relief that you could kind of use that time to practice or to rest, or will you just be watching tomorrow's game to prep for it?
Và mình thì sẽ có một ngày mai để nghỉ, đúng không? Thì không biết là ngày mai mình sẽ dùng để nghỉ ngơi hay là mình sẽ dùng để theo dõi những trận đấu vào ngày mai?
Bọn em sẽ dùng ngày mai để luyện tập tiếp. Vậy bọn em vẫn chưa có thể kết hợp tốt với nhau, nên là bọn em sẽ vừa luyện tập và theo dõi giải đấu.
I think we're going to use tomorrow to practice more because our synergy is not there yet, so we will use it to like practice.
I'm excited to see the 100% synergy from Cam the Expendable. Thank you, Chloris, for the interview. Thank you, Wanyang, for the translation. And that is all from us on the stage. So we'll be back tomorrow for more interviews. Thank you. What is this? Yeah.
Scam time, baby.
Scam time, baby.
That was great.
Holding up the guns for Gam here for the Expendables. That was definitely an interview, but always good to hear. It also an interesting kind of shout out to Hwang F, right? Considering he's not there. Obviously, they're trying to find some of the synergy here with Jund as well. And hey, I mean, Poro, they got through into the winner's stage, so that's enough for now.
At the end of the day, that's the only thing anybody's going to remember, right? Like, you just want to make sure you got into the final. It doesn't matter how ugly it was, as long as you're there. That's what matters. So they end up getting there. They end up having a representative from APAC that makes it into the top 8. So we'll see if they get joined by another team in what is a extremely spicy survival lobby.
Yeah, definitely. Tough as it's worked out. So we have so many killers in this lobby once again, to the point where I don't know who's really going to advance. I don't think I can call. If you would say to me, put a gun to my head, a Gam gun apparently, who is it going to be? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a really wild lobby tomorrow, especially with how many APAC teams we talked about are kind of getting knocked down to there. So it is going to be completely unpredictable. The good news is the crazy raccoons aren't there, so everybody can maybe plan a little bit more effectively. And I think Expendables as well. They were kind of a wild card for me today, and I do think the fact that the team bowed to Clories at the end, to me, confirms that he probably made a really tough call, and in that moment said, get me up, I can close this out. And that's a hard one. As a teammate who's alive in that situation, knows your game is on the line, to go, okay, I'm going to stop down and res you, because I think that's the play. Like, that's a lot of trust, that's a lot of faith, and that's a lot of responsibility that Clories came through on.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the bow, right? Unless I blacked out. Ah, what a shame. I would have loved to. Unfortunately, we'll have to kind of have them, Team Liquid, bow out. They were so close, Blank, to being able to get through onto that winner, the final stage here, but they will have to play survival. And if group stage is anything to go by, you know, they've got some opportunities there to be able to get on through as well.
As a fellow American, I was just so sad about it. Like, I couldn't believe it's happening. No, but I genuinely really like Team Liquid. Genuinely though, I think Team Liquid played really well, but it just didn't come together in the end. I think they were able to get like a good amount of points all the time. There just wasn't that one big game that I think they needed to sort of push them over the edge, but they got quite a few damn points. It was very close towards the end. I think coming in towards Survivor stage though, Anyone's Legend, Na'Vi, Team Vitality is probably the teams that I would definitely be looking at from that group stage at least, not from this winners stage.
And there's, of course, lots of players here that are going to be playing at Nations Cup 2026 as well. And I think whilst the tournament was going on today, Heather was just announced as well for Team South Korea. So there is going to be going on live from South Korea, actually in the same gymnasium that we did PUBG Nations Cup, I think in like 2019, when we were actually on location for that. So yeah, definitely a bit of a throwback there. 24 teams participating for one of the biggest events of the year, Toffees.
I mean, it's going to be a good time. I remember that location. We had a really good time at it. The signing up outside, the fan area, it was a really, really enjoyable time with everybody there. I love that Heather just got on the team. If you didn't believe that it was deserved, watch back what happened today, because he's been a clutch player over and over and over again. And I wouldn't be surprised if what he's done over the last few days is what actually confirmed that spot, because every time they needed someone to come up big, it was Heather that stepped up and took that moment by the throat.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, final thoughts. So we'll start with Poro here for day number 2 of the winner stage.
Obviously, the first 2 days have been very brutal, very stressful, and tomorrow's not going to be any different. Only top 8 move on, so make sure you guys come back and watch it. It's going to be an absolute barn burner with just some of the biggest name teams that we've got are going to be scrapping it out tomorrow to see who gets top 8. Only 5 games to figure it out, too.
Mr. Blank, disowned by the Americans. Your thoughts?
Yeah, indeed. Well, to be honest, what I want to see a bit more from Full Sense. That's kind of what I'm looking at. I'd also like to see, the Sigma boy himself for Hakatori actually do something tomorrow. I mean, for Na'Vi, there's something there for them, but it is going to be an exciting day. It is going to be an exciting day.
Toffees, round it out.
I mean, honestly, I think with teams like Vitality, as you brought up, Na'Vi just in the wings waiting for tomorrow, it's going to be absolute chaotic. That said, I'm glad, I hate to say this, but I'm glad Liquid got knocked out, only because A, we get to watch an America's team tomorrow because everybody else was dominating, and B, more importantly, I think Liquid is better when they have these ups and downs. I think today is going to be a wake-up call. Tomorrow's a chance to refine the blade so that they're nice and sharp when they come into the finals. So I'm not mad about that knockdown, but I will say the mid-pack was so crazy close at end of day today. You can't leave it for game 5 or 4 tomorrow. You have to come out aggressive with a strong strategy on game 1 and go for those points. There's too much chill in game 1 today, and I did not enjoy that.
All right, well, thank you very much, boys, for joining me here. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. That does it for day number 2 of PGS4 for the winners stage. Tomorrow, we are back with the survival stage, where we will have 8 teams advancing through to that final, as well as 8 teams that are going to have to go and sit on the sidelines and wait for PGS5. And that does it for us here today. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for the survival stage. Bye-bye.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't want to change with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. Bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. Inflate, I'm like obnoxious. I'm breaking next, with the double take when I dictate. Turn on the bit, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase. 뛰어봐 난 아는 놈이 몇 발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 너는 원인 I'm variant yes I'm a 신사 기상 패기로 팀사 긴장 슈리로 비상 산책하듯이 우리가 팀 밤이 so boring 난 할 많은 피사
Locked and loaded like my gun gets loaded. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. The sky's pitch black till we pull up and blow it. I'm all day with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the words I get the trauma. Diamonds been stir up the pot, pretty face don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now God paved the way, they'll never walk.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make dollar and I just an ugly diamond. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line. Better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line. Put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's time for our relay interview. Our next guest is Twisted Minds Example. Hi, Example.
Hello.
So, Hakatori left you a question.
Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Any
So
words to it?
talented, I don't know.
So talented?
Yeah.
Any words
God
to it?
blessed.
God bless, okay. And do you feel any pressure coming into today?
No pressure.
No pressure. And was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Food.
Food, yeah, totally agree. And you could pick another player for the next relay interview. Who would it be, and what would you ask them?
I'll pick Sheila. Why is he so tall?
Why is he so tall? All right. Thanks for the interview, and the relay goes on. Thank you.
Bye bye.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here, so rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.